in your annual letter. What's the weather now?
You
get bonds still getting
consistently got this wrong, okay? I'm not giving a forecast.
Order filled.
I'm trying to, I blame myself, okay? The U.S. has been very strong for a while. No surprise, $5 trillion was pumped in fiscally, $3 trillion or $4 trillion of QE, and now that's being reversed. The consumer's still in good shape. They're still spending money. They still have more money.
Bonds $9 up, price holding on, but
home price gone for 15 years. Asset price gone for 15 years. They're in pretty good shape. And then the people talking about deterioration. Credit is not deteriorating. Credit card all-time highs, not inflation adjusted or GDP adjusted or income adjusted.
These lives and process and this is so different though, and like it was. Today too, but I think it's my microphone because I'm using a different mic. I had a different recording setup, but I don't know. Maybe should I go plug in the old mic? I have it. Spreading the bond puts and then buying back the one I sold as they go back down. That's honestly, it'll suck if you get caught off guard on one of those trades, but that's not that bad of an approach. Because literally you get to play all the effery of the bonds, just literally short it when it runs up. And then if you're still kind of in that position, comes down, you could just profit and realize money every day that the bonds are doing this stupid back and forth.
Order filled.
I like it. SPY down 0.27. Oh, I sold out the ES, right? Fuck yeah. I just sold out of it. So again, I have no more of these little mini future plays for the day. I still got the old bond play from last week. You took your wife on a date camping before you got married. It was 20 degrees.
Across the board.
And then it's earnings. So like that right there, that's where the market's going to make its mind up. So if you think the market is going to bounce without checking anybody else, like, oh, there's your pop. Rich man one day. At least some of the issues we have. Oh, cool. I've never seen anything like that. And like she does kind of give me some looks, but she's very, very supportive. Oh, cool! I've never seen anything like that. And like she does kind of give me some looks, but she's very, very supportive of it all, for the most part. But then again, like I don't want to say this unhumbly, but I'm an amazing boyfriend, so it makes sense. It makes sense. My girlfriend's really Oh, man. Bro, both times I made 2 good covers today, but like couple more minutes, you would have got an extra $50 off of that on the small one, or 500.
Order filled.
Big one.
Order filled.
I do want to see a show at this Sphere. Bro, that thing looks so cool. I've never seen anything like that. G up 9.3, formal proposal for Gulf Nav to acquire all of the business and assets. FNGR up 6% after dropping 35% yesterday. Frey up 5.7. They achieved interim milestone of automatic electrode casting with solvent slurry. ORC insider buy, they're up 2.4. NVS down off and reiterates full year 23 guidance. FMS down 3.6, NYAG lawsuit, ON down 2.2, BN Paribas downgrade, BP down 2.1, evaluating sale of minority interest in pipeline network in U.S. Gulf of Mexico, PPL down 1.0, UBS downgrade, Apple down 0.7, Key Bank downgrade, A10 down 16.3 off of guidance, Calm 11.5 down off of earnings, Heli down 6.3 off of earnings and guidance, Run is down 3.3 off of Truist downgrade. Femi down 22.7 off nothing. KA down 21%, 3 million registered direct offering. LIFW down 13.6, 1 for 25 reverse stock split. OCEA down 5.8, amendment to existing agreement with financing partner Polar. ALXO down 4.7, they were up 56% yesterday. And then Japanese ADRs are broadly lower amid yen strength. TM, PKX, HMC, MUFG, MFG, and SKM. Wow. How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel? So Chatadonia, a lot of pre-market movers, a couple of them with news. It seems a lot either continuing off of yesterday or tied to literally their own individual news. But again, all about the bonds for now. But I will be right back. We are about to get into the plays. You got 12 minutes to the bell. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Go to the Twitch too if you need a backup stream, and I will be right back.
On your program in surveillance, he was saying only 4% of the Republican caucus voted for this. So there is, you can see that the majority of the Republicans actually wanted Speaker Kevin McCarthy to remain in that position. He's now no longer their speaker, and there's a bunch of names being floated around, and those are the faces right there on the screen. Steve Scalise, he's apparently been making some phone calls, Jonathan. The issue is he has multiple myeloma. This is blood cancer, and he's being treated for it. Now, yesterday in the halls, he said, listen, I feel great, but also, is he too much of an establishment figure? Remember, he was the deputy to Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Then there's Tom Emmer. He's part of the leadership team. You have Patrick McHenry, who is the pro temp right now. He is the interim speaker. His job, his only job right now is to make sure the Republican Congress
got this wrong, okay? I'm not giving you a forecast.
Order filled.
I'm trying to, I blame myself, okay? The U.S. has been very strong for a while. No surprise, $5 trillion was pumped in fiscally. $3 trillion to $4 trillion of QE, and now this is being reversed. The consumer's still in good shape. They're still spending money. They still have more money.
Well, of course, we're working against a clock here, Jonathan, a deadline of November 17th. The government funding that was agreed to in the continuing resolution of last weekend that led to McCarthy's downfall in the first place only extends to that date. And the issue is right now we have paralysis in the House. As Anne-Marie was just saying, really the only thing that pro temp Patrick McHenry can preside over is a speaker vote. He can't preside over usual business. And that speaker vote isn't even scheduled to happen until next Wednesday, October 11th. And if you recall, John, the first time around when McCarthy was elected speaker, it took 15 rounds and 4 days to get it done. So we could be looking at a protracted fight here once again, and that will start running the clock, and we won't be working on these appropriations bills. Remember, 12 of them need to be passed in total, and they need to be reconciled with the Senate, and that will be the difficulty for whoever does ultimately get the speaker's gavel, because they're going to have the same issue of trying to reconcile conservative hardliners' priorities for deep spending cuts with something that can pass in a Democratic-controlled Senate, and that job is really tough, as we have just seen play out, John.
What a mess. Katie Lyons, AMH, to both of you, thank you. Tremendous coverage, as always, in Washington on Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Tremendous. Again, government. All that matters is bonds. All that matters is bonds. So, Chatadonia, how you doing, man? How you feeling? I hope you're feeling good, bro. I hope you're living good. But, Chad, now is your moment. Now is your time. We got a couple of minutes till the bell. You haven't woken up to a little... Honestly, you might even give up the rally by the time it go ding-ding, man. But you tell me, what is it? What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let me know what you're working with, baby. Let's see what we got. Can I get a drum roll? Oh, there it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, baby. Oh, wait, hold on. My chat got messed up. I was hitting the... Oh, there it is. Here it is. Tesla, Boyle, 420 short, UNG Rocketing, LAC, SPY Puts, Palo Alto Networks, SMCI. Let's go, baby. Long on the LQ, NQ, Curve, PANW, Riot, Intel 37, red or green calls, SGD all day. Sitting on hands, 3800, Netflix long, watching CL, RBOB, long term only, QQQ, 0 day long, target 4179, oil long, Palantir, first play. Thank you, God. Figure to the sky. Sitting on my hands, Boeing called, short the Qs, maybe catch a knife, TLT, screaming 10%, grabbing the life jacket, SPY calls, holding IEF, put SPY 4 420 0-day puts, watching TNX, DXY to make decision, QQQ, GABC, Palantir, NVIDIA calls, go Phillies, TQQ calls, sell Verizon, Habibi calls, sitting on my hands, short, SPY short, UUP, Microsoft puts, shares of Target, Tesla calls, closing sold puts, Verizon long, screaming FLGC, SPY 420 put, 1020, Rite Aid earnings for earnings tomorrow, MKUL, sideline, go Phillies, NVIDIA, Tesla 240, covered calls on SPY, Palantir, shop calls, ABSI, I have COVID, oh no, I hope you're better, IWM, calls on the Peach, long TIM or TMF, triple leverage cash, go Phillies, kill. I don't know why, bro, you got me saying sports, watching SPY puts, Rite Aid puts, need that bounce, building, housing, dividend, POS, SPY 420 calls, CarMax calls, and the final play. Peach calls, shorting solar, Tilray, and Father Edgar calls. Wow, that's how we're going to end it. I'm down with that, baby. Shout out Father Edgar. Shout out to the Chad, baby. Shout out to the Chad. So, I got a couple of things I'm watching. Intel, like we said on the watch list, even LAC and Frey. A couple of news in the, land. The battery and lithium land, but I'm not, like I said yesterday, probably just going to be writing that MES that I'm still in from yesterday, watching the banks like I brought up to you yesterday. Do not forget, bank earnings are at the end of next week. Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. So I'm going to be watching those and then keeping an eye on NVO and BIIB, Biogen, any of those biotechs, just in case. But for the most part, I think we're going to react here after 10. So far, we have a reason to keep yields up now, which is decent. Maybe it lasts, maybe it doesn't, but I think we are going to go from there, and then we will find out. But get ready for it, Chad. We have a lot of time. Actually, oh yeah, we got like 3 minutes, and then we got to do the pledge. So we got through everything early today. Is there any questions? I hope you guys watched the watch list yesterday. I went over a lot of the bond stuff that we keep recapping. So a lot of us keep talking about the 30-year, the 10-year, what it means. I went over that, recession risk versus credit risk. We talked about the yield curve. Again, today is helping out the yield curve, so we'll see how it plays out. But make sure you're up on that. Otherwise, you got any questions, let me know right now, baby. We got like a minute. The Nigerian dollar's bad. I mean, again, if you actually look, the Nigerian dollar kind of preceded what was going on with oil, but I think the Nigerian dollar just highlights why the dollar's up right now, is that I think there's a lot of problems globally with other currencies right now. So that's where I think it is. Oh, the national alert today is going to be at 2:20 p.m. Eastern. So if you don't, whether you believe the tinfoil or not, you will be getting a FEMA national emergency alert today at 2:20 Eastern. Every phone will have that sent out. It is the emergency test. I'm surprised there wasn't a headline on that. UBS Zilkin to lead Middle East wealth unit. Anything else? Any final ones, Chad? Final questions? All right, man. Then I guess it is time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have it, ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know you are appreciated. And if you ain't showing that love and appreciation to those vets, shame on you, because they deserve it, baby. So vets, thank you. God bless you. And I could not thank you enough. That's why every day it doesn't even do it justice. So God bless you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody helping out, giving back. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. So keep that up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, Chad Adonia. Happy Wednesday. It's only Wednesday. It's only the middle of the week, baby. Oh, good morning. You better be ready to go. You better be ready to go. It's bright and early. You know that. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 6:30 on the West Coast. What? I'm just saying, y'all better be ready today. Oh, wake up bright and early. That's it. That was your moment. Once the Jets get sent, you got to wake up. If those Jets don't wake you up, man. Oh. So, Chad, let's have a fun day. Again, get ready for the bond yields. That's going to obviously do a lot. Dollar is finally chilling, so we'll see what happens. Again, about 30 minutes there after the bell, you will get a, what's it called? You will get the ISM services, and that will do a lot for us. So let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, just about 1 minute till the bell. Like the video. Drop your thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed. If you got to play, let me know. If you have a question, too, feel free. Again, we're going to have 1 minute. LAC shares, they had some news here about they did some sort of deal, I think, on it's like a new battery technology. And then Fryer, they had something as well, too. Why are your profits not showing up on your buying power? Are you on a cash account? That could be it, or maybe you have an open position that's moving in the other direction, changing your margin requirement. That would be the only thing I could think of, but cash account would make the most sense. Otherwise, check every other open position that you may have. All right, man, 30 seconds. Call it out. Is there a Google launch? I did not know that. Even we have Goolsby. It didn't show up on the calendar, but you have Fed Goolsby talking today. And then even Fed Bowman. So I'm down. We'll see how today plays out. All right, 10 seconds to the bell, baby. Call out any plays. Watch the banks, too. Remember, earnings are right around the corner. Watch the bonds. Is the market about to go negative? Hold on. Yeah, we're up by 0.10. Round one. Fight. My goodness. Let's see. All right. Good morning. SQM. I think lithium is good for now, but I don't know if that's going to last past the first couple of hours. That's the only problem I have with those. So again, they're moving up today. We don't know. We don't know if today is going to be a drainage day or if today is going to be one of the days where we actually get relief. I do think that will be up to other factors like bonds and the dollar, but let's find out. And again, after the ISM services, we will know. Like I've been telling you, all you have to do, a lot of people are asking, so if there's a vacuum, how do we play it? Wait till the data. And again, that's why you could ride the wave with that and see where it takes you. But in the meantime, Apple's down. Again, Apple got a downgrade, but I'm saying in the meantime, we might have these little pockets of momentum. So just go with the flow. Go with the flow. Apple, again, they're on the low right there. NASDAQ is up 0.37, SPY 0.2, and then Dow Jones 0.13. I don't know how I feel about this. AAL Airlines. Again, watch some of the healthcare companies and anybody that could get affected by that potential strike. Market close next Monday? Really? I don't know that. Tesla's going up. They're up 1.1. Microsoft again. Apple was the one in the green there, or in the red. Intel shares are up by 2. That's another. I just think Intel's high, but I like that news. I like everything with that one, actually. And then the MES from yesterday, you're down $70 on that one. So I'm still in that. Let's see. Intel on the low. A bank's closed. Ah, there it is. 4240, so we're a little better again. You need to go up 10 more points. Otherwise, this is pretty meaningless. So let's see how we treat 4250 and let that kind of determine a lot of it. TLT is going up now, so you get a little bit of bond recovery. I don't know how long that is going to last. NVIDIA clapped, restoration, or ramen freezing on you. So one or the other. Intel, again, they had a candle there. UNFI, they were killed the other day. That one's in the green right now. Citi's moving up. Like I said, don't forget about those banks. Again, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, all this week. Biogen. We had the Ultra yesterday. I think for UMC, I needed to go back to like where I sold it, like below like 480 or like 380 or something like that. Again, remember, I have it in Sisters long term, but I sold out for taxes last year. Again, because I had it in the swing account. TLT, well, I mean, it's a bad day to ask when TLT mirrors or inverses the SPY. Again, the last couple of weeks, bonds and stocks have been doing something, tantamount to a blowout or a sell-off. So it's been hard to tell. Traditionally, it's inverse, but at other times, the correlation is positive. Are we going up or down today? If bond yields and the dollar don't rocket in the opposite direction, I think we could hold here. However, you have ISM services in about 30 minutes that will determine it. NVIDIA is a little lower again. SPY's holding up here. You're right below the level. Apple's coming up on the high. They got a downgrade in the morning, and they are moving up a little bit. Again, 9 more points here. Move woke up. Again, the last couple days, the move index should be up. Yeah, this is the problem. So it's either going to top out here like March, or we get one more crazy blowout, and then before you know it, there's another BTFP. I think they were talking about, I don't know if you guys were listening to Bloomberg this morning, but they literally, they were talking about the BTFP. If you're not familiar, ever since last March or this March, what they did is that, you could go to the Fed with a treasury and they'll give you pretty much double its value. So if the treasury is only worth 50 cents, let's say, they'll let you loan and treat the collateral like it's worth $1. I think that's always a good point to mention. So that's where if you have access to the BTFP right now, this bond blowout's not affecting you as much. But if not, you're clapped. You're not confident, but small size. Amazon. I think if the data is good, like you're saying, you'll be able to get some good upside at least until Friday. Again, tomorrow we do have Goolsby. There is some other stuff tomorrow, but for the most part, Friday would be the next day after today. So if we could get good, if yields could chill out. I mean, it's been many days down. AMD popping. Is Boyle going up? Microsoft is moving up again. Dollar's still like kind of at the high. It's down on the day, but low-key, the dollar, unfortunately, if the data is not good here shortly, I do think the dollar could still run. WTI is just down. There's an OPEC meeting, but, I mean, considering how much oil has ran, it kind of makes sense, but also you're coming into a headline there for oil. So there's going to be an OPEC update, I think today or by the end of this week. Toyota's on the high. They were dropping because of the yen earlier. Again, SPY still holding up. VNO, VINO on the high. You are 42.41 still, 9 points below. Again, after we broke 42.50 yesterday, it got ugly. So we need to be able to hold that. Otherwise, it's not good. You could buy the dollar. You could buy UUP. That's another way. Or you could short another currency. So, I brought this up on a watch list not too long ago. But if you wanted to, if you think the dollar is going to get stronger, the best thing you could do is short another currency, especially one that's related to the dollar a lot. Intel's flushing a little bit. Let's see. Russell did just go red. Good call out. That's down by 0.04. The VIX is red. Dollar's red. Only problem, NASDAQ 0.5 and then SPY 0.3 and Dow 0.8. I say problem because we're not really green. So again, the dollar, the bonds are the only thing really like solid right now. Everything else, it looks very, very small. Amazon on the high, Netflix starting to go up there, and Tesla. Remember, Netflix was up a lot more yesterday. Amazon, Uber on the high, Walgreens is dumping. Walgreens is like getting pummeled into the low, actually. And then Procter & Gamble on the way down. SPY just hit another high. Candle looks red, but you just wicked into another one. I made it. Good morning, baby. I saw you last night, too. I did not cut my MES. I'm down $60. That was the one from yesterday. The dollar's down, but it's only 0.3. So again, one set of data will be absolutely it could absolutely change the picture of what we have today. So we'll find out. And then Apple recovering a little bit. Again, Intel already selling off the gains from yesterday. Apple now only down 20 cents. So Apple's about to go green. They were down like maybe 1%, a little less in the morning. We have data at 10, so in like 22 minutes, yeah. ISM services, there's also durable goods, but realistically, ISM services, new orders and prices, that's going to be the main thing. And then I think there's employment too. Let me see. So SPY working its way up, NVIDIA, high ticker, a couple of things, PFF, Google now. So some of the big tech starting to lead, but you have a lot of SPY names helping out. But Dow and Russell are not playing along. But this is what I want to show you for today. So if you want to take a look at this screen right now, I will show you the data, that things you need to be looking for in 20 minutes. So pretty much just look at all of these charts right now and just see how they look. Again, pull everything up on the 1 year. So if this is too hot, that's not going to be good for the bond. Just like yesterday, job openings shot up, the bonds died. Today, the job ADP dropped. We had a nice little bounce. You know what I'm saying? So take a look here. All of these are pretty much, if they break out, you get ISM cert. If the unemployment gauge goes up, that's not going to be good for bonds. The normal PMI, I don't think it matters as much. And then prices paid. If this number shoots up, you have a problem. If it goes down, it'll be good. So pretty much bad news would be better. If these charts go down, especially for services and employment, then you're going to have a good day today. If not, you're going to be asking a lot of questions of why we did what we did. So I hope that helps, my brethren. RXT, RTX had something yesterday. Kroger is on the high. VMC, VGSH. Tesla's up 2.2. Altria is starting to go now. Good for you, little guy. Disney, Chick-fil-A. The Fed could move. It's Goolsby. If Goolsby's a voter, I think he did not show up on the calendar, but on one of my news headlines this morning, I saw that Goolsby was scheduled to speak. So I would watch out for that. There's one more Fed speaker too, but I do think Goolsby will be it. A fake put like yesterday before the news. Just wait till the data. I mean, you guys, it's not going to be hard. Like yesterday, like I said, I made the play right when it came out. I went with the short. That was the right idea. What messed me up was getting out of it and then trying to, play it back and forth. I really think right now bonds are very sensitive. Dollar is in pole position. Very simple. If that data points to higher yields, just follow it. You don't fight the wind, and then vice versa. So and then just wait in the meantime. Until then, you'll have your little gaps, and then that's it. The double dip, but the idea was there, the right idea. So you got good things to learn from. Made a mistake. Again, I'm still in the play, which is nice, and I'm down $70. That's why I'm glad it was small. But at the end of the day, what I got out of yesterday was that data, it's hitting the bonds. Bonds move more than 0.5%. It's just like you got to follow that, and you don't even need, until that actually changes, there's no point of going after it. All right. Oh, no, we still got 18 minutes. 18 minutes. This is why the bonds and dollar up are the same. Today, they're not. Yesterday, I think they were. But, yeah, yesterday we were running into problems. But also, too, I was saying it at open yesterday, and I remember some people were like, no, it's not. And I showed you, don't forget, yesterday, it wasn't even like a real gap up on the dollar. The day before was huge, but the dollar really went crazy after the data and in the morning. So by the time the data, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before yesterday's data, the dollar was at the day before's close, and then it went up. Yeah, and then the ADP data, take it as positive, but, like you're seeing how it's affecting bonds today, but don't be fooled. ADP data means nothing for the non-farms on Friday. But if anything, jobs report reaction, now ADP reaction, I think what this is telling you is that, Friday jobs report probably going to have a lot of juice if you couldn't tell. People want to react to that. 4239. So we hit 4248. That's not good. We might have to wait till the data to get above 4250. But just like 4300, when we get to these levels and then can't break about, you remember we did this a couple of times. It just starts to look ugly, and then it has a lot of trouble getting back above. So we'll see. Still very, very early though, and you got data right around the corner. Banks are about to report earnings, but banks are weak because bond yields are getting blown out. So again, we've been talking about it, but I even brought up some of that today, the BTF and all that, but it's quite simple. Every tick up of the bond yields, especially longer bond yields, they get clapped. Oh, yeah, ISM data is in 2 minutes. Or excuse me, PMI. You're going to get S&P global PMIs. Sadly, it's not as important, but we could still get a reaction. Again, ISM services has more, but you're going to get S&P global PMI for services, and then the composite. It is service related, so that is good. 21 calls on LAC before the new company. Would you exercise? I'm not familiar with the new company, but I got to just check what the price is at. Again, data in 20 seconds. It's going to be S&P Global Composite PMIs. But this isn't the main one that we want. The main one comes out 15 minutes after this. 29, 50, 50.2. So it came in line. Literally 0.1 above or below expectations. Not anything crazy from S&P. Yeah, very, very disgustingly in line. Borderline perfect, but I don't think it's going to do anything. Is the number contracting? It still shows services is a little lower. It's not showing recovery or decline. QQQ, TWM, TZA on the high. Again, watch if the bonds start reacting. But yeah, so if you have the LAC 21, are you out of the money? If you're out of the money, I think that's still there, but I don't know if they're swapping to another company or not. Dollar's starting to move up a little bit. Watch out. Again, it's still down by 0.3. ARM is on the high. They're starting to move up right now. Low ticker is getting pretty active. And then Apple and Tesla on the high. Eli Lilly now. Check if NVO starts moving up. XLV's on the low. XLF is going red. Energy is deeply in the red. Utilities are barely going red right now too. So if anything, I do think tech is holding. Dow Jones is red. NASDAQ's up a half. And then SPY's up just under a quarter. We're probably going to have to wait till that data. Because right now it's very, very lopsided. Let's see, it's been 15 minutes. That's not it. No. 15 minutes, we got ISM services, and that data will be way more important than what just happened, assuming there's a big beat or miss. But we do have much more important data right around the corner, literally 14 minutes from now. And then as of right now, Dow Jones, 15 names green, 15 red. So even though the Dow is red, half of them are green, half are red. NASDAQ 100, 26 names red, 75 green. So a majority of the NASDAQ is in the green right now. And then S&P 500, 240 names red, 260 names in the green. So honestly, today's 50-50 still. I don't think the market has chosen a direction. You're half up, half down. Disney, they're going low. Again, a couple of industries right now are all kind of slipping. XLF, they're dropping big. Energy's down 2%. Yeah, IWM's down a third now. But NASDAQ's still holding. Again, Tesla's up. And then Frey, that's moving up. Again, that's one of the battery plays. Amazon highs 1.7. Was that AVGO? Bradcom. Google on the high. Now Microsoft too. Chat saying NVIDIA is holding good. What's the other one? ASML. Abivai's on the high now too. Google. Where's Meta too? Again, remember layoff news yesterday. Is it at the same price? Yeah, you're in the layup news thing. But again, I heard an update on that this morning, but it wasn't too crazy. And then 12 more minutes till the real data. Airbnb up, Palo Alto, NVIDIA 440. I see Amazon on the high. Apple's going red to green now. Yeah, Palo Alto's on the high ticker too. Same thing with Broadcom. Abivai, again, I went over the breakdown now. Dow just went up a quarter in that last couple of minutes, and then NASDAQ up 0.7. AMD. Yeah, I think all the chips, watch Micron, Qualcomm, anybody related to that, even Marvel. JPM on the low, though. Financials getting dumped. Again, and this is, I guess it's middle of the week. But just don't forget, bank earnings next week. SMCI from the top. NASDAQ 100 just gambling. 3.7 on SMCI. Where is oil? Is it below 85? It's down 2 today. Yeah, it's at 86. Damn, oil is just plummeting. So this is good off of this little bottom here. Again, this makes oil look less as a threat. You guys got to realize that, because like even leading into early 2022, you didn't really give up too much. So it's like if we drop from here and it goes back to like the low 80s, we might be able to calm down in terms of oil inflation, but if it rockets back up, it could still be a problem. But remember, we were talking about being important and cooling down. This is a very good sign. You've went back almost a month of oil progress now, or you have at least knocked out a lot of September oil gains just off that move today. And then 10 more minutes till ISM data. Dollar General on the low. That was running the other day, literally yesterday. AAP. Dollars on the high. Why? I don't like seeing the dollar on the high ticker. That's so weird. UUP, it said it was hitting the high, but it's at 29.90. SPY coming down a little bit. Bonds have given up, unfortunately. They look like they're giving up, but keep in mind, bonds have a lot of cushion compared to anything. So SPY could go negative in 5 minutes. It would take the bonds a while. Europe data was weak, so I mean that's both good and bad for them to a degree, but nothing surprising. And then their PPIs, nothing came in too hot. Again, I think PPI came in 0.1 higher, and then year over year was 0.1 lower. All right, coming down a little bit. Where are we at? So remember, you haven't held up 42.50 today. I think the pressure on the index is coming from oil probably. Again, S&P is getting weighed down heavy, I think, by that, because a lot of the tech. But then again, a lot of the tech, like, where's Amazon? That's 1.6. I think it was Apple. Apple's the one at the margin. Meta's barely green. I think Netflix is only like 0.03. So some are doing way better than others. Oh, no. Yeah, XLE is getting murdered. That's why I was looking at oil there. So that's weighing on the SPY a lot. We'll see by the end of the day. And like just 8 minutes here. 8 minutes, that data will get you popping a little bit. Popping or dropping. You'll know. Hopefully it's an easy one. I just hope a big beat or big miss. That'll make our lives very simple. NEE, they cut their dividend and they lowered guidance the other day. That's even why utilities got murked. And then they bounced yesterday. They came down earlier today. Now they're coming back up. And again, watch XLF, XLV, XLE. If you get any bounces on here, this could help the market again. It's not like today is decisively red or green. It's 50-50. Half of the names are green, half of the names are red. That's why this data will be very important. ADP on the low. The literal company ADP. 50-50, Habibi. Lee Auto. Interesting. There's those headlines of the European, China EV crackdown. Fed Schmidt at 7:05 p.m. He replaced Esther George. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know who Fed Schmidt is. I know he's worked at the company. He's the president and CEO of the Kansas City Fed. Oh, I guess because Esther George did. I don't know who Jeff Schmidt is. I'm not going to lie. Like, if you were like, oh, Jeff Schmidt's showing up, I would nod my head. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, oh, Jeff. Yeah, I was like, who the fuck's Jeff? I have no idea who Jeff Schmidt is. He was the president of a national bank in Omaha. Good, big regional guy. Yeah, they announced that August 2nd. So we're not too behind. They announced August 2nd. He's there to replace Esther George. Not bad. Not bad. Where is it? We got Goolsby. To the community banking conference. And then Bowman. And then where Goolsby comes on later. That sucks. Goolsby, I think, is going to be the only Fed speaker that's going to do anything. And then you're not Jeff Schmidt and those guys. They're going to come on in 2 hours. They have a crazy schedule, but I don't know if we're going to be able to watch it live. I could download the conference agenda. 10 a.m. Eastern. It's hard. It's the community banking conference. I wonder if this is going to give us like big short vibes. Because we're going to see. What does it mean when bonds are up? Is that a bad thing? It depends on the day. You know, like if your girlfriend, like if you wake up and your girlfriend is extremely happy, that means you either did something or she cheated on you. So you don't know sometimes. That's like the bond. Sometimes the bond yield's going lower or higher. You need more part of the story, is what I'm trying to tell you. You need a lot more information to figure that out. So I'd watch yesterday's watch list because I go over a couple of things. I don't think it's a horrible analogy. I mean, it's again, I think trying to, bro, you know, they say women are very complex, you know, and it's the same thing with bonds, bro. Like, it's not, as much as I'm trying to tell you, like, every day, like, oh, this is going to happen to the bonds, you have to understand they are very, very complex. So, like, on some days, you know, the bonds going down is good. Sometimes the bonds going up is good, but it depends in the full context of everything else. So, I don't know. You tell me. Mm-hmm. I'm hitting the chat fields. I'm sorry. Just trying. I was trying. I did it in the sake of economics. No, I serious though. I want, because again, the bonds are not, and I love it. So traditionally, I answered this once today already. This is age old, but traditionally, the bonds should be inverse. Stocks go up, bonds go down. Bonds go down, stocks go up. That's how it used to be. But, the last 3 years, we have experienced a 50-year bond bull market getting destroyed. So, lately, it's been wild to tell the correlation in the last 3 years. Now, let's go micro. Let's go to the last 2-3 weeks. The bonds, all they're doing is following with the stock market, but there is a big divergence still embedded within it. So you're not even it's really sensitive on certain days. And then I brought it up yesterday, just like October last year, there's going to be a part where we ignore it all. We're going to ignore the bond. Watch, bond yields are going to go higher than 5, and the market is going to rip eventually. And that's part of this dynamic where I'm saying we have a general idea, but it's very complex, and that's why I think yesterday's video, if you have the time, I definitely think yesterday's watch list will help you out, because it's going over the yield curve, and it's understanding that right now what we are watching with bonds, if you are looking at every bond in the world, if you go look at the global bonds and then you go look in America, 3-month all the way down to 30 years on the bond curve, it is screaming credit risk, and it's not recession. And you see, that's the thing that we're used to, recession, market fear, buy the bonds. That's where market goes down and then bonds go up. However, right now we're at a very crazy point. Yeah, PMIs come out 30 seconds. So remind me of that in a little bit, and I would love to finish that conversation. So just remember the last things I said, because I got mad ADD. But ISM services, 25 seconds. I already showed you all the data. The number you're looking for, 53.6. But realistically, employment, 54.5. And then watch for prices, 58.5 as well. 54.5 and then 58.5. That's it. So get ready. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Where is it? Employment dropped a little bit. That's good. Prices shot up a little bit. I don't know. That one's weird. It's not as easy. Hold on. The PMI dropped by 0.1. Factory orders rocketed. I don't know how people are going to like that one. Came out of nowhere. If anything, factory orders are the only surpriser out of this data. The service employment dropped by 1, 53.4 instead of 54.5. So that's good. But then prices paid went up by 0.4, 58.9 instead of 58.5. So initial reaction is bonds down. And honestly, that one's not as easy. Factory orders is good, but then again, that could mean bond yields would go higher as well if we're going to take good as bad. But so far, ISM services, you had one good, one bad. Employment dropped, but then prices went up a little bit. Employment dropped more than prices, but it's just not. It's not really giving you any juice there. New orders did move around. Where is that one? 51.8 versus 57. That's not bad, but it's this. The other things are more stickier. So again, I think the employment and prices, that could go a long way, but unfortunately, those are still just right at the numbers. Those came in line. So I think this one's more confusing. I wish I could give you an easy answer, but this data does not clarify it the same way. First reaction is negative on the bond. So if you want to fall for that or believe that, you might. I think you could lean that way, but it's not as easy as yesterday or any of the other ones. Where's the dollar? Yeah, dollar even popped. See, just getting weird. Bonds might go a little lower. Would you say this news is balanced? I say it's in line. Nothing really surprising. However, slight confirmation of, again, just reasons why the bond yields could keep going higher. Unfortunately, even with the new orders dropping, it's not big enough. The services still somewhat active. I believe we're now it's still, where we've been at generally within the year, but any factor. You're not getting evidence of okay, you should feel good. If anything, you're getting evidence of paranoia with data highlighting that rates maybe should go higher. The yen dumping. I mean, even the bonds are dumping too, but that dollar, like I was telling you, if dollar goes green, we're going to have another problem. And then bonds have enough cushion, but sadly this time, this means the market could go like really red by the time bonds go red. But I don't know if that data is gonna make you like really, really sell off. But at one point, it's about the data. The next part is about the momentum. And just, again, if bonds do start hitting highs, you're going to watch people get blown out just naturally. There's a lot of aversion right now. Goldman, the U.S., we remain bearish winter 23, summer 24 relative to current forwards. General Motors says Q3 UAW strike cost at $200 million. It was important. It is important, but the data, again, I'm hoping I taught you enough to come to this conclusion yourself. But look at the data and how it came in. Nothing moved us enough, but it was a slight tilt towards bad. Again, the prices, what you're getting with prices, that went up by a little bit. Oh, I got to refresh this. Yeah, so prices went up a little bit. The new orders, that ended up plummeting, but not to any crazy amount. And then employment, that dropped, which was good, but you pretty much had one good, one bad, but nothing really telling. However, like things like prices and employment kind of being sticky and not showing the surprising improvement, it's instantly leading to dollar up, bonds down, and then take a look at the market for now. Yeah, I guess you could call it relatively strong, which could give you a relatively bad reaction. Do I think it was the worst? No. And like I was saying, is that yesterday, the data was a lot easier than this one. Because yesterday, it was just high jobs, higher rates. That was an easy analysis. Right now, you have one good, one bad, everything else slightly tilted to the positive. So what are you going to do off of that? Yeah, 60-40 to the good side, but unfortunately, good means bad because good data means bonds can go up higher. Google event started. But again, SPY didn't move as much. If anything, dollar gave up half of the losses, and then bonds gave up half of their gains. What's the worst that could happen to Bill? I mean, keep it below 250,000. I don't think. I think the worst that happens is maybe you don't access your money for a day or two, but at that point, the world would probably be in a much worse position. I don't think Bill relatively has risk. However, good for you for being prudent. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's how you feel, no shame in that. I would just go buy a bond. Now might be the time. I don't know who you trust more, Bill in the stock market or the government, but either way, if you want the utmost safest asset of like fixed money and getting a return, then I would go with bonds. I would you could go to TD Ameritrade. Yeah, you could go to E-Trade, go to the issue center, and you could go buy a bond. You could go to Treasury Direct, and that's it. So bonds bouncing a little bit. This will be good. Hopefully, man. The last thing we want is bonds to have green and sell off. If they could bounce off of that data, though, we're looking for stability. But again, same interpretation of the data applies here. I think it's really in the middle, 60-40, slight tilt to good, but good means bad. Wanted to know, got some extra capital. Yeah. It's chill. I have a lot of money in there. I separate it between accounts to make sure I have no more than 250,000 in any account, just in case. However, if you're ever worried about it, you could buy a bond, whatever you want. How long do you want to hold the money, right? If you can reasonably expect that you're going to tie that money up for a year, go buy a 1-year bond. The yields are high. Or you could go buy a 30-month bond, 30-day bond every month if you want, or go buy a 3-month bond or a 6-month bond. The yields are extremely high, and again, you could put your money in, get your return, and go from there. XLF red. They've been red all day, if anything. So if anything, SPYs came down. Looks like it's catching up to the banks. I like the government bonds. I like the 3-month and the 6-month bond. Even the 4-week. Those are great just because I never know when I'm going to use my money if I have them in trading accounts. So I like to put it in the bonds. Just or a 30-day one. I use Bill again, but I've done it with the bonds, and I've 30 days. 4-week bonds are very, very good. Even 8-week. Small tie-up, and then you get a return. I'm still in the MES for now. I should cut it, though. I could take the loss. It was 150. We made more on Monday, but at the same time, I still like it slow, so I'm going to give it a little bit just in case. If bonds go negative, I'll sell it, but then at that point, I'll be back at yesterday's loss, which I could deal with. XLF could sell off really low. It needs to find its home. You fill the gap at least, but again, XLF has not. Just remember, it's right there at the low of SVB and all that stuff. The dump so far off the data. But I don't think it was that bad to cause it. But if anything, it brought the bonds down about 0.5%. And then off of the data, the dollar went up almost a quarter, about to go green. Remember, good news is not, it wasn't even good. It was slightly good, but good is not bad. Remember, yesterday's jobs data was good. You had job openings. You would think that's good for America. And we did not have a positive reaction. Your company put $10 million in a 1-month CD and $45 in a 2-month CD, earning 5.25 and 5.34. Yeah, you can't go wrong. CDs are great too. I mean, I don't know what the difference would be between the bond, but I feel like the CDs have a little bit more protection because then you have the party that you could blame it on, the bank. What's more important, saving the dollar or saving the market? I'll do you one better. Saving stability. They want stable everything across the globe. We cannot have price instability. If you haven't noticed, just a couple weeks of price instability on the bonds is, after a couple days, you got people vomiting, and now you have people being very fearful of it. So, stability is the answer. They're trying to get things stable. I don't think they really care about how high or how low, as long as it is not extremely volatile, leaving you with one price 1 week and a substantially different price the next week or month. The internet will not be shut down at 2 p.m. Stop capping. At 2:22 Eastern, FEMA, I believe, is gonna send an emergency test to everybody's cell phone. So if your cell phone is turned on and connected to a cell phone service, you are going to get an alert on your phone. It's going to have a loud noise, and it's going to be there to tell you to test the nationwide emergency broadcast system. So there you go. But you will have the internet. If you are worried about it, again, there's tinfoil. You could turn off your phone. Other than that, I don't think your internet will be turned off. I think every phone. I'm not too sure. You could turn it off if you go to settings, notifications, under government alerts, type alert on or off. I didn't know that. I think you still might get it. That's the thing about it. I think this is again, as long as the phone is turned on and connected to cell phone service, I do think it's going to go on to every phone, TV, and every radio. So again, if you're if you're on TV, if you're listening to public broadcasting or whatever it may be, I'm pretty sure that you will get it. I think it's only going to last for a little bit. It's at 2:22 Eastern. 2:22. You don't get it if you disable government alerts. I don't get any. No way. So yeah, I guess that works. If you go to your settings, look at you, Nick. That's great. I just attest the emergency broadcast system. They want to make sure that they can notify all Americans and that everything is connected. I think if you're on a flight and there's Wi-Fi, it'll go through. Amba, they're decent. Again, they're connected to Apple. They were a high flyer a couple years ago. So see, Google announces Pixel Watch 2. What? Bro, the video is private. The community banking thing is supposed to be starting, but it's legitimately... Bro, what is this? Well, either way, you have Martin Grunenberg. He's coming on. You're going to have a lot of people at this thing. Again, the Google event is happening now. Where is this? Made by Google 23. There's 128,000 people watching this.
If you can't check in after it expires,
they got good audio, though.
Safety Check will share your location with your emergency contacts.
Okay, I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram.
And by the way, with Fitbit Premium,
this is happening now. I just got a headline.
Features like Safety Check and emergency location sharing, even if you haven't connected your LTE-enabled Pixel Watch 2 to a network. Now, I started Fitbit 16 years ago on the idea that a new generation of wearable sensors could help people live healthier lives. And it's a mission we're still on as a combined Fitbit and Google team. With Pixel Watch 2, we're bringing together new AI algorithms, upgraded software, and 3 new sensors to give you the most complete picture of your everyday health. Pixel Watch's heart rate sensor has been upgraded from a single path sensor to a brand new, fully redesigned multi-path sensor. We've 10x the number of optical channels that can measure heart rate compared to the first-gen Pixel Watch. So now your heart rate can be measured in multiple locations on your wrist for a more accurate reading. And combined with an improved ML algorithm, Pixel Watch 2 produces up to 40% more accurate heart rate tracking during vigorous activities like HIIT, spinning, and rowing. And to further enhance your workout, new coaching features keep you on pace and in your target heart rate zone, while the more glanceable UI helps you nail your intervals. The new skin temperature sensor delivers better insights into your sleep and overall wellness. And the new
Okay, thanks, Google. No, so I just need to go to the bathroom. We can't be listening to this. Another one. We've got like 4 product announcements, man, lately. These are a lot. These are a lot. The audio was good, though. I'm not going to lie. That was the best audio we've had out of any of those. No news on Disney, unless something just came out now. It could be, again, yesterday, just the Netflix stuff and people talking about the cost. That was kind of negative. Or it's getting people to think about just, again, writer strike's going to have a lot more cost associated. And, if Netflix is raising prices, I think Disney, they said they didn't want to after doing it so many times. But I'm not seeing any headlines on Disney. Netflix plans to raise... Yeah, Disney, they have a headline related to the Netflix stuff. That's it. Again, Disney, you're going to have to wait till earnings. Remember, their last earnings, it's not like... it's actually been pretty weird for them. If you consider they haven't really moved too much, but it's not like their last earnings gave them the boost. So a lot of people might be waiting there, and I guess it'll be in a month. That's the weird part. Earnings starts very soon next week. But then your big dogs and like the bigger names, they come a couple weeks later. BA did. Boeing, they had their own thing. Oh, AMD is ripping right now. AMD on the high. And again, SPY's still holding up. So this kind of neutral, good, bad data, depending on how you want to take it. It had an effect on bonds in the dollars, but it's not broken anything yet. So we'll see. Hold it. ACAT on the high. I forgot there's somebody today related to an irritable bowel syndrome drug. ACAT has one of those. Rivian's on the high. Tesla's going. I don't know. Maybe these EVs are going up off of the UK crackdown on China EVs. Low ticker flying. Yeah, that is true. But you're not watching because the indexes are really weird today. It's 50-50. Energy is down a lot. Financials are even down. I want to say XLV and healthcare, but then you have some tech names doing good, but it's still very lopsided. It was like this in the morning, and even right now, I mean, NASDAQ's up 0.38. S&P is barely green, about to go negative again, and then the Dow Jones is red, and Russell is the worst on the day. Is it a good time to buy when a stock is at all-time lows, or are there things I should be looking out for? Just make sure it's not a trap, It's good to, I like it, but at the same time, you could see it. It doesn't come easy. You could buy stocks at their lows, but, sometimes they'll have more pain. And then sometimes it's better to buy it at the low than anything else. So just make sure it's not a trap. Make sure it's sustainable, that they'll be around, that they don't have, something that'll make it pretty much end up worthless down the line, and you'll be good to go. I'm going to listen to the Fed speakers if they let us. So I have the video, but it's not loading. I had the video link and it says it's private. I think they took it down. Michelle Bowman, 9:25 a.m. How to spot a trap. Find out why they're down. So that's the easiest way. Why did it hit an all-time low? Like, Walgreens, there's events that line up with it. MPW, there's events. 3M, didn't become the company it was and then fall from grace without an event. So that's the best way. Because then once you know why it dropped, like 3M, it's related to the case. MPW, it's related to refinancing risk and the debt that they have. What's the other one? There's a couple. Again, even the banks. Like, why did the banks drop? All of those will tell you stuff.
I love what CSBS is. Another side story about Jim.
That's loud.
He welcomed me to his office.
I'm trying to change it.
My first FOMC meeting, where I just had gotten done giving my economic outlook and my insights on what I would do if I was voting. And Jim was so accommodating.
So I think Jim is about to go on. Jim Schmidt or whatever, or Jeff Schmidt. I don't even know. But I have the video. You're going to get a lot. It's going to be like Fed speakers. I think you got one or two Fed speakers. You're going to get one of the FDIC, Mr. Grunenberg, and then a couple of other ones. But there's a very big, this is the Community Banking Research Conference. So there's a lot of speakers. SPY going lower, though. So, again, bonds are not going lower with it. You had that little relief there, but it's starting to look like every other day. Dollar's only down by 0.07. 4224 again, 4223, 222. That's the low level from yesterday. Again, we went a little lower. If we break that here, 4200 is still in play. Dollar wants 107. Another blood today. It could happen. It could. Bonds are dying now a little bit, but they have cushion, but your dollar's about to ramp up green again. This is literally how yesterday started to a degree. You had the first candles lower, but then, like I was telling you, the dollar was break even right here, and then we're shooting up. So if this stops here, we're good, but if the dollar does go green and stays green, it might start wrecking ball again. I came in like a wreck. The data wasn't terrible. That's why I think it's a lot slower. It wasn't good. It was 60-40. It was awkward, but most of it was in line. Employment went down. That's great for us, but then prices going up, that's not there. Fed Bowman does not comment on monetary policy. So again, we could listen to it, but there's a headline, I guess her pre-written statement. She does not comment on monetary policy. Why would the dollar be going green bad? Because it's at a high level now. So quite frankly, if it keeps going higher, where it's putting us in the same problems as every day in the last couple weeks, where the dollar just climbs up higher, bond yields go higher, and then the market starts to go down. So it's like we run into that issue there because the dollar, it's all these other currencies, but at this point now, the dollar, it's starting to have a negative effect. I mean, let me tell you something very simple. Are you guys ready for this? Dollar is up. Stock market is down right now. Like, does that make sense? I hope it does. And it's kind of a way to view your money to a degree. And I'll tell you right now, there's some lag, but some things are adjusting. But there is a certain effect is happening. I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is, and this is, I mean, again, if you're even, I'm down to buy certain things, but some people don't want to buy right now because they're worried about credit risk. But literally, your dollar is stronger. You're getting more for your dollar. And if it keeps going up, prices will come down because the dollar is able to get you more. Quite frankly, it's not going to last forever, and you'll look at it, but just even on the short term, dollars up, stocks are down. I mean, your dollar is getting you more stocks right now. Dollar is the same price as last October. The thing was, last October, people thought that it shouldn't have been that high. We thought it was because of inflation. We thought it was because of Fed policy. We thought it was because of oil. And a lot has changed. However, for the dollar to be back up now, and that's what I've been saying this whole time. Michelle Bowman's up, but where is it? I've been saying this the whole time. Last October, the dollar's back to that level, but look, the euro isn't there. The euro October was almost 10-20% lower. Go to that's the pound, excuse me. Same thing though, euro is about 5% higher. So that's wild. Why? Because that means your dollar is back to the same spot, but this time around, you don't have global currencies dying, or at least some of the majors, they're not dying the same way they were last year. So it's the dollar is, and this is my theory, is that the dollar is extremely strong right now, and we don't see it. That's why, but every day it's shining through, because no matter what, a day like today, the dollar's red, one thing happens, notice that strength, other things are moving. Hey, F350, you were right about the healthcare ticker. Amgen heading lower. I'm glad. He called me F350. He said, hey, F350. I don't know. The dollar's not tech rising versus demand for the dollars. I think it's because of the other currencies right now. I think it's the weakness in the places we don't give enough attention to. Again, it's places like Japan, but also places like Nigeria, India, everywhere else in the world, even China. But it's all of their, it's all of the weakness that's killing us. Because again, oil is up a lot. It's kind of paradoxical that the thing that oil is priced in, even after a massive rally, is getting stronger. That's because a lot of other countries are just dying. So the next stage is, as I've been saying, the euro and pound will be next. But for the most part, I mean, dollar's at the same level of last year, but when you look at underneath the surface, it's a lot different, and it's much more concerning. Oil inventories came in negative 2.2 million. Estimate was 50,000. Cushing crude oil 132 versus negative 943 previous. Watch oil. Gasoline inventories, 6.4 million. Estimate was negative 300,000. So again, you had crude inventories. That was a big miss. Gasoline, big beat. Distillate inventory, negative 1.2 million. Estimate was negative 68,000. So you could get more F350 upgrades with this dollar. Yeah, or the same upgrade for the F350 should be a little cheaper. Yeah, the gasoline number, I don't know, though. It seems like too good, too bad, but at the same respect, oil's down 3.4 and dumping still. Then SPY reacting a little bit off the bottom with that. And then I have Michelle Bowman, but I don't think she's going to say anything. So dollar chilled from the high. Apple's going up. Google's still going. There is that Google event. I haven't got a headline on it in a minute, though. They announced Pixel 8 and Pixel 8 Pro. That was like 6 minutes ago. Nancy didn't get booted. It was McCarthy. Microsoft, all the big tech is still holding up. Again, watch XLF, XLV, even Staples. There's a lot of red in terms of industry, but then again, the day is still like 50-50. She got kicked out of her physical office. Oh, I did not get in that involved. XLP, Staples getting a red, Apple's still going, NASDAQ up 0.39, SPY still red, NASDAQ or Dow and Russell still red. Yeah, it's already. I mean, tech is looking great. At least for the great in the respect of going up when everything has been a shit show to the downside. XBI dump. Biotech. Where's XLB? Material. Again, I maybe oil down almost 4% is part of this, but for the most part, this is still just a lot more of the industries, the value industries are doing very bad today. I think only XLK is the only thing in the green. Oh, no, you got other stuff, transports, tech, retail trade, but energy is doing very bad. There is Feds talking. Oh, Clarita's talking now. I have the community banking thing. Michelle Bowman's talking. She's a voter. She does not talk about monetary policy, though.
Affect community banks indirectly.
That's her. And then you have Richard Clarita. He's on Bloomberg. This is the guy who sold the top in COVID on your ass.
Good question. You know, what I'd be looking at, Alex and Guy, is I'd be looking at the extent to which this sell-off reflects a big move up in inflation expectations. You know, the Powell Fed wants to anchor inflation expectations. So far, most of the move has been in real rates, not in inflation. But if I were still back at the Eccles or the Martin building, I'd be looking to see that the Fed's credibility is still in place, which currently it is.
Yeah, the Fed would certainly like to maintain its credibility, and if things get disorderly, maybe it would have the opportunity to step in.
Imagine my man's talking about
Rich,
Fed
do you have
credibility.
Any idea, do you have any clarity on what the current strike
Tesla
price of the
XLK is
Fed
popping right now too. SPY just got a couple candles back to data release. Bonds are still down.
I think that's a tricky concept in general of the Fed put. What I do think we do know, Guy and Alex, is the Fed understands that the liquidity of the Treasury market is essential to achieving its mission. And certainly in my time at the Fed, we had disruptions for example, in the repo markets in 2019. So there can be sufficient or significant disruptions where the Fed steps in. We saw from the Bank of England exactly a year ago, but I don't know. I don't have a particular level that I would mention right now.
Do you think that the bond market is functioning well? I mean, we talk about liquidity risks, the hedge fund basis trade, like all that stuff. Is the bond market giving us a real read, or are there just a lot of distortions, and what do we do with that?
Alex, a good point, because I alluded to that a moment ago. I do think there are market technicals at play here. Essentially, what I mean by market technicals, tendencies for prices to move or overshoot in response to fundamental news. For example, I'll give you a good example. Just intraday, if you look at your Bloomberg screen, you'll see that yield on the 10-year Treasury moved up about 15 basis points and then moved down roughly that amount on the ADP data. So those are very big moves in response to one report. So that's telling me that there is a technical element here.
You've also alluded to the fact that the Fed's probably comfortable with what it's seeing. To a certain extent, this is doing the job that the Fed may need to do further down the road. Rich, do you still believe that the Fed has further to go? I'm wondering what the right question to ask is right now. Is it still how high do they go, or is it now how long do they stay there? And it's that kind of Are we at the top of the Matterhorn, or are we at the top of Table Mountain? Where, if you were to pick a mountain, where are we?
Yeah, well, if you had asked me this a month ago, and I think I was on Bloomberg Air around that time, I was in the camp
Marriott
going
on the
into
high,
September
AMD
meeting,
still going.
That we would likely get one more hike in this cycle, if really just for precautionary reasons. And certainly the dots at the September meeting had 12 of the 19 participants indicating one more hike. I'm less of that view now. I think given that, as I said, the bond market can do some of the Fed's job for it, if even some of this recent increase were to stick, I think the Fed could well be done.
If the Fed is done, first of all, thank you for breaking news with us. We appreciate it. If the Fed is done,
he is no longer a part of the Fed. He's the second
looked
person.
like
Again, yesterday Yellen was kind of insinuating that the Fed could be done, and now Mr. Sell the Top at COVID is telling you the Fed could be done. But I think the market is moving without it. Bonds, they're just not dying.
A lot of scenarios, 2 cuts looks about right to me, but I think there's certainly a chance that we don't get any cuts next year. Or conversely, if inflation falls more rapidly than I and the Fed expect, they could be cutting more. So I think the way to look at those numbers is that they're averaging across a range of outcomes, but that doesn't look unrealistic to me. What I will say is back in May, when the markets were pricing in 6 cuts, including starting this year, I thought that was out of line with Fed reality.
Okay.
But no, right now,
where do you, Rich? When we get into a rate cutting cycle, what does that cycle look like, do you think? How low do we go? Catherine Mann was talking the other day. She was talking about rates being permanently higher. Yeah. Do you agree with her?
Well, I think in the case of the UK, and my good friend Catherine Mann's done a great job there, I think that is right, because remember, they barely got rates above 0 before the pandemic. During my time at the Fed, we got the funds rate all the way up to 2.5%. What I do think, however, is, central banks do have some room to cut now, and so they're further away from the 0 bound. But I do, not to sound boring, but I think central banks are going to be data dependent. But I think an important difference in this cycle, leaning in Catherine's direction, is this is the first rate hike cycle, at least in the U.S., in 40 years, in which the goal of policy has been to reduce inflation, not just to keep inflation from going up. So I think there probably will be something of a bias in this cycle as well.
Oh, that's interesting. And that also goes back to the neutral rate, right? And that is still definitely unclear on that sense. So, Rich, I'm just wondering then what you think about the labor market. What happens if we get a super hot number on Friday? What happens if we get a nice cool number? How are you thinking about it?
Well, there's no doubt that the Fed wants the labor market to slow. It's hoping it can engineer that soft landing, but 180, 200,000 jobs a month is probably about 100,000 more than the economy can sustain without upward pressure on wages. So I think that our analysis indicates that we're going to continue to see a slowdown in gains in payroll growth. It'd be interesting tomorrow if for a change the ADP report is indicating something. If we got an 80K print tomorrow, that would certainly be downshifting into the range the Fed thinks is consistent. But I do think that the Fed is looking not just at the price inflation data, but also wage and compensation costs. They're still running hot relative to the Fed's long-run inflation target.
Yeah, the ISM services data certainly pointing us in that direction. We got that at the top of last hour. So, Rich, pull it all together for me. Jamie Dimon's warning of the risk of potentially going to 7% on the 10-year. We've got others making similar noises. Some are even saying higher. What do you think? What kind of trajectory are we currently on? Do I want to be buying the 10-year at this
you're
point?
Back
do you think
above
there's going to be a better entry point further down
bonds,
the road?
though,
well, what I'd say
are
about
still
that is
a little lower,
think
but
that
equities
we're in a
are
world,
moving
we
now.
said this in our
Again,
publications.
AMD, all of tech is still getting a monster bid.
That we do think the Fed has credibility. It will get inflation to 2, and starting yields for patient investors are attractive. There are a lot of opportunities in the bond market and spread and mortgages and globally. So, I wouldn't necessarily highlight just an interest rate
he works on Wall Street
level
now, I'm pretty sure.
at this point. But yes, the bond market is adjusting,
he's one of the heads of
technicals
PIMCO
to
now.
macro data, to fiscal dysfunction, and prices will find a level, consistent with that data.
Rich, always going to get your perspective. Next time, with me in studio. We miss you in person. Rich Clarida, PIMCO.
Yeah, bro. From the Fed to PIMCO. My goodness. So interesting, though. That's the second person connected to the Fed, but not in the Fed, that has said maybe they're done. Again, I think maybe everybody just wants bonds to calm the F down. So we'll see. I think, didn't Tesla delivery numbers just come out? And then Ionis, that sounds familiar. That's on the high. I've seen that on the high a couple of times today. Again, AMD, NVIDIA, but really like all the big tech names, they had a nice little move there. XLK was running up. Tesla, 3.5. The U.S. will transfer weapons seized from Iran to Ukraine. Google on the high. Google's starting to run. Everyone leaving the Fed. Well, no. Clarita left years ago. Clarita left because he got in trouble for selling and day trading millions of dollars after the Fed said everything was going to crash. That guy you just heard was day trading millions of dollars of Netflix. And then he stepped down and resigned as a result. Again, and then he said he resigned at the literal top. So right when he resigned a couple months later, that was all-time highs for the stock market. And then this is not made up either. That's the sad part. This is all a true story. And he resigned, and now he works for an investment bank, PIMCO. Yes. Mm-hmm. So welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Google is they're having an event. I mean, honestly, that could be it. I didn't want to listen to it, but maybe we got to give it some. Maybe a couple. It's just so boring. There's 150,000 people watching.
Pixel 8's camera is truly magical.
Pixel
but
8, baby.
Some people won't be satisfied with anything but our absolute best camera in a smartphone. And you'll get it with Pixel 8 Pro, which has everything you just saw in Pixel 8 and much more for people who want the most powerful camera.
I'm all like product development.
Every camera
I'm all
in
product
Pixel 8
development
Pro
and
is
out.
upgraded. The triple rear Pro camera sensor with better low light performance, a bigger ultra-wide lens with even better macro focus, an upgraded telephoto that can capture 56% more light and take photos with 10x optical quality. And we've added autofocus on the front-facing camera, so you can take the best pixel selfies ever. Now, when you combine the upgraded hardware and advanced Google AI, it makes it easy for everyone to get a
seems like so much more professional than the other one.
Perfect
yeah, Chad,
pixel.
we can't do this. We can't do this. I give up. It happens. We'll get to it. We'll get to it in a little bit. Eventually. I think once they make like an announcement, then I would be down. Pixel perfect. Again, Meta's not up as much, 0.75. They had news, another EV play. Again, Tesla, Rivian, I really think it's that UK news or the EU news related to it. They sound like Apple seemed to I think we just listen to Apple because we like Apple. Again, I don't have an Android, but then at the same time, we have to listen to Intel, Apple, Meta, and now Google. There's a lot of these product development speeches or whatever. There's a lot to take in. Am I hitting the wreck tonight? We'll be running games this evening. God willing, we'll see. Yesterday, I almost was late yesterday. I went on early, and then I had to delay with the traffic a little bit, but it kind of messed me up yesterday. So we'll see. God willing, baby, God willing. Okay, couple of red candles right back down. So bonds stayed within the range. This was like yesterday. Remember that rally that we had yesterday? It was like right here, but then the bonds were like selling off like 10 minutes before. Kind of looks the same. So maybe we'll use the bonds as a gauge. If the bonds hit a new low, maybe we go lower. If not, then maybe it doesn't. But I don't know how confident I am in that. Maturing CDs and harder to loan, does that mean the dollar is strong? Yeah, I'm telling you, the dollar is way stronger than we even think. They don't even put out the trade-weighted indexes the same way that they used to. But, if you have trouble understanding the strength of the dollar, I encourage you to look at all of the other global currencies and look around, and you'll see it's not just CDs. And if anything, we need to raise our rates higher because we're not watching the same financial effects. It's not as if CDs and maturing loans are the source of this. It's literally all these other countries in the world right now are dying. Again, the best example is the Japanese yen, but another one is the Nigerian naira. They're third producer, fourth producer in oil. Their currency is even worse than what the established rate shows. So if you go look at the NGN USD or USD NGN, it shows you $700 for $1. It's really $1,000 in Nigeria right now. So there's a lot of things like that all around the world. Yeah, the lira, Argentina, and then there's some people we trade with more. Again, like I'm saying, Japan, China, Asia. It's not as if they are in a good position with their dollar. So if I'm really, for education's sake, I do want people to be aware of this now. It goes a long way. Feels like Monday all over again. That's sadly. It feels like a repeat of all of it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this week, last week. It all kind of just the same effect where we're doing whatever, but then there's an invisible hand, that pressure. You have pressure in terms of the rates and the dollar, and it's just like no matter what's happening, you're feeling that pressure just weigh. It's causing the drain, but a vacuum is a good answer too. It feels like a vacuum until we get the data. SFWL? What's this, Shangfang? Oh, why have I heard of that? That sounds very familiar. Channeling your inner Adam Smith. Got to, bro. Got to. Are the CEOs manipulating the dollar so they could hit their earnings? To the contrary. Don't forget what happened in 2022. When the dollar was strong, what happened to those companies on earnings? They all got clapped because of currency translation. So strong dollar is not good for some companies. Remember, some benefited, some didn't. But now that means in the last, this is what I'm talking about. Because what does it mean if your dollar is strong, ladies and gentlemen? It means other currencies are weaker. So if you're Apple, all of your revenue in China and Asia is lower now because the dollar's up. If you want to convert it or for balance sheet's sake, you're down now. Again, take all of the revenue you get in Europe, the Middle East, Latin America, all of those are getting clapped now. So we saw this happen last year. Strong dollar does not benefit most CEOs. Some do, but for the majority, your big tech, your Magnificent Seven, strong dollar, unless they hedged for it properly, it's actually a risk for them, especially if it is a lot of strength. The data should be done today. If anything, we got these Fed speakers. Again, Michelle Bowman, she's been talking. I still got a live video of her, but she hasn't said anything. She doesn't talk about policy. We had oil numbers. I think you got Fed Goolsby. And that might be it. You already had bonds, or you had oil. You're going to get President Lagarde. I don't know if that already happened, and then that's it. We'll get some updates out of Japan tonight, and then you're good to go. Over time, won't countries raise prices based on currency? If it's possible, if they could get away with it and it actually works. But eventually, I mean, if the currency is already weak for other countries, last thing you want is a price thing. What they usually do is hedge. They hedge for currency risk. They buy futures to make sure that everything is locked in. That's what a lot of companies started doing end of last year. They started doing currency hedges to pretty much guarantee a stable rate. So you could do that. You could spend money up front on the quarter, on the year, spend millions of dollars on futures, and you could just box them in, create like a straddle or something, or even just buy one or the other depending on how you're positioned. And then that way you could kind of guarantee all of your currency will come through at a certain price. Yeah, man, places like Nigeria go very hungry. It's sad everywhere. Again, I mean, my parents' home country, Egypt, is right now the second worst place in the world. So right after Ukraine, in terms of like poverty and certain things, you literally have Egypt. Again, their currency is destroyed. The governments, it's one thing. Imagine now if they had a corrupt government on top of it, it gets even crazier. So, a lot of places around the world are getting clapped, no matter what it is. It's pretty wild to think about. Even Mexico, AMLO made some statements yesterday about, he actually got in on the Ukraine debate, believe it or not. Yeah, jobless claims tomorrow, unemployment Friday. I think that's going to be the big one. Yeah, bro, Egypt is awful right now. I feel awful again. We've helped a lot of people in my family who are still there, but like, dude, it's effed up. Like, it's really effed up. Like, it's actually like, it's crazy to think about it. Are they Coptic Christian? I think. I don't know. Some of my family, and then the other side of my family is Muslim. But I don't know, something there. My mom got the little tattoo thing. It's always like that to different degrees. Brazil is madness. It is 100%. Again, it's something to keep your eyes open to. And if you want to understand it economically or use it to your advantage, again, like I'm telling you, my family out there, it's awful. I mean, the thing you can learn from it is just like be aware of what's happening in other countries. Even if you don't give a shit, it's just like look at the currencies. And like I'm saying, you'll understand what I'm talking about a lot more, just in the sense that like it's not like it's like why the dollar's strong. It's like CEOs are doing this. It's like no. It's like, dude, the rest of the world right now is having a lot of problems with their currencies. Again, the dollar, the pound, and the euro are magically, doing their little Western thing. But for the most part, it's pretty wild. Kifak Habibi, Azek Habibi, Mishkorak. You like me now? You like me more now that I'm Egypt? Your best friends from there? Yallah, Habibi, yallah. That's good. I'm surprised some of you didn't know. My buddy who's massively in shape, he wouldn't mess with him, worked overseas, would travel. He said the only place he didn't feel safe was Egypt. It's funny because my mom will be like, no, come on. It's bad out there. It's really, really bad. I don't know about safety. That's one thing, but like poverty. That's it. Like, Egypt is a poverty-stricken nation as of lately. Again, it always kind of has been, but like it's awful now. Again, I just started looking. I saw a comment yesterday from Sisi. Very weird, the president, and just like you compare it to the dollar and the oil. I'm telling, like, if I like the money I give to my family in Egypt, it goes a very long way. But that's just because it's so bad out there. But it's just like it's crazy to think like they are on a, like, again, I think even their poverty level is worse than some places that you would think, and it's kind of mind blowing. The tattoo. My mom has a tattoo on her hand because in Egypt at the time, if you're born into like Christianity, they mark you because it's an Islamic nation, and that's like for their beliefs and like something related to like I think taxes at the time too. So that's why my mom. I told my mom I want it. She got mad at me, but yeah, because she tells us she don't like tattoos. But I'm like, you got one, and then yeah. That ain't true. Okay, I'm sure. Thank you for telling me about my family. I appreciate you. The Lebanese economy, yeah, a lot. It's kind of crazy. I'm telling you, still a mind-blowing thing. I always get it, man. Always. The shoe thrown. I make my jokes with mom. Sometimes I get the shoe sometime. No. I mean, if you guys, like I said, the whole story, the main point of this, all of this talk, to further your knowledge and experience, whether you believe in certain laws or not. It's very simple. Pay attention to currencies around the world and the places that you do not know about right now or that you're not really as focused on, because there is an element in there that is playing out with all of it. On October, thoughts on grabbing calls. We got to wait. It's either Friday we could grab them if it's good, or we go by Thursday. Shout out to the vets destroying the Middle East. Well, I've made jokes about y'all killing my cousin, but I'm thankful for the vets in the United States. Again, I'm an American, and I was born here. And what they do for us is again, you ain't doing it. Like, what are you saying, bro? You know, so I guess it's easy to talk smack. Like I said, man, I got family in other places, but at the same time, don't forget, we as a society, we give the green light for what's acceptable. Again, if you think, again, you want to bring up Middle Easterns and people dying, just remember a lot of people support blood wars and hot wars every single day. And they don't want peace. So at the end of the day, whatever the public allows, just remember, you're part of that. So amen. The vets did nothing but fight for our freedom. And that's why even my parents, there's a reason why we shout out the vets, baby. Because like you tell my dad, my mom, bro, they love being here because the opportunity that we were given, it's unreal. So I hope all of you recognize that you were born in a country with an unlimited amount of opportunity, even with inflation, even with shitty politics, even with all of it, hands down. And again, there's people before us who fought for that and sacrificed, no matter how it ended up. It's still, dude, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. So every morning, man, thank you. Thank you to the vets, baby. What level would you? I'm ready to buy for the long term on Disney, but I'm going for other things. I'm thinking capital preservation yield initially. That's why I went with MO. Again, has a little bit more risk, but it's a stock that's been stable for me. But then it's like I'd rather grab a little bit of yield, whereas like earnings is right around the corner. So we might as well kind of wait. But I'm ready to buy Disney. I am not scared. I'm not I'm not scared of that. You're not bashing me or my mom. The reason is not because of Islam. All right, type in Google Jizya. And then the conversation is over. No worries. I forgive you regardless. And I appreciate your opinion. And I'm not trying to prove you right or wrong. But again, I was just responding. And that will do it for you. My mom is against all companies. So that's why I had to make her a long term if I wanted to get her any sort of investment. She doesn't claim it, but at the same time, again, you're not going to pass any morality test there. And then a little green shoot off the bottom. Again, bonds didn't hit a low. That's all I'm waiting. It's every day, unfortunately. You guys are going to have to... you guys are going to listen to me on a day-to-day basis telling you we're going to be talking and then waiting until the dollar or bonds move. It's kind of annoying, but sadly, I do think that is the state that we're in right now. The gold is, that's going to be next up eventually, but I think gold is part of the whole credit risk scenario. Again, I think a lot of the bonds and what we're seeing here, I liked yesterday's watch list. I'm glad a lot of you guys gave me some good feedback. So I don't know, we might need to nerd out a lot on those videos. Maybe I just love the yield curve too much, but fact of the matter is, we're not watching people buy safe havens. You've witnessed it. You saw it during the debt ceiling. You saw it during SVB. You saw it end of last year. You know what I'm saying? And it was all like every time we'd freak out, we would buy something, and we would go and buy something. This time around, we're not buying anything. Gold is selling off. They're selling off the 30-year, the 2-year. Nobody's buying protection. Again, maybe they're buying puts. That's why the VIX is going up, but nobody's buying a safe haven, and then that is screaming credit risk after, 30, 50 basis points at a time of the yield just blowing out, the yield curve uninverting, almost vertically. That's all just saying something, but it's related to credit. So eventually gold will stop. And, once in a weird way, if people go from credit risk to recession risk, then gold is going to rocket. But, keep in mind when gold, bonds, and the Japanese yen aren't getting a bid, it's kind of telling you, hey, man, this is, you're not watching people buy safe havens. They're actually turning away. I guess the safe haven is the sexy seven, you could call them. Maybe that's a better, less boomer name. But at the end of the day, too, though, those still have they still have risk. So in the same respect, your sexy seven is down like 10 to 20% in the last quarter, just off of those highs. So you're not getting the same safe haven, but you are getting upside movement better than just anything else. You know what I'm saying? Better than the overall market. But I do think there is a limit to all of that. But for now, we got to wait until people want to buy that stuff. And eventually it will, but we need bonds to stabilize. Because once bonds stabilize, credit risk will stabilize. Does that make sense? So hopefully you guys are with me. That's why I said it from Monday on the watch list this whole week. I said it again. Remember when I was telling you the market is about to really react to higher for longer. The watch list have been hitting, baby. So I've been having a lot of fun with it. But at the end of the day here now, what we're waiting for is bond stabilization so that credit risk can stabilize. Otherwise, bonds don't stabilize, credit risk is running rampant. But if bonds can calm down, the risk associated with all credit globally, that is going to calm down. Why is the bond percent from the yield curve different from the actual bond rate? Are you saying on the dynamic yield curve? I think it updates 1 day behind. So you'll have to see, but also on, I think I highlighted it there, you got to look really closely because when you look at the inverted yield curve, let's see it. Where is it? But if you look really closely, you'll see there's the 3-month and then the 2-year. So you see like it updated from yesterday, it came up, and then here's the 2-year, but it just, that 0.3 looks a little higher. But why does it look like this? Because the 3-month, the Fed funds rate is still high. This chart, even if the 2-year, even if the 10-year goes above the 2-year, this chart is still going to look inverted just because of the 3-month. Is that what you're answering, or are you saying, because yesterday I think it was lower? See, that's the difference. This was yesterday's chart. This is updating today. You watch the whole curve just lift up. But then otherwise, just watch that 3-month is getting in the way, and that's going to tell you that it's inverted for a while probably, unless the 10-year or the 30-year can go above the 5.5. Oh, add tail length. I would have showed it, yeah. That's a good, if you ever go to that website, if you click that box, it'll create like a shadow to show you where it was at the day before. GLD, man, bonds look hideous. And that's TLT. IEF looks a little better, but they're both holding up their gains for now. Gas did not hit $8 yet in LA, but I told you I was paying a lot. Again, I was paying like $6.99 and then like 7 something, but it's slowly been going up. It's almost been like 2 months now of this. I don't, dude, it's weird. I'm not like, I don't even like my gas. I'm not even like tripping on the gas, but like I notice it so much now. It's so weird. It's just because it happened so early, and then now it keeps on happening. And then Tesla's rocketing right now. Another high, even Zillow at the high. Tesla has 784 highs. My goodness. But like every gas station I've looked at, like the richer areas, the cheaper areas, bro, it don't matter. Gas is just like up. Did I study finance in university? Loosely. I studied politics and philosophy. And again, a lot of my classes, there's like political economy and stuff related to there. That's where I learned a lot about trade, but took basic economics, and I don't have any financial degree or licenses. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a CFA. None of this is a recommendation. Option trading is going to be risky. Again, lose on financial investment, lose on financial advisor, educational purpose only. Think of a wonderful day. But yeah. How much weed did you smoke in university? More than you, so you have no excuse to let go of it and start focusing and get a long term. Thank you. As house prices do keep going up. That's classic. I mean it with all sincerity and honesty. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not for real, bro. So, like, I don't know, but either way, get that damn long term. Again, you could grind in college too. You could have fun as well, but like we said, discipline over schedule and what you want out of this life, my brother. Just get it done. Amen. Tesla again. Bonds kind of chilling out. I haven't looked at the dollar yet. Dollar calmed down too. It's still half of the loss it had in the morning. And then Google's still climbing again. Pixel 8. I think Tesla delivery numbers a couple weeks ago. Someone asked about it this morning, but I was kind of confused. It's kind of acting like a safe haven. That's part of the Magnificent Seven. A SPY. I mean, we're just, dude, right now, nothing is dying. That's all that you're getting a lot of movement. We didn't fall out of any crazy range. You stayed literally the level of, remember, I was telling you 422.23 before this even held up as support, and it's really, really holding there. But now it's just like we need dollar or bonds. That's going to be the story. TLT, IEF catch a bid, we're safe. Dollar goes down, we're safe. But if it stays, ready to move 1 point up or down, and it's just we're close to red, close to green, we're going to be in this weird little, chugging along for the next 6 hours or so. Yeah, 18 minutes even till Euro close. Again, the rest of the world lately, it was doing pretty decent. Again, Europe turned negative. Euro Stocks 50 and FTSE 100, they're negative. Yeah, everything actually kind of, everybody wishboned. So Europe actually ended up closing red. Hang Seng didn't do good either. I think Tesla up, newer, lower price Model Y rear-wheel drive. That could make sense. I think we heard something on that the other day. It was this week. I thought that was like 2 weeks ago for the delivery numbers. Maybe I'm tripping. Uber on the high, SPY above VWAP, and once again, you're within the first couple candles of the data. Ironically, the bonds are right where the data came out, a little bit below, but SPY is around there as well too. Hang Seng rebounded, but it was still bad. It's just overall, though. We'll see, though. The last couple days, other parts of the world would do good, and then we would still just sell off. So maybe we have some immunity, but again, I think that rests in the dollar bonds. U.S. House Majority Leader Scalise is expected to announce bid for Speaker today. I study poli-sci and love philosophy. My name is Josh. I feel like your white boy clone. That's good. That's good. I mean, I'm pretty pale in theory, if that helps. But that's it, Habibi. You can say Habibi. That's it. I got to take you out a couple times. No, that's it, man. You play a couple video game, get long term. You my brother, Habibi. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Dollar is dying. I am pale in theory, bro. I've been live for over 1,100 hours this year. You know that? Live. That just means live. Consistently just live talking where you're like, how does he talk that much? What does this guy say? That's 11. So if I'm not pale at that point, there has to, something's up. I don't know. We should probably study the effects of being inside like that, but. Monday, I bought yesterday. I bought Altria. MO. Your brother said I was pale the other day and asked me if I go outside. Yeah, because it's there's a point where it becomes unnatural. But that's why. Summers, I usually get my tan. I go to the pool. I relax a little bit. But if not, I just go, I turn glow in the dark. It's that type of color. Well, I appreciate you, man. That's 1,100 hours not regretted at all. Amen. You don't age inside, no sunlight? Tell that to my hairline. I've been trying to get him on board for a long time now. I don't do the nasal tan. Yeah, I forgot. What happened to those? We had 1 month of every FDA company new nasal anxiety. Nasal skin tan. And now, what happened? Where'd the FDA approvals all go with that? Ketoconazole shampoo? Nah. I went with capitulation. I just gave up. It's either one day I get the surgery. That's it. It's going to be when a child makes fun of me one day. That's what I think is going to happen. A child's going to come up to me and say something brutally honest, and then I will change my view of myself, and then I'll make drastic changes. But other than that, I've capitulated. Yeah, acceptance. Acceptance goes a long way. Mm-hmm. What does my Instagram feed look like? Bible verses, ESPN Sports Center, a couple of the Chads I follow, and then Big Mike from Kansas City, baby. Big Mike, baby. I get a lot of Big Mike. I love it. I need to like all of them, but I see a lot of Big Mike, so shout out to Big Mike. It makes you feel better. Little kids make fun of me because of my eyes. Oh, no way. Yeah, bro, the kids are brutal. They say heart of a child, but those child are just like, they could be brutal. Like my nieces and nephews, they clown and they don't even realize it. Raul going to sleep. I don't know. We got to get out of the rain. If we break out of the rain, whoa, what's that? What is this? UBS raises target. I don't think that's it. I think that candle's fake. Yeah, okay, good. If that was real, that would have been something, but that was a fake wick. But you are rocketing up a little bit, but we have to break out of the range. You get above 42.50, you could send Raul home on a sick day. But if we're below 42.50, I think Raul is still on the clock. Again, just like I'm saying, bonds, you're 10 minutes away from bonds giving up more gains. You know, the dollar, you're 10 minutes away from that thing going back to break even or something. So, unfortunately, we need a little bit of work to send Raul home. People are going to start setting up for earnings. I agree with that because, again, next week is banks, but pretty much non-farms on Friday. Non-farms and then CPI. Those are your two setups there, but it's either set up for earnings now. If you want more caution, you wait till next week. This week could give you some insight if you're risky. If you want less risk, you position for earnings after this. But definitely, and just don't forget the seasonality. There's a lot of things, but we need to stop the rates dying. We need to get all the pressure from whatever. But at the end of the day, it's still kind of in the air. We're either going to have a really good month or a really bad one. There's no other way to put it. October is going to be a wild month like it always has been, but it's like if we get the data, things go good, we have a lot of upside if everything works out well, right? If it plays out how you thought your first date was going to go, then yeah, this is going to be a great October. However, we're going to find out. It may get a little bumpy at the start, but if this turns into a bad event, this next week, earnings, it could all turn out pretty bad if we keep seeing what we've already witnessed. What if your first date went terrible? Well, I'm sure you thought it was going to go good, right? That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like October has first date vibes. You're like, wow, I just met the perfect long-term stock. Wow, it's going to be great. Wow, 9 out of 10 economists say she's not a thought. Like, you're loving this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're loving all of it. And then you go out on day, and then it's just like you don't know how to speak. Maybe you found out she was catfishing you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, what? Like, it could be a lot of things. Or maybe it's bumpy at first. Maybe, she misinterprets you a couple of times, but then by the end of the night, it's a real vibe. So it depends, man. It just depends. But I think that's why it's like October could be very great. You can meet the love of your life. Otherwise, if not, you just got catfished, homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. If that non-farms is bad, CPI is bad, the bank earnings are awful, the dollar kills all the earnings, oh man, you're gonna be. That's it. You just got catfished heavy for October. Cheating, now catfish. I'm sorry for these, and now I'm just trying to make sure y'all understand this shit I'm saying, That's how I just want y'all to understand this stuff. But now, so I have to hit close to home for some of y'all. I'm sorry if you've been cheated on, or if she ended up being a thought, or you had a bad first date. But still, at the same time, you're never going to forget these examples of what I'm telling you about. So I hope that catfish October, you never forget that, because it's explaining what I'm thinking, and I don't want. I'm really excited about this month, but I don't know what's going to happen. But it could go either way. But hopefully you watch the calendar, pay attention to the vacuum, and then we'll go from there. Ask her about the yield curve to weed out weak candidates. Yeah, but like you ain't never gonna meet anybody. Honestly, like too, and make sure she got a long term, but like it don't have to be a good long term. I gave my girlfriend shit the other day. I was like, your long term sucks. I said, you know that? I told my own girlfriend, I was like, your long term sucks, Addie, man. Even then, like she had a good long term at some point, but that's it. She's been working more than investing now. She lost the hype attitude that everybody had a couple of years ago, and I'm like, man. So I don't know, because otherwise, like I'm just being honest with you guys, because like you ain't gonna find. So if you set the standard too high for the financial requirements, man, you better be careful. You better be careful. You're her long term. No, like she got like she's not doing bad. And like, I'm kind of banking on her just in case I YOLO everything. But at the end of the day, she just it's like, and she knows what the yield curve is, but that's like, I told her about that. But it's not like, just be careful out there. Just be careful. So many people lost the hype. Nobody mentions stocks anymore, only sports. Yeah, DraftKings is signing up more members than Robinhood, which I think is mind-boggling. Based on the last earnings, you had more new active members on DraftKings than on Robinhood. So, like, you have more people signing up and playing NFL football than checking their brokerage. Not a failed society, because, I mean, look at how did we get there in the first place? But pretty wild to think about. That's crazy. That's a mind-blowing stat, in my opinion. I'm like, that's great. And then it's like good for DraftKings too, because I'm like, I thought DraftKings would have lost some of the hype too. But no, like DraftKings is really, really, they attract it, bro. They attract it. All right, bonds are still going up. Yeah, there's no dopamine in this market. I feel you. You have to be really sadistic to still going at this point. But I feel you. The dopamine is much, much more lacking. At one point, bro, I had a dopamine hit for you every single week. 1,000%. You know what I'm saying? Boom. You get a tweet. Boom. Like, there's no dopamine at all in this shit. We're spending 7 hours a day waiting for the bond or the dollar to move. That is the opposite of anything dopamine at all, bro. Yeah, seriously, you are in a small minority of psychopaths still left in the market. So, welcome. 3-hour drive. Well, enjoy it, man. I'm going to give you bond updates, some dollar. Maybe we'll get a headline again. We still got like Goolsby. There is a it's a community banking conference going on now, but there is not any real headlines to it. Force some NQ trades. That'll get your heart rate going. I don't disappoint that. I don't doubt that. You can make your heart rate go up, maybe, depending on who. Like, honestly, my heart rate don't even react the same way. I react more in poker, sadly. But it's not even gonna. It's not even like, it's not dopamine though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not getting the dough. You might even have to wait a couple of minutes for your heart rate to move, because like the market could just chill, and then it's not even going to be, there's no dopamine though. Like, I think DraftKings, you could get more dopamine, but so I do think dopamine chasers have been chopped all-time low in this market. Psycho Chads, Psycho Bunny, isn't that a store? I've seen that store and I've walked by it so many times. And I'm like, I've never heard of this in my life. But then it's notorious, baby. Horn. God bless you. Where's my horn? Oh, no. Oh, no. Horn down, Chad. Horn down. Oh, I found it. Amen. Double SPY limit down dopamine. Well, that shit was dopamine because we grabbed fucking puts and bond calls 2 weeks ahead of everybody, but even then, like, it's just like there's the dopamine. Like, I feel like cause, effect, reaction, dopamine, I don't know, like, You know, we're like 18 weeks of just going straight up. We need like I guess we did have it. Honestly, no, we're pieces of shit. Honestly, we are ungrateful. Forgive me of my sins. Forgive me, honestly. And that's even going to be the philo today. You know that? We're going to talk, but no, honestly, we're little pieces of shit. I'm sorry. I know some of you get mad if I humbly accept that for myself and then I bring you into it. You get mad. You're like, I'm not a piece of shit, Josh. Well, you're just a better person than I am. Okay, but no, we're awful. I'm awful. What are we talking about right now? Yeah, what happened with the video? What are we saying? Dopamine? Yeah, no, we had some. I forgot, bro. This is the damn long term. Y'all forgot? There was like 3 months of going straight up every day. You were like, oh, every time my long term hits a high, it doesn't go up. Bro, it was 3 months every day. Bro, you made 30 grand, 20 grand on the long term doing nothing, just sitting there. It was every single day. Every single day, bro. Yeah. So no, there was some dopamine, bro. There was a lot of dopamine. We forgot about it. We forgot. It just didn't last. It didn't last. That's why drugs are bad, kids. Drugs are bad. And there you have it. You in the chat are keeping you, and the long term too, baby. Again, sadly, you go through these enough times, you see the back and forth, but you know, times of good, times of bad. There's a time to plant. There's a time to harvest. So, you know, always with it, man. Like, that's it. You know, it's a big, big thing. It's like I said yesterday with the philo, like, you should expect people to treat you a certain way no matter what, but that's why you should act how you plan to act no matter what it is. So even with the investing in the long term, be familiar with this, but you're going to ride through these. You make a commitment. This is all nothing. You'll go through the periods, but sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's definitely not. But if you're driven by it being fun or entertaining or only working out in your favor, this game is known to chew people up and spit them out. Who's this guy? I still have this FDIC thing up, or this community banking. I'm helping Uncle with some music when I can. I did my interview at JP Morgan and Prudential. One of the questions was talking about current economy. I told them about yield curve and how the bonds are going to break something. Well, listen, show them your knowledge, but you got to know where they stand. Again, Wall Street don't like it if you get too smart and you can't disagree with the guy hiring you. Again, this is why I do everything independently, and I have not joined the fraternity. So good though. Again, just make sure you know. Otherwise, he's gonna call you tinfoil. You better watch it. You gotta learn to maneuver on the street, bro. Amen. I love it though. How's the real estate course going? If you tell me you ain't started yet, I'm gonna slap you. Let's go. Don't outshine your master. No, but I mean for real though. Like again, Wall Street. You gotta know though. You have to at least know what it is. Know what it is. I mean, true and honest to yourself and others is key. It goes a long way. It goes a long way. Say Moody's, they didn't like saying inflation was going to go up. Yeah, that's, when it comes to, you got to realize, that's why people don't like me at times too, even without Wall Street. You got to realize I know things and I could share it to you, but the minute I say what my opinion is towards it, you're going to always drive a wedge between you and people, especially with firms too, though. So you just got to figure it out. You have 3 hours on it. I prioritize my test. I start gym and real estate. Good. Don't even, try to knock it out as fast as possible too. So get as many hours in as you can. That's why you quit JP Morgan. Well, I mean, it's not like it's a tough situation because I believe like if you want to work in those jobs, you want to work there, and I don't think anything's wrong with that. You just you have a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? You have to answer to people. You cannot, you represent a company. You don't represent yourself. Remember, I told you I was about to be a part of a firm right before I started streaming, but they didn't like that I was streaming. Again, because once you take on those types of jobs, you represent them now. So you cannot, you cannot have the same freedom. Unfortunately, I know that sounds crazy, but welcome to the corporate world. So it's natural, it's normal, but that's what I was saying. Show that you know this stuff, and also show that you can play with the team if you want the job. Otherwise, if you just want to show what you know and air your opinion, that's you're going to be up to whatever. As let's hope the interviewer likes you. Thought this was America, and we're talking corporate world in advancing in your job. This is America. If you don't want to advance, and go ahead to go work somewhere else. Go make your own company. That's why I tell people to make their own company at times too. But that's not the path for everybody. And some of you are in the corporate world, and you are climbing and you are dominating out there. And there's nothing wrong for that. Again, that's like my girlfriend works corporate world. Like that's why I've always said like. I've had this talk with her, and I'm just like, eventually you have to make your decision with, how you're going to respond to other people or not. But there's benefits and there's disadvantages to working corporate versus working yourself. Again, working corporate gives great benefits, easy money. That's not easy money, but guaranteed. You don't have to worry the same way. You get a lot with it. You get prestige, you get reputation, you get access to networks and all these other things. But with that comes other things. So there it is. You'll be homeless before you cooperate. Well, you got to find your balance. You know what I'm saying? Like at the same time, I have my cooperation issues, but that's because I've throughout my life, I've realized, certain things, if I believe they're truth, can, they get people in trouble sometimes. But at the same time, like that is also an area to work at, because all I traded in, like I don't have to cooperate with people on Wall Street. Again, it's kind of funny, people have money. I'm an investor. I'm private. I love it. It gives me a lot of freedom. That's why I live in California. I'm not part of no club, but at the same time, it's like I still deal with my opinions and now public and people. Just so it's kind of similar or different. But you said that's what I say. You're gonna have to cooperate no matter what. Okay, I was like, cooperation. Don't embrace non-cooperation. Because even Prisoner's Dilemma will tell you that's not a good strategy. But, you have to find the balance. This is our club. It is, but, I mean, at the same time, I accept everybody. So you just don't be an asshole. And y'all accept people, too. It don't even matter. I may not even like them. You might like them there, and I'm like, man, I can't even ban them. Chad likes them because they've given a lot to the chat. You see what I'm saying? But that's why some of y'all make it easy to ban, because you just mean to everybody. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, man. Google high of the day. Market is holding up here, too. Unfortunately, time keeps on ticking, but the same factors are still in the same spots. All right, 2 TLTs up here. Thought that was $1. Jane Street, Citadel pays software engineers $300 to $350 right out of college. I heard about that. It's like you have to be like really qualified, but yeah, they literally have entry level, even intern jobs that pay like $250 a year. Citadel for like coding. Yeah, they announced Pixel 8 today. And then dollar is almost back to where we opened. That's a good sign. I guess the market is back to where we opened. Google's still running. Again, Tesla's near the high, but Google, I don't know if they announced something. They already did the Pixel 8. That thing is still going on, I'm pretty sure. NVIDIA fighting. I mean, like I said, if we could just get out of this range, it's awesome. But, bro, we're not doing it. So eventually it'll happen or it doesn't. But that is what we're looking for. A big gray beard. Oh, the Xbox Live gamer tag. I know what's up, baby. God bless you. Oh, nah. Amen. Why no McCarthy? I think McCarthy's over it. McCarthy's moving on. They said they're going to try to vote Scalise, I believe, in there. Okay, you're getting a little green candle. AMD, Zillow, a couple of others. NVO went to the low. Yo, Novo is dying. Yo, I saw that real quick. I thought it was only going to be a couple candles, but Novo kind of getting these bad candles. Pat and Win. I don't see any updates on that. Why did you buy those end of the year Etsy calls? We played it before earnings. So if you remember, we bought it before earnings. It was an earnings play. And then I thought they were underpriced at the time, and they were. They shot up a couple of 100%, and then I made them free. I sold the money out, and then now where are they at? I don't know. I think we still have them. Oh, no, I'm thinking Teladoc. Etsy didn't hit. Yeah, Etsy just got clapped. I think, or was that Teladoc I still have? That one we made free for sure. I don't know if I made Etsy free or not. I'll have to double check. But those are all those earnings plays. And then Etsy is the one, Teladoc is the one that started it. Yeah, Etsy was a different one though. But Teladoc, that was the one. And then Etsy was right after. I think Etsy was just a loss. Yeah, right off the bat. But then that one was, I brought up Teladoc because I'm thinking that was the same logic. I was going for the mispriced options on earnings, going a year out with time or whatever, and then keeping it below a certain price with 2 standard deviations. So yeah, they just failed. You got no love. And then Teladoc, that was the first one. We hit the pot, made it free, and then they died. MCL down. Yeah, it's crazy. Again, MCL a little lower opportunity, but if it bounces too, same thing. But I'm not going to it. You had to Teladoc to the long term. I'm probably going to Morgan Stanley or E-Trade, yeah. I was looking at the Schwab thing yesterday. I mean, it does seem easy, but I feel like it's going to be a nightmare. So I just want to move them all. But I have to still call E-Trade and set it up. A video ripping. The official switch, it depends on your account. Yo, NVIDIA is running. Yeah, NVIDIA is going crazy. I'm still going to keep a trade account at TD Ameritrade. That's fine. I just don't want to move my long terms. I don't want to deal with all of that. Again, I like E-Trade. I like TD Ameritrade for the long term because I like all of their tools and I've been familiar with it for a very long time. So I'd have never used Schwab. I'm not really trying to learn anything new right now. I'm a boomer, so I'm just going to go back to E-Trade. NVIDIA.com. Where's Expedia and Booking? Airbnb. We're still chilling. In a couple reds, though. You haven't broken out of it. My goodness. Yeah, I'm still in the cart play. It's down for now. That's my October rally play. I guess I'm only down $100 on cart, which seems very small, considering. I'm in a bigger position. Yeah, they went up here. So I'm moving my long-term to E-Trade. I'm planning on it, yeah. I want to find out all the details to make sure it's worth it. But the whole point is like, I have to do something. That's the part that I'm disturbed about, is that, again, Morgan Stanley and E-Trade, they already merged. So I had an E-Trade account and they merged with Morgan Stanley, and I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to do one single thing. And again, I'm very familiar with E-Trade. I have everything I've used for decades. It's all there. So this is what's bothering me about this, is to move, set up a new account. Yeah, you have to do all the disclosures. I don't know if they're going to need more. I have several accounts at TD Ameritrade, and it's just it's not seamless. It's not easy. Again, what's more comfortable is taking all of my money and information, everything, and just moving it over without getting involved in that process. I don't think there's a risk, but I have to do something, and that's the point. So if I'm going to get up and do something, I'm going to do it where it's land that is familiar to me rather than unfamiliar. So like I'm saying, if I'm going to do the same exact work, more or less, depending on which route I go, it's I'd rather end up at a place where I know everything rather than somewhere new that I have less experience with. Maybe they won't need more disclosures because there's no accounts being made, just transferred. But then if that's the case, I would feel more comfortable if they transferred my account instead of me making a new account with them. And you're not in coding or non-coding, you work from home, you make $172 a year, which is outstanding. You could buy a house in cash. You've worked every day since you were 18. You're now 29. What I said sounds like start coding, easy money, easy job. This is not an easy job. Oh, no, that's not what I meant at all. But even then, though, I think that your work ethic like that, any industry, every industry is hard. If you want to make a lot of money, you want to reach a certain level, I think you just need your mentality. You have to be willing to put in 10 years to something, put in several years, and be willing to work for that. But I don't think the implication was there. At least that's not what I meant. And then MPW, we're still in it on both sides, just crying, but I'm not ready to buy yet. I need an update. I need something real, but I was supposed to get out. I didn't follow through on my plan on ex-dividend. It worked for a little bit. We had a small gain. I should have got out on the flip shares, and I didn't. And then long-term, I don't really mind. I think, again, it's sad that we've burned another year, but the real risk for them is 2025. But I still like the company, just not as much in the sense that I didn't like their dividend cut, which has bothered me with all of this happening. Isn't TD Canadian? Is that why there's stuff? I don't know. I think Charles Schwab, American. But TD Ameritrade, I mean, it's been around for a long time. But either way, I'll give you guys updates when I do it. But I'm just letting you in. Some of you said you're indecisive. You want to know what I'm thinking. I got you. But it's just my personal opinion on, again, I have to do stuff and all of that. So it's whatever I'm willing to do. They keep spamming lawsuit news, shorts driving it down. No, the shorts, I can't even blame the shorts on MP. I'm blaming the management. That's it. They had a shot, bro. They had a very good shot when the stock was at $10, even when it came down to 8 after earnings. They had a very good opportunity to stabilize, and they didn't. And they cut their dividend. They, again, added more pain, and then everything it doesn't help when Wall Street Journal comes out with articles, and people are there. But at the same time, I do think management has not, they kind of lost my vote of confidence over the last year. Again, I liked them the first half of it. Again, it seemed extreme value in that play, but if they're not, they're not taking the steps early, and then they're doing the things too late, and then it just looks hella shady. So unfortunately, I think it's management making the shorts have an easy time. Whereas and that's not a problem. I don't shame the shorts for that, because management can turn things around. But they have taken very weird steps. And then again, they run out of time in 2025. That's the refinance risk for them. And if they don't have an answer by then we're going to see either extreme value or extreme pain. It is duration risk, but their clock is ticking to 2025. And that's what I'm saying. Management, I'm glad that they cut the dividend to try to manage it, but they should have done that at the beginning of the year. They should have cut it before we bought in. And then if they didn't cut it that long, they should have let it ride. Or they could have done anything. They need to sell something. SPY popping, big candle, no headlines. Again, this is post-Euro close. So right here, 45, Europe, everything after hours, they're calming down now. Over 50% of the company to warrant. Yeah, recently it was just, they've been weird. Again, that deal that they did, recognizing revenue that wasn't revenue, announcing those deals later, then cutting the dividend at a much later time, A lot of that is, and then, like I'm saying, with duration risk, they only have till 2025. So it's not like they have a lot of time until they need to refinance. So, yeah, mix it in with this environment and 5% interest rates. It makes sense, sadly. Pop, TOT. TOT is great. TOT is going up. Even CART is starting to move up here. JBL on the high. Again, Google's still going up. NVIDIA 440. Tesla's near the high. See, everything's playing. Even the dollar's down. I mean, dollar's back to open. TLT back to the highs. Market back to the highs. It's good for now, but don't forget, young 4250, mother effer. If we don't get above this, this is all just screaming. This is all a dance to go nowhere. So we got to get above there, unfortunately. I like but they have risk related to duration. They're better than MPW, but they still have a lot of, they probably have more unknown risk. That's the thing. That's the good thing about MPW, is that there is some unknowns, but at least we know a lot of the shit show. But there's other REITs that out there that just started dropping and they're getting clapped by risk. So that's what you got to be watching out for. But I think they might have risks we don't know about, but that's tied to duration and the bond yields. If euro dollar goes parity again, I don't know. The dollar other currencies would have to move. At this point, euro goes down to $1. I don't think the dollar is gonna stay there. But at the same time, the dollar is probably gonna be really strong against everyone else. So if that happened, and right now euro goes to $1 gets you €1. The dollar is going to be immensely powerful. Just because that means it would be a 5% drop on the euro from here. I have MPW and UMC. Pray for me. Well, that's the thing, though. Whenever real estate and rates stabilize, though, if none of those collapse, you're going to have a very, very sizable return in the long run. Because now you're getting high yield on those. You're compounding them all. And it's the same thing. Just look at all those names when REITs got clobbered and then ran up again. Again, go look at 2019 to 2020. That's their best example. There's a lot of upside there, but unfortunately, you do have to deal with the front lines. Heavy resistance. We just need to get above 4250. If we can't do that, I'm going to take that as a bad sign. If we get above there and then everything keeps running up, things will be looking good. NASDAQ hit 1%. It's up 0.88 right now. Just drop real quick. S&P 0.43, Dow Jones 0.2, and then the Russell in the red. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you and good morning. How a PRB.
Communication companies, along with some of the more traditional communications tech, also doing quite well, up 34% despite this rise in yield story. But look at the traditional yield heavy sectors. They are down. Utilities down 20% as yields go higher. Those dividends look less attractive. This is the worst year for right now at least, for the utility sector going back to 2008. And then finally, if we take a look at the equal weighted S&P 500, because big tech has outperformed the S&P 500, the SPW, well, it is actually down on the year. The S&P 500 at this point up just about 10% on the year. Pretty wide divide there, guys. It's going to be interesting to see how the last couple of months play out here.
Yeah, I think we could be in for a bumpy ride, judging by recent experience. Abigail, thank you very much indeed. I will narrow the lens a little bit, get a little sort of shorter term. What are we watching for the rest of the day? FTX opening arguments. We've now got a jury, it seems. President Biden making comments on student loan debt cancellations. That was announced a little earlier. White House press briefing taking place at 1:30 p.m. New York time today, Alex. I wonder what the White House makes of what is happening in Congress right now.
Oh, I'm sure there will be comments made. So apparently hardline GOP Congressman Jim Jordan announcing he is running to be the next House Speaker after Kevin McCarthy's ouster. When I go to D.C. with all the latest, Kelly Lyons, who's on Capitol Hill, this is just kind of the first, and I'm sure a huge group of people who are going to be vying for speakership. What do we know so far, Kaylee?
Well, we know, as you say, that Jim Jordan has officially said he is running. And of course, he chairs the Judiciary Committee. He is one of the leaders, really, of the impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden. So theoretically, he could be one that some of these hardline conservatives would support. But there are a number of other names being floated as well, including the number 2 Republican, Congressman Steve Scalise, who right now is actually fighting cancer. And he is in a room with the entire Texas Republican delegation, along with some other candidates for Speaker who have been floated, the likes of Congressman Kevin Hern. There's other leadership names that have been buzzing about as well, like Tom Emmer or Elise Stefanik. Right now, it's really anyone's guess. And of course, any one of these individuals would need to be able to get 218 votes to actually get the Speaker's gavel. That vote isn't going to start until next Wednesday, October 11th, so they do have some time to sort things out. But keep in mind, back in January, it took 15 rounds and 4 days for McCarthy to be elected Speaker. So we could be looking at another protracted fight again here.
How protracted? How long could this last? Is this going to be a problem when it comes to resolving the debt ceiling? What does this mean in terms of policy making? Kaylee, what does this mean for the functioning of the U.S. government?
Well, it's just simply not really functioning right now in the legislative branch is the issue, Guy. The acting Speaker pro tempore, Congressman Patrick McHenry, only has limited power, basically just to preside over a Speaker vote. The understanding is he can't really be carrying out normal business of the House.
Bow tie, Patrick McHenry, you know him. Young bow tie. Odds of Trump being the next speaker. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Okay, you've been seeing Trump for 2 days now. Now you want to put him as speaker? Calm down. Calm down. Let's get to the election. Let's get to the election. Okay, we need to get to the election. No, Yellen, everything works. Again, Yellen has a lot of authority to raise money. Same thing with Powell. That's what we were talking about yesterday. It's just that there's no, like back in the day, like 2008, the last time they had stimulus, they had congressional like approval for it. But the Fed, after Dodd-Frank and everything, they have a lot of discretion to do things without congressional approval. So as far as money is concerned, unless they're trying to, again, give a bill to Ukraine and add money elsewhere, but like related to financial markets, Treasury and the Fed are kind of in there. They can do whatever they want. That's kind of what we've evolved into as of late. All right, you're hitting a high, man. How do you feel about this, Chad? So the bulls have woken up. This is the low end of yesterday. That MES is about to go green. I'm only down $20 on it now. So you're within yesterday's range. Now we're above 42.50, but it's not clear. We got above it. We rejected the other 2 times. Now, how much higher does it go above it? And what happens if it tests it on the low? How much downside? It's what I was talking about with the analogies there. Which one was the last one I gave you? It was the first date analogy. I think that explains October. It's either going to be a really good October or it's going to turn out into a nightmare. So, again, and that's just seasonality mixed with two big data sets coming up, bond yields going absolutely insane over the last month. So it's like if bond situation, dollar data gets dramatically worse or a little bit worse, then we're going to have a bad month. However, having a start of the month that's bad, that turns really good, that's what I was expecting, but it is data dependent. So it could either be really, really good or bad. But if you want an answer, again, either bad or good, if you ignore the watch list, if you only want to listen to my one answer to the question for the 50th time and then criticize it, I feel you. But the answer that I'm giving is play the catalyst vacuum. Non-farms, CPI, and then it's the bank earnings. But after CPI, you can make your decision of up or down. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Trying to figure it out before is a fool's game. You're going to get a lot of craziness. But pretty much October 12th, that is your deadline to figure out if it's going to be a good month or not. At October 12th, that's when you back out of the date or you're like, wow, I'm going to marry this market. It's going to be amazing. So that's the answer. Again, I've been trying to explain it. A lot of people go here and there. I don't know, but I think it's very simple. I think it's very, very simple. But unfortunately, it doesn't provide the answers that some people want. It's not going to be immediate, and it requires that patience. I would say cautiously bullish is a good way to describe it. But like I'm saying, though, I still believe in a very negative downside, but that is all determined by CPI as well as even the non-farms on Thursday or on Friday. November 17th could be an event, especially if they put in a speaker who wants to shut it down. But at this point, I think all of the government shutdown stuff, it might start weighing on bonds, and maybe we have another potential issue with a credit downgrade. Because remember, that was just recent, so that's the only thing I would tie it into. ASML on the high. Again, dollars near the low. Bonds are not hitting a high. So remember, bonds are leading, though. NASDAQ's up by 1 SPY, 42.52. There was oil inventory numbers, but then nothing today. There's an OPEC announcement, and it seems like oil just sold off ahead of the OPEC announcement, maybe because they're keeping everything unchanged, but realistically, just oil numbers came out today, but I don't think it justifies 4% as much as it was just kind of giving back some of the 9% month that oil had last year, or last 30 days. Falling oil will help cruise. Man, they're quick to put out that article. Oil's still up from August and the other one. Looking for small supplemental. Do you think money market or selling credit spreads would be the best way? Oh, it's so easy, bro. Go get bill, go get a bond. Credit spreads are a great way to get income, and there's some safety. But why I'm saying it's easy, because one of them offers 5% guaranteed, no risk, and credit spreads are good. You might make more than 5%. However, if you lose on one credit spread, you're going to feel like a schmuck. And why I say that, because I've done similar things this year where, again, on some trades where it's like you look back, you take a little bit more risk, and you try to make a little bit more, and you end up losing, you're going to look back and say, damn, I could have had all of my money plus 5, plus 6. So it's just like, it's an easy answer, but the real question now is like, are you willing to take the risk or not? If you there's risk-free 5%, but if you take on the risk, again, I think credit spreads are great. Premiums are jacked up. If you sell them really far out, play it responsibly. Credit spreads are great, but at the same time, one mistake, the outcomes are very, very different. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference between risking nothing and gaining versus trying to get yield, risking, and then losing, whether it's a little bit or a lot. The difference is you lost principal as well as gain versus keep principal and collect interest. That's it. Just one's the bank, one of them is you're in the market. So it's up to you, but I'd say like legitimately easy is bonds right now. Go get your rate again, bill, anything. You're good to go. Pleasures are an illusion to keep you distracted. I disagree, because if I did not take pleasure in the good book that I read, I don't think I would have liked it, and I don't think I would have followed it. Pleasure is a good part of life. Again, it's tied to certain things, but I think a lack of discipline and control may get you distracted. But again, the pursuit of pleasure above all, then you realm into a different you roam into a different realm. I'm saying willing to lose or might get money. It's hard to explain, bro. I honestly, I think I'm the best example. Like I'm ready to lose. Like, believe me, like even money that I've already lost, like I don't care in the sense that, this is money I've had for a while. This is my budget. I stay within my budget. I'm not going to get worked up over something, but I'm telling you, I look back, I feel like a schmuck. I feel like a total schmuck, and you are going to have to deal with that if the same thing occurs. And what I mean by that is that, again, I called it out from the beginning of the year too. That's why I feel like more of a schmuck. We are all aware of it. You could get free money right now doing nothing. The allure is the trades. The allure is, bigger gains. That's it. And it will prove true for some time. But the problem is, if I'm willing to lose money, you take on the risk and you lose though, and your only intention was to get a small yield on money sitting there, it's the outcome, and you will have to deal with that. So I hope my examples of both success and failure can help you in that sense. But what I've learned from it is easy money all the way. You know what I'm saying? No, like again, no matter what, just the easy. Any instances I cut it up as, even if I made if I made $100 grand, $200 grand, maybe I would have been mad that I didn't hold the money. But at the same time, it's like there's very few instances where you're gonna get mad. Go for the win-win. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. If you go for the win-loss, it's gonna either turn out really good or really bad. But the win-win will never fail you on your journey. You find the win-win situation. I mean, they're few and far between, but win-win situations are always great to have. So you just got to make up that decision. But like I'm saying, you have the tools. And I think shares are better than options. Futures will give you the leverage and still better than options. Credit spreads are great quality, especially if you do them far out the money and sell the high probability ones. You're gonna those are your tools you could use, but just we can't forget and don't get distracted like I did by it. But it's like, or you got to just think a little bit about how are you gonna feel if it loses. But that free money trade, bro, it's very hard to beat. You got to really, really offer something good to beat that, because not much has. Even then, when we look at the equal weight index is negative now. So if you didn't buy 7 stocks, bonds beat the stock market. Even worse, if it comes down by end of the year, you're going to look back and be like, damn, the only thing that won was free money. So it's just, and then not to mention, here's the crazier part. Are you ready? Let me blow your mind right now. Are you ready? Are you ready? Because cash was a great play from the beginning of the year. And you get all that yield, see where the market ends up. But now, look at the dollar. I think when we made the bill video, bro, the dollar was 10% lower. So what does that mean now too? If you got your 5% on the year, right, whatever, equal weight's negative, we'll see where the S&P ends up. But what else just happened? If you just held your cap, again, this is why I feel like a schmuck. I'm not saying this to shame anybody. I'm saying this is how I even feel about losing when we could have taken some easier just cash. But do you see that? Not only did you get the gain, you also just got buying power. Exactly. Now you could go buy every stock that isn't 7. You know what I'm saying? You could go buy them all cheaper. You could go anything you want. You want to go to Europe and travel, you're getting more money now. Go anywhere else outside of Europe, you're going to get way more for your money. You want to start a business. You want to buy a house. But it's like you have more purchasing power now in certain areas, not universally, not unanimously. Some areas more than others. Some areas you didn't get a gain, but generally speaking, not only did you get the return, not only did you not lose money, but that same money that was preserved has the ability to now grow or get you a lot more. So, I don't know. News on Google, they're having an event. The Pixel 8. Thank you for breaking it. I hope it helps, man. Just like because I don't know, everybody wants something different, but I hope that could help you find the path there. But learn from my mistakes in that you will feel like a schmuck. Because I got the spirit with me. I feel great. Every day I'm live and all that, but it's you gotta it's gonna fuck with you if you look back, especially if that money is a lot to you and it means a lot. You don't want to go through those problems. It's like I don't want to give you guys another example like this, but it's like it's don't let it be the one that got away. That's all. That's the only way to explain it, is that you're gonna look back and be like, damn, it was just chilling the whole time. And so time, don't let it get in your way. Don't let it get in your way. It's extra, even if it's extra. Again, all my money is extra. That I don't trade with any money that's not extra of the extra, And even then, you're just, for me, I don't like to waste things. And you're gonna look back, and it's gonna feel very wasteful, both of your time and your money. And that's why you got to find a way. But keep it small if you do end up going with the risk. Either way, though, there's good opportunities out there, but you just got to know, you got to really understand how good the alternative is right now. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't want to lose money when I could get free money. Yeah, it hits different. It hits a lot different. Market down on Monday, it was just the bonds, bro. It was just a blowout all throughout. That's always what's been happening. Don't overthink it. It's easy. Well, that's the thing, and that's why I had this whole conversation. Is because you got to really everybody has to personally really think about what we're talking about of free money, easy money. This is the only easy free money that exists right now. Everything else is an illusion, unfortunately. But there's the bond, until the bond in the United States collapses, this is the only free lunch that exists right now. And I guess it's not free because it requires you giving up using the money, and you have to have a certain degree of discipline to hold back. But that's about it. Mm-mm. Ten minutes ago, it was post Euro close for the most part. Here was Euro close. We didn't move much. 15 minutes later, after hours kind of settles. You get your little pop. I've seen all the pictures of the quads. You were here for that, baby? That was great. I had so many more to go over, but we ran out of time. That was intense. Yeah, search up how you could predict what the stock market is going to do, the Euro close. That video will explain why we bring up a lot of countries on a day-to-day basis. MPW, I'd wait a little bit, but at the same time, They've had a lot of events over the last. I just search up the stock, you'll see it from their earnings all the way down. But that's it, and then mix that in with bonds also dying a very, very large scale in that same quarter. The video is by me, the trading fraternity. All right, SPY's still working its way up. Newville on the high. We're down $20 on the ES now, the MES, so that's not bad. Lagarde is speaking, huh? I remember that on the schedule. I don't have it queued up, though. So watch out. If we get headlines, I'll get them if they come across. They may even come across here. And then SPY going down. Newville, NUVL, decent pop. It's not showing up. It's at 43. Yeah, 2% pop in one candle. You might have something. NUVL. Newville. Initiated at buy. I'm not seeing anything. Check that out. Notable drug event. Oh, hey, Newville might have something. AACR triple meeting abstracts released online at 12. Yeah, Newville. Yeah, Newville's reacting to some data. There's a couple of companies. I have a report on this in the morning. Check VSTM, J&J, IMTX, and Amgen. IMTX. So they're down, but again, Newville is, I don't know what they have, though. There's no headline, though. Yeah, there's no news on it, but earlier in the morning, there was something regarding a triple meeting of abstracts for these biotechs getting released at 12. So I don't know what's going on with it, but then there's 5 companies related: Amgen, IMTX, Newville, J&J, MRUS. None of them are popping except Newville. Again, MRTX and then VSTM. Yeah, it's up 8%. Damn, we had that at 2. It's already gone crazy. I think it's going to be related to that, though. But we just don't know what the headline is. Somebody has it, or if you could find the data, go to their website or where it's at. It's posted somewhere. But I don't know the content yet. The algos don't have it either. Yeah, it's already at 10, bro. That's crazy. I'm putting on a stream alert, but I'm even saying that. Just watch out. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. Where are the other ones? VSTM. MRTX is kind of moving. Maris didn't move. J&J has one. So again, it's related to all of these companies. I think Maris is the one. MRTX is the first one to go up with it. Intel Granulate announces autopilot functionality for Kubernetes optimization. Nuvalent data from phase trial. Yeah, it's out. You got the press release. So that's it. Again, a couple seconds behind, but we didn't know what the data was. So there it is. It's confirmed. Stifle initiates coverage. So they have it. The data came out. It was biotech drug data. Again, watch the other. Morris is starting to move right now, or MRTX. We could probably go for that one. Should we? This is a liquid as shit. All right, I did MRTX 100 shares. I'm at 42.69. It's very illiquid, though. There's no volume. Again, they're related, but this thing could also get clobbered. So I'm not going to hold it for too long. Which one was it? CGC closing the gap in October. We'll find out, man. JPY now above 0.8. Is it up? No, I think the yen's down on the day. Again, that one's crazy, though. Nouveau is running. I'm glad we got that early. The other one's not hitting yet. Again, just super illiquid. Yen is break even. Ugh. So, yeah, yen, all of this today, even dollar coming down, we have no real reaction from the yen. So this is like 2 days in a row of the yen kind of getting in our way. The Nouveau, do they have options? They don't know what to price the ops. Dude, it ran up 15%. That's huge. We called it out at 2. We didn't know the news till now. We had a clue, and it ended up being true. But, again, I don't even know if the data, what about the data was good. The analysts have that before everybody right now. N-phase pop, B. SPY's even going up. Bonds are trying to move. High ticker is like low-key gassing. It's not really all the tech this time. N-phase is running up here. They're actually getting some candles at the high. Whoa, Nouveau again, 52-week high. My goodness, 21. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Bro, if the chain, let me see the chain. Bro, 24%. Oh, dude, even the puts are crazy too. Yeah, they have the chain is nuts. That chain is actually, again, but it's moved up 20% in a couple of minutes. So that's it. They're just widening the spreads, and then that's it. Nothing else is moving off that. Oh, come on. No other sympathy. Maras, VNTX, IMTX, J&J, Amgen. Amgen's kind of up. Bro, Nouveau. Is it halted? They had to have halted that, right? Or no? That's crazy. I know. We could have top-ticked it at 2%. I like the sympathy, but I'm not going to hold it all day. Well, we'll see. That's crazy, though. You got it called out. I got it to you off of the high-low ticker. I even gave you the speculation. Jesus was able to confirm it a little bit later, but unfortunately, the info was just in the hands of the club because, again, if you weren't at that conference, you don't know what it was, unfortunately. That's the only problem. I'm a business, baby. Good morning. Man, you've been showing love every day. Thank you, my friend. Or not. And shout out if you hit Newville, man. You had a lot of opportunities. You had a lot of opportunities on those call-outs there. My goodness. Biotech stuff, bro. That's it. I don't even know the contents of it, but there was scheduled stuff here. They came out with it 12 p.m., and then Stifle came in with the upgrade. It looks like they got the data first, and then that's it, bro. We called it out at 2%. This thing's up 27 now. That's nuts. Everything's very liquid. Even the sympathy, I'm down on that. Unfortunately, I hoped any of them would get it because it's just trial updates. So it's not like an FDA approval where everybody, one winner, all losers. But for the most part, that was a nutty move. It went crazy. Even then, bro, the stream alert came out at 10%. That's the crazy part. So I waited a little for confirmation. I got the stream alert out. The stream alert came out when it was up 10%, and then it went up another 17. That was nuts. So GG if you got it. I hope all of that helped. Let's go. Give me a sympathy and I'll be happy. Either way, though, we were just saying it's stale. That's exciting. TLT is hitting a new high. That's very good. Watch everything else related to the dollar, all that good stuff. Dollar still at the low. If the dollar can flush, even better. But for now, market is liking this. I was gonna see. You might be able to go for the short on Nouvel, but a put would have been better if there was some cheap ones. But they are tweaking out. Who knows? That ran up 27% fast. I'm sure there'll be some downside, but you also don't know if everyone's gonna rush into it as well too to the upside. Dollar. All right, bonds chilled, and then SPY hit that high and came down. High ticker still getting active, though. We're only 5 points above the level. I don't like this because if this goes lower, then it's unfortunate. Nothing. There was no indication of Nouvel. I mean, honestly, unless you were here, you probably wouldn't have caught it. Again, their headline just came up saying it's 8, but I saw it on the high ticker. I literally caught the first candle, and then I called it out, and then I started looking it up. So I went through my wire, public information, and I just went to see, and there was a piece of news announcing companies that will be announcing today. But other than that, there was no real drop of the news, and then it started going nuts after there. So, and then it was like Stifle upgraded them. And then the data stuff, people announced the data release, and then that was it. IMTX halted? Is it? MRTX is getting clapped. I think they're all just a liquid. Even Nouvel was hella a liquid as well, too. That's why it's running like this. But it just got woken up with all of that. Nouvel preliminary data from Alcove 1 trial demonstrated activity. Yeah. So again, that's what I was telling you it was suspected to be, but we didn't know until after. But yeah, now it's coming out. So there you go. Oh yeah, preliminary phase. I have another wire just flashing it. Nouvelint strongly encouraged by preliminary safety activity data from phase 1 trial. Escalation of data of NVL 655 demonstrated activity in heavily pre-treated patients with ALK positive NSCLC and ALK sensitive TRK sparing the safety profile. Am I ready for the zombies at 2 p.m.? I'm good, bro. I didn't even then though. I don't know if I could even talk. I mean, I have to talk about it on Twitch probably. But I said I don't know why some people are worried. You shouldn't be worried if this is the plot of a Stephen King movie. I might add, or a Stephen King book, but it's still I don't know. I don't think it affects everybody if it were true. Yeah. Again, this one, like I said, I'm very well versed with this tinfoil because somebody sent it to my dad. And I had to sit down and explain to him just why. He just asked me my opinion, so I had to explain to him why so. Nouvel. Puts are expensive, bro. Same shit. Someone sent it to your mom, bro. I had to explain to my dad's like, what do you think? Is it possible? I'm like, maybe, but no. I'm trying to explain to him, but I'm like, just don't worry about it. And I said, if you are worried, the simple answer is turn off your phone. I think that's very, very simple. And you'll be good to go. But and I have faith in the Lord. And that's all it is, man. Yeah, your mom. I think they sent this to church people. That's why some of you, because again, I think someone at church sent this to my dad. And then my dad literally is like came up to me, asked like again. This is why he starts asking me about inflation and shit afterwards. You know, I think like he was genuinely curious. My dad was genuinely curious of whether or not he should listen to this YouTube video that somebody from church told him to watch. They're worried that the tinfoil is that at 2:22 tonight or this afternoon, there's going to be an emergency warning test on cell phones and TV and radio. And people think that the sound is going to make you turn into a zombie, borderline. That's it. That's the simplest way I could break it down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're legit, you can put your phone in the microwave, but make sure you don't turn the microwave on. That's good. Mm-hmm. But, well, hold on. You gotta go to Twitch, though. This is what I was saying the other day, though. I can't, even then, as much as I'd want to even elaborate, I don't believe it, personally. But even if I wanted to elaborate on it, unfortunately, there's just some things that'll probably get me banned. A lot, again, I'm telling you, somebody sent this to my dad, and I had to sit my foreign-ass dad down and talk to him about why. I'm like, listen, this isn't going to happen, but if you are worried about it, turn your phone off. But this is what I was saying the other day, you guys, I'm sorry if I bothered any of you with any of the comments. You know, I was talking about some of the court cases leading into an election and all that. And you guys were saying, I can't believe this, but I said it yesterday, man. That whole conversation, I'm under duress because I can't tell you certain things without the threat of punishment. So it's not really a real conversation when it's all said and done. So you got to take that in mind. But go to the Twitch. But well, there you go. I spoke my piece to the Twitch. Have you thought about going to Rumble? No, I just thought about building up my own backup server system, everything to do what I run, and then make sure that I have everybody's information and contact so I could keep doing what I do for free all day, every day. But that's the only other thing. Other than that, I like it here again. And I get it, though, sometimes, too. It's like I was telling you guys with the corporate stuff. Unfortunately, I'm on YouTube's platform. You know, they have their rules. But at the same time, I hope you're not trying to get the best to the bottom conversation, because especially if you want to talk certain things, because there is a limit, unfortunately. Again, and that's why I was saying, as a society, I respect you all who have your opinions, but unfortunately, we cannot, support the gulag and allowing people to get thrown in and banned and hurt for expressing themselves, because then every conversation you have, one person may be under duress and the other person isn't. Like I'm saying, we could have a conversation and you may be thinking about facts, not facts or whatever, but at the end of the day, there could be someone who's conversating with you and, you know, their punishment is they won't be able to stream or create again. So think that up. Think about that. Tintin. Where is this coming from? I don't know. This tin has been around for a couple weeks. My dad told me this a couple weeks ago when I tried to calm him down. And then today's the day. Any Chads? You have a lot of Chads in Vegas right now. Yeah, Newville opened up. The other one did not move. We'll see how that ends up playing out. It may not be too crazy, but even then, some people are talking downside or not. It's up 32%. It's up 30% since we called it out. That's insane. New Tesla premium members increased by 357,000 over the low. What's that? What's Tesla premium? Tesla's going up. LVO is the one that dropped the news, live one. But Tesla's seems to be kind of reacting a little bit, but Tesla's already at like 900 highs or something for the day. I'll be at Bass Pro Shop if the zombie shit occurs. I mean, that's a great location to go to. That's a great, wow. You thinking ahead. MES long is green now? Get out of here. Oh, yeah. I'm at like commission still. I got like $5. I got to make that back. But yeah, that came up. So yesterday's play, again, I didn't stick to flip this, flip that, but holding it. A little bit of pain. We were down $200 on it. Now we're back up, but this is right where we got in. Okay, as long as this holds, bro, we'll be good. But it's only 5 points, though. I don't really like it. Can you talk me through margin requirements for hodling that? For hodling what? The future? It doesn't matter, but like if you don't know margin, just know it's costing you 13% a month. So then divide that by a day. But the margin requirements on the futures, I think how they charge you interest, it's not even that bad. I even got interest on my NASDAQ short, believe it or not. I need to see what it netted out as, but again, even holding that negative, you gain interest on the reverse. If it's true and the world's going to end, I love you guys. All right, it's good. No worries. Don't worry. Either way, what's meant to be is meant to be. End phase was Chad called it out earlier. But I didn't have any news. Wow, that went up 4%? Whew. Live one, I have no idea. You gain interest on shorts for futures. So that was in the weird way, that was the only benefit of that. There was some positive effect holding it that long, but not to mention the big loss. I don't know. I don't see anything on end phase. Again, Nuvalent, you got the data. End phase price target maintained. That was a couple hours ago, 135 by Truist. I know, right? If they were going to do something, why would they announce it publicly? For real. Like, they banned me before COVID happened for saying COVID was going to happen. So I kind of, that's a great counter argument to really calm you down. Just really think about it. Yeah, you have way too much of a pre-announcement, sir. You mean that's it? Like, you think that's all that's it? They're like, damn it. Those mother effers thwarted our plan. They turned off their damn phone. Damn it. Man, how did we... Oh, my goodness. These American people, they're way too smart. They didn't figure out political ideology and how things get twisted for politics, but they figured out that they turned off the phone. How are we going to get them? But I don't know. I had to explain this to him. I just felt bad. My dad was like really worried, bro. I'm like, man, who sent you this? You damn it, they got him for a second. I don't know. I think my dad still believes it too, though. So either way, that's why it's up to you guys. It's up to you. We're moving up because bonds and dollar are not dying. Again, the data I was talking about was like some goods. It was like 60-40 good data, which meant should have been a bad reaction, but it wasn't enough to clap the bonds, and then we just started going up. I've not looked into Match, but I don't know. I don't know if Match. I feel like it's a good business. I think they own a lot, but I don't use them. That's it. And I feel like I probably won't use them unless my girlfriend turns out to be a spy. They're at a very good level, though. Still a little bit of premium. It's a good name. Everybody knows about it. It'll be around in 10 years. So it's just a matter of, and then it looks like it has value a little. Again, it's still up from its earlier days, but I don't think it's the worst. That's going to be it's a middle quality one in the sense like, do you like it or not? Do you use it? How you feel about it in 10 years? But it's not the worst. It's not the best. It has name recognition. And I do think it will be here in 10 years. Match is like Tinder for boomers. Well, Match owns them all. Match owns like most of the. I'm surprised the FTC doesn't say there's like a monopoly. Maybe there's a lot, but like any of the major dating websites and like online dating, Match owns them. They own, except for Bumble. Again, Bumble is the only. I think they own eHarmony. They own like Plenty of Fish. They own Match. What else? I don't know. Maybe Christian Mingle. They own Tinder. They don't own Binder. Binder's new. Only person in the ground floor of Binder, sadly, they pitched it to Jerome Powell. It's wild. It's wild. No, Grindr is its own company. Grindr, not Bind. And then Binder is the new Grindr for bisexuals. How I learned about that, I was listening to Jerome Powell at a town hall conference, and it was brought up during the town hall conference of how business owners are looking to make a business for the bisexuals because they realized how well Grindr did. And this is what they told to Jerome Powell. This is where I received this information in a round table listening to Jerome Powell. And then they were proceeding to tell him about their bisexual dating app. But we self-named it Binder in context. No, there's a lot. But there's like a lot of dating apps and a lot of ones know about. But then there's, again, Match.com owning a good amount. All you heard was Binder. You're banned from all the apps? Okay, you predator. So I don't be going around like, dude, we're not, people aren't going to think what you think. Why are you banned from all the apps, sir? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Their monopoly, good valuation. I think it'll be there. It's going to be there. So, but then again, it's just, I don't know how they manage their company. That's why I think it's in the middle. The name will be around. Everybody knows about it already. It's at a good valuation relative to where it's been at, but there's also some premium. So it really just depends how they run that company. So I'd look in a little bit more, but I'm not opposed to it. Is the easy answer? Is a resounding yes? No, but I would definitely. I think it's interesting. Muzzmatch is the Muslim version of Christian Mingle. I did not know that. I think, bro, do you know people like use Christian Mingle though? It's crazy. If any of the sites exist till today, it's because people use them. Bro, I'm telling you, it's why, dude, people low-key be on Christian Mingle. How do you think I met my girlfriend? No, I'm just kidding. But like, it actually is like real, bro. So like low-key, man, I guess the dating is a fat industry or a big industry. But it's crazy to think about, bro. My dad found his girl on Christian Mingle. Like, are you being serious or not? I don't know. Because, like, that's the thing. Because, like, usually if you're younger, you only hear people, like joking about it. But then it's like, I'm pretty sure people, even then, I think, like, all the people who make like the Christian TikToks, I think they go on Christian Mingle. Like, I think it's like a thing, bro. I really do. Maybe I'll have to make one. I don't know. If I tell my girlfriend it's for research purposes, she'll get really mad. And that's not a real reason. So, but I don't have that same experience. But I have heard of people actually using it. And at this point, if the website still exists, like people are doing. Match.com, that's fine. Match. I'm just saying Christian Mingle. Has anybody in here used Christian Mingle? Or Farmers Only, maybe. I don't know. I'm an atheist and I consider going to church to meet women. You will meet women. You will meet women at church. Some will be worse than what you think and better than any woman that you have ever met. But that's the same thing, bro. I'm just telling you, you know what's going to happen? You are going to go to church as an atheist to meet the girl, right? And the Lord is funny, bro, because you are going to meet the only girl that came to church. And she's like, I'm atheist too. I just wanted to meet some of the guys. I'm sick of these dudes in this culture. And then boom, you two just matched up. You guys are just bullshitting halfway through. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, what's your favorite Bible verse? Oh, what's yours? You're going to do that for a couple of weeks, you know? And then finally halfway through, you guys are both going to figure it out. And you're like, what? Oh, Dave, you be like, you a little hoe. What? I thought you were from church. What? And then she'd be like, you don't even, but... I'm just telling you, this just plays out hella weird sometimes, but, you know, it's just watch out. Because the girls be doing that too, bro. I'm saying, you know, I'm a very, you know, open person, but you don't think I met people in my life? You don't think I met a church girl saying she was a church girl and that definitely wasn't a church girl? So what they doing it too, bro. The girls are just as smart. I'm just telling you right now. That's it. You guys think you're like, yeah, I'm atheist, but like, nah, I'll find a good girl at church. No, they thinking the same thing, bro. They thinking the same thing. Man. Masi on the low. Where's MRTX? I have 2 Teslas. That came up a little bit. It literally happened to me. Wait, where's MRTX? All right, that came up a little, $4. End phase we don't know the news though. It just kept going up. Okay, y'all really like this church girl joke, huh? Y'all. Okay, maybe I will pray for a couple more of you guys. y'all went in with that one. Of today's atheist women. That's crazy, but I feel you. Like I understand what you are saying, but at the same time, it's like this is the world we have gotten into, where we're like, yeah, bro, I'm fucking atheist. I don't even trust these. But then again, I'm like, I don't even trust the church people. So I feel you, but man, crazy where we live in, man. I'm still waiting. I haven't had it today. I'm waiting for the one guy to be like, F everything. I'm going my own way. I'm be like, shout out to Reddit, baby. I know we got a couple making our own way chats. I'm with you, man. I'm down with that too. That's it. I support y'all. I'm a big advocate for chats. You know, I feel like everybody finds their own thing, but that's it. Y'all just got to stay in the game. Dude, relationships, dealing with heartbreak. Honestly, I think a couple chats got some heartbreak going on because I made a couple of analogies today, all in the name of macroeconomics, I promise you. I swear to you. It was all in the name of macroeconomics, and, you know, they started to hit, but it'll be good. Don't forget about the gym. And Amor Fati, seriously, and have faith and just enjoy life for real. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, and I hope you guys prepare for a journey. Prepare like there's a lot more, and be expecting surprises on the day. No 2 days are the same, even if you think the market is slow or whatever else it may be. Wake up with excitement, looking for opportunity. You know what I'm saying? All right, man, can we philo? I could do some philo. It's almost philo time, honestly. Taiwan to probe 4 firms accused of helping Huawei build chip plants. No real reaction there. See if currencies do anything. Oh wow. This is the community thing going on. This is still going on. Investor tweets spike in volume. They're really talking about this. Is crazy. They're still going over this. But that's that conference. I think Goolsby shows up later on that. SIVB versus SVB versus SBF. What? No. Oils. Yeah, that could be it. Let's check. SPY's holding up nice. Oil just stopped dying 50 cents from the bottom. It's funny because like after months of this now, a couple months, 2 months of just like a lot of downside in bond yields, I hope you guys notice how far a little bit of stability can go. Just if you're not dying, that even says something. Because when it dies, it's like 3%, 4% moves, 4% on the upside. The bonds, all of it. It's like there's such big moves. A little stability goes a long way. Philo will be in a little bit, maybe like 10 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom, actually. Fitbit is coming up. Not dying is the new ripping. Yeah, like for real though. After you've gone through so much blowouts on just all sorts of assets, 100%, dude. Not dying is the new ripping. That's a great way to put it. SFLW. That was the theme of October. The difference is, though, by this time last year, we were prepped for a strong dollar. We were prepped for lower earnings. I don't know if we could say the same thing this time around. The 2-year, 20-year might be uninverted, but I have not paid as much as attention. I think it's probably like 0.15 or something. You'll get the F350 song after Philo. I love the yield curve, man. Yield curve. Maybe we talk about some more yield curve stuff, but like I said on that video, the next time I tell you a video about uninverting, though, it's probably going to have a lot more importance. F350 is available everywhere, my brother. Everywhere. The F350 right now. Oh, and the shift in correlation between bonds and equities. Oh, that was in the morning. Oh, Brian Monahan speaking. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Oh wait, no, this is a commercial. I thought I was like, bro, Brian Monahan? He's talking right now. It's Bank of America. No, you got feel. You're gonna have to feel. You could get F3. Just go play it yourself. It's good for you. Don't worry. I have no shame playing it, but I want to. We got to get through this now. I can't believe it's already 10. It's been a wild morning so far, but we'll go through the philo. I got a nice little philo for you, and then we close it out. We'll see if we're still up by philo or if we get a philo rip, and then that's it. And then that's it. We go from there. Okay, they're talking Pixel. I hope. Is this Mr. Kim? Damn, the Google guy's already on Bloomberg. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Follow me on Twitch, too, for the backup or uncensored stream. I don't know what you're looking for. Maybe you like to play 2K, but I will be right back. I love you. Good morning. In a couple more hours. Oh, we need push-ups, too. Man, go on. We're going to do push-ups when I get back, too.
Makes the performance a lot smoother and snappier, and it's very noticeable for our users. We've also dramatically improved the battery life as well. With the always-on display on, you still get 24 hours of battery life, and we're also offering much faster charging time for our users as well. And along with that, one of the most important aspects of the Google Pixel Watch 2 are its safety and health features. So we offer this feature called Safety Check. You just check in, and if you don't check in after a certain period of time, your location will be automatically shared with your emergency contact. So it gives you that peace of mind. And then we've introduced 3 new health sensors, including skin temperature, dramatically improved heart rate with 40% more accuracy, and a new sensor called body response to help you manage your stress. So there's a lot of improvements packed in this next generation of the Pixel Watch that we're really excited about.
Who's your typical buyer right now? I, as a parent, immediately am starting to look at the world of smart watches as a way to ensure my children are safe. But who is generally the purchaser and wearer of this?
I think it's really anyone and everyone who's interested in just improving their overall fitness levels and also interested in having a great companion to their phone as well. So the Pixel Watch 2 not only combines helpfulness features like Google Maps and Wallet, but a lot of great health and fitness features as well.
Can you push us forward? I know it's frustrating on a day where you're just announcing the second version, but what does health and health wearables look like in the next few years? Many have been hoping for blood glucose monitoring. Many are now looking at, AI and the way in which you're going to have an AI wearable. How are you trying to be ahead of the curve at Google?
So you can see from the leap from the Google Pixel Watch 1 to Google Pixel Watch 2 that there's always a continuous spectrum of improvements that we're making, from general purpose helpfulness to health and safety features. And, what I imagine for the future is that these devices, whether they're, trackers or smartwatches, are going to be very essential component of people's lives. It should be something that, you don't want to leave home without one because, they can massively improve your life, or they can even help save your life in the future. For instance, our watches have an algorithm that help detect irregular heart events like AFib, which can massively increase the risk of stroke. So all of these things, I think, really bring a lot of helpfulness and utility to people who wear them.
What are some of the biggest blockers to the next iteration, to the next vision of where you see healthcare going from a wearable?
Well, I don't see them really as blockers, but I see them as opportunities. For me, that things that are really exciting for me are introducing technologies that were only available in a hospital-grade setting or medical-grade devices and bringing them that capability and that helpfulness to as many people as possible. And that requires breakthroughs in power management, better processors, improved sensors that can actually fit within the confines of a smartwatch. So to me, those are really exciting opportunities of research. And I think, we hinted at this in our announcement today. The application and the use of AI in healthcare is going to be an exciting new frontier where AI can really find connections and correlations in your health data that were just very difficult to spot before and give you personalized insights and guidance and coaching.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have now. Thank you for joining.
At Google, fresh off the stage.
Yeah, they played the music on him, bro. See, that's why. Don't y'all wish you could do that to me when I rant too long? Imagine if you had a button at home and you could just start playing like the music in the background so then I know to shut up. That'd be great, honestly. I wonder if we could do that somehow. Maybe I could have a way to like link you guys up with it or something. That'd be fun. But Chattadonia, I don't know if this is bad. I've been getting really bad timing on this lately because like right when I'm about to start this, you get like a red, but it's time, baby. It's time. Oh, yes. I don't know if you want this philo. I've given it to you so many times, which is good and bad because it's always a good reminder. And I think it'll bring up some things. And it's not something easy. And it's something very important. And that's the thing. Because like you could tell it's not easy because it'll get brought up a lot. I'm sure we all face this challenge, some more than others, much different at different, different times. But it's very important, and like even then, it's gonna remind you, bro, of another philo. But like even thinking about that other philo, dude, it brings up another point, which is kind of wild. So here it is, man. Here it is. Are you ready? What you say can stop you from achieving everything. Let me make it better for you. Complaining will block your blessing. And I've given this philo before, and I tell you now because again, this is just something. Last time I gave it to you too. Last time I told you, I was like, I think I've been a little bitch lately. I told you all that. Again, I'm fine. I like to share this with you guys. I'm fine telling it with you. Again, even if some people try to use it against me, that's fine because I know in a good name, baby, that I hope some of you could really like, for real, like I know people are here for the wrong reasons, but some of you are here for the right reasons, and I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, nothing wrong. Like, yo, bro, be real with yourself. Again, Mikey, you were saying that earlier too, bro. Like, it goes a long, long way. That's fine. You want to make fun of it. You're going to sound like this. I don't care how I sound. I don't care what it is. But for real, like, yo, I hope you could check yourself and be like, yo, you're a little bitch. It's at least what I tell myself. Yes, this is a philo. Yes, I believe in God. Yes, I say those things. I know, crazy, right? But for real, like, complaining is big, bro. And it's something I realize it more, or at the very least, I could realize that I complain more than I used to. I don't know about you. I don't know about you. But here's the reminder, bro. For real. It is the greatest snare in the wilderness. That's what that book says, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. The greatest snare in the wilderness is your mouth. It is the things that you say. It was the murmuring and complaining that delayed a 4-year mission to 40. Some of you know what I'm saying. Some of you don't. But for real, bro, it is important. It is very, very, very important. I told you this, so that's why I was like, bro, I said this to you back in the day. Fortunately, unfortunately. Because I even told you when I brought it up, I'm referencing Moses. If you don't know the story of Moses, there was a period, they were in the wilderness, and literally it was the complaining. They were always complaining. So I took them for 40 years. It would have been done in 4. But there's a lot of complaining. But the thing about it, and then I'm glad that somebody said it, 40 years, bro. The last philo I told you with 40 years, and I brought this up, I was telling some of y'all be ready for 40. because that's the same part of this story. And it honestly sucks. I don't know if you remember me telling you something along the lines of, how are you going to feel if what you're going through? Yeah, like guess what? You will be the richest person in your family. You will be the person that changes everything. You will have your financial goals accomplished. Hopefully, what I even pray? I had a nice prayer for some of y'all too, that I really hope that you could accomplish even your financial goals to get that briar out of the way, so maybe you could even focus on goals outside of it and maybe discover talents and creativity and other things that you possess. All of this. I said it's going to take 40 years. I said, stop getting your hopes up. I said this a while ago, because for real, that story, bro, and it's a wild story. There's a lot of little nuggets you could take off, and you can make a philo out of all the little nuggets of the story. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I have for you today. But at the same time, that story's talking about 40 years, and that's 40 years of wilderness. Like, God's plan, bro. Yeah, God's plan. Oh yeah, I'm ready. That's 40 years. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, man. Oh, Bradley Fresh, we waited all day for it. I got a special horn for you after this, baby. Amen. But like, dude, 40. Like, do you get what we're talking here? And it's funny because like I'm saying, I gave this to you a while ago. It does sound like some Christian camp story. That's where we started, but that's not where we're ending. That's why I hope some of y'all hear what I'm saying. There's two things. One, complaining is part of that thing. And then 40 years, though, like at the same time, because at one point I said, listen, man, y'all all pray right now. Or you better pray to whatever you pray to. Or maybe you better work hard, whatever you believe. But we all hope it don't take 40 years. Stop it. I want the long term. I tell you about the long term. But we don't want 40 years, bro. However, I hate to tell it to you, though, that may be the reality. And then what are we doing? At the same time, yeah, you want to call it a higher delusion? Great. I'll just tell you this right now, though. God, no God, Moses, no Moses. Complaining will make that journey shorter or longer. I genuinely could stand behind that, because the way I look at it is, as the more time goes on and the more I'm thinking 10, 30, 40 years, the more I realize complaining along the way, you are never going to get there. But it's something, what it does in our heart, how it gets us through the moment, the days, 7 hours at a time, 1 month, 1 year at a time. It gets pretty wild. So at the same time, though, I want you prepared. And it's not complaining is a hard thing. That's something where I'm telling you, bro, even I be doing it a lot. So it's something I'm realizing, well, shit, maybe that 40 years may be more realistic if you are not going to take control of it. If you will not have the discipline. Again, if you're looking at a journey, I don't know if you've been through the wilderness. You got to do things a little different. Again, I don't know what you believe, but there's some real practicality you could take out of it. But like I'm saying, man, put all the sails in one direction, have the goal and mission. But yeah, complaining might take you away from it. But I wanted to give you the reminder about both complaining and time, because I don't know where it is, but it's something. I saw this the other day, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. And like we were just talking about, we were saying something along the lines, but we're going to have to really think about things and be real with yourself and look at it, but make your decisions, go through with them. RVMD, gigantic pop, it looks like. Yeah, 4%. Revolution. Oh, wait, was that on the list? Oof, I don't know if it was, but that's popping right now. RVMD. I don't know if that was the one on the list that we had earlier. Your tongue is the rudder of your ship. Yeah, man. And at the same time, though, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, at the end of the day, it's kind of like what we were talking about, too, yesterday, to a sense. If it takes 40 years, what are you going to say? I really hope you think about that. And, like, actually think about it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not going to take 40 years, God willing. I hope not. You know, now that's what I'm saying. I say that very humbly. If that's God's plan, but like, what are you going to say? That's something you really have to think about. That's a lot of minutes. That's a lot of days. That's a lot of thoughts. That's a lot of time for things to go good, bad, get worse. So it's like, what will the rudder be spitting out? What will come off of your tongue? What is it? How is it going to guide you? But think about that. What will you say in those 40 years? So that's something I had to. That's why I was like, man, maybe I have been a little B-word lately, because I'm just saying, if you've done a year, not a year, a couple years, you like the good. How do you act in the good? How do you act in the bad? But it's like, think about it. So just remember, what you say has a power. It will have control, but at the same time, though, like, what are you going to say over time? And how does that evolve? And if I told you, yeah, you're going to get everything you want, but not when you want it, what are you going to say? It's funny. I just realized it right now. The light bulb went off, because this is what I was telling you yesterday. In a weird way, you got to the plan is the plan, but you got to act regardless. It's like, if you know somebody is going to talk shit about you, would you still help them? Some of you would say no. Some of you would say yes. But it's like things like that you got to think about, where it's like, know the answer because you have your expectation, but act off of good no matter what. But this is what I'm saying in the same regards. Like, if it takes 40 years, what are you going to say, though? About yourself, about God, about the plan, about the people who helped you, who didn't help you, about everyone who did better than you, worse. I could keep going down the list, but do you get what I'm saying? And you got to think about it. And if the tongue has so much power over the direction and even the timing, or at least it could influence it. Maybe you don't believe me when I say that. Maybe it could influence it. Then, I think proper preparation would mean thinking about what you would say if these things went down, and hopefully finding the deficiency to where it's like, or maybe an answer, the real truth, where it's like, yeah, if it took that long, I don't want anything. Boeing's dying right now. Yeah, at the lows. Check, did anything come up? So, Chad, we will see, man. We will see. But like I'm saying, I hope it reveals even a little bit of truth and find out. Maybe you'll find out you don't like certain things. And maybe if a couple years or certain things of this and that would be enough to sway you, that tells you an answer. But at the same time, though, too, if, somebody even said it today with the computer thing. And they're like, I worked 10 years. It's not easy. And I'm like, bro, I think you would succeed at anything. Nothing is easy in life. And that's why I'm saying, though, some of you might discover the truth and realize I am on this mission. This is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. And I have decided. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, though. So this is not a conversation to get you to back out of anything. It's just also looking at the things where you're like, nah. And then, tighten up, cut, trim the tree a little bit. And you'll be able to say, no, this is what I actually really want to be doing, and this is where I want to be, and you're able to apply that much, much better. But hopefully it revolves controlling the tongue and what you say and deciding with that time and saying 40 years. So if I really do believe that, this is what I have to say. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I hope you feel me. So there's a lot to it, but at the end of the day, man, a nice little reflection. And just here to tell you that complaining ain't going to help on any level. But also at the same time, you get accustomed and start to familiarize yourself with time and how that would affect your behavior and actions and thoughts and feeling. Because, my man, we're in it already. And now we got even more. So let's go, baby. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate costs. God bless you all. Shout out to Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, too. It was during Philo. Oh, no, yeah, baby. What's up? God bless Chattadonia. God bless Chattadonia, baby. Let's go. Amen. Here, ask LT what the current 30. That's not bad. Usually he'll text me or somebody texts me when it gets crazy. I go based off of my social indicators. So otherwise, I look at long-term bond rates, but for mortgage rates, I either check when I need to buy a house or when one of the lenders hit me up because it gets so crazy. And they know I'm into that shit too. You know, LT knows that, but like any of the other lenders I work with too, they know I'm into that shit. They send me that. Boeing dropped. Who was the other one? There was another mover. What was it? I think it was on the upside. RevMed. Oh, MRTX. SPY's just chilling. Geo, good immigration play. Nah, man, calm down, Donald. But nah, like in all honesty, though, I don't think I don't know if the private prisons is going to lead to like in any relation and how that would affect their like profitability. But at the same time, last time somebody asked me about Geo, I don't know if it was you. I don't know enough about the industry. Again, every time people ask me this, I brought it up last time. I just said I was like, dude. Like, let's be real. When was the time? Was anybody talking about investing in prisons before Michael Burry? And that's where I think I don't have enough knowledge of the industry, you know, and I don't think it goes long enough where I don't know about making plays on politics, let alone just anything broader with that. Because you have to like look into it. You have to know about it. Oh, Benny, baby. I love the philo. Thank you for everything. Thank you, my friend. God bless you. Hard. They don't know about Benny, bro. You know, they don't know, bro. Benny made some of the first drip tape artwork. They don't even know about that life, baby. God bless you. Everything has been a result of the Chad, bro. God bless you, man. Thank you. I love you, bro. Well, no, what I'm saying is like, dude, nobody nobody was talking private prisons before Burry. Let's just be real about that. None of you would have ever bought a Geo or a private prison, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that's wrong and bad and shame on you or anybody else, but I am saying that this wasn't something people were like active about, or it didn't have that much activity or attention, let alone, you know, people like, yeah, that's where I want to invest, you know. It kind of got a little hyped up, so I don't know about it. That's why I really kind of I stay a little back from it. If the financials are good, yeah, but I would be basing it off of that. Base your prison plays off of it being run as a good company. Revenue, is it for value, for growth? You know, you got to know that. But immigration, you know, Michael Burry, the world, I don't know. Unless there's like government funding that's directly going to them or like government loans, I don't think they're going to really benefit on that one. DG, Roblox. Oh, dude, are you ready for this? I have the funniest thing to tell you guys. It's hilarious. Oh, I need to find it for you. Bro, are you ready for this? Bro, this is going to blow your guys' mind. Oh, I'm trying to get you the video of it. It's gonna blow your mind. Are you ready? There's now, you could play 2K on Roblox. Yes, I'm trying to find it. There is the whole like walk around, the like make a player, bro. It's literally just like the copied version. So y'all don't want to buy it, bro. Just you could get it on, bro. It's literally 2K on Roblox. It's insanity. You could build where's the whole player thing, bro? Look at, they have the little things. You have the same overall, bro. You have the park. Bro, I was dying when I saw this. Yeah, you just like walk around, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Roblo. Where's the my player thing? Yeah, look. Oh, hold on. You can make your player. It's the same thing. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Isn't that nuts? Oh, dude, I was mind blown. So that's how I'm going to try to get my nephew into 2K, I hope. Because I just wanted him to start playing 2K, but he's just, he wants to play Nintendo Switch tennis. He loves that shit now. That's not why they're up, but it's just that I don't think that's going to make Roblox stock go up. It's just something, again, we've been playing 2K lately, and I just always, I just thought it'd be funny to show, because like even some people were like, oh, I don't have a console. They've been watching us and seeing it. But I'm like, we love Roblox. And Roblox does this with every game. So I don't think it's going to change their stock. It just shows what's been going on in Roblox for a very long time. But very cool, especially if you've been playing around with what we've been doing. Again, because that's the crazy part. At the end of the day, like low-key, Roblox, you could play like a cheap version of every other game that exists, low-key. It's pretty funny. Awful. And then I ended the game with 32 points, but we still lost. But it's good. It's okay. It's okay. President, is he speaking? That showed up on my recommended. Yeah, I'm speaking. Go. What's up? I don't. You guys don't hear me during the day as much. Actually, go to the Twitch. Yeah, it's otherwise. If this voice pisses you off, and you stay on the YouTube. Otherwise, you go to Twitch. If you're not gonna get mad. I'm talking on this, okay? Anyway.
Jeffries, in saying that our Republican colleagues remain committed to working in a bipartisan fashion, we were prepared to do it as well for the good of the American people. Twice in the last 6 months, both houses came together on a bipartisan basis. Once to avoid default, once to keep the government open. And while we should never have been in this situation in the first place, I'm grateful that leaders on both sides came together, including former Speaker McCarthy, to do the right thing. Now, turning to student debt relief. When I ran for president, I vowed to fix our broken student loan program. Because while college degree is still the ticket to a better life, that ticket has become excessively expensive. Americans who are saddled with unsustainable debt in exchange for a college degree has become the norm. Since my administration has taken significant action to provide student debt relief to as many borrowers as possible, as quickly as possible. That starts with making sure the existing system works and the way it was supposed to work for student borrowers. We fixed what was called the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which was designed originally to make sure school teachers, firefighters, social workers, and other public servants can get their student loans forgiven if they make 10 years of payments and do 10 years of public service. By the time I took office, that program had been in place for nearly 15 years. But because of red tape, only 7,000 borrowers had been helped. Well, today, thanks to the reforms, more than 700,000 borrowers have had their debts forgiven. Just the other day, I spoke with Tanya and Chad, a married couple in their 50s, who both work at public high school in Milwaukee. For years, they paid over $800 a month toward their student loans. It meant they couldn't put away any money for retirement. And this summer, thanks to fixes we made to the debt relief program for people in public service, Chad and Tanya's remaining balance was forgiven. Tanya said, quote, "The amount of relief this gives us is indescribable," end of quote. Now they can finally start savings for retirement. Next, we fixed what's called the income-driven repayment program. And here's how that works. If you have an undergraduate loan, after 20 years of straight paying, not missing paying the debt on a monthly basis, whatever is left of your loan is forgiven after 20 years. But because of administrative failures, some people who did pay their loans for 20 years or more did not get the debt relief they had earned. We fixed that and made sure borrowers got credit for every single payment they made. As a result of these changes, today I'm announcing my administration has approved an additional $9 billion in relief for 125,000 borrowers in just the past few weeks under that program. With the latest debt cancellation in total, my administration has canceled $127 billion in student debts for nearly 3.6 million Americans. This kind of relief is life-changing for individuals and their families, but it's good for our economy as a whole as well. By freeing millions of Americans from the crushing burden of student debt, it means they can go and get their lives in order. They can think about buying a house. They can start a business. They can be starting a family. This matters. It matters in their daily lives. This latest progress builds on other steps we've taken. We made the largest increase in Pell Grants in over a decade, helping students and families making less than $60,000 a year get to college. We made additional improvements in the income-driven repayment program. Before I took office, student borrowers would pay no more than 10% of their discretionary income on a monthly basis if they wanted to do it that way. But under my administration's plan, which is called SAVE Plan, we reduced that to 5% for undergraduate borrowers. It's now the most generous repayment program ever. Under this plan, no one with an undergraduate loan today or in the future, whether at a community college or a four-year college, will have to pay more than 5% of their discretionary income to repay these loans. That's income after you pay for necessities like housing, food, and other necessities. You can sign up for the SAVE plan at studentaid.gov/save. studentaid.gov/save.
You Uncle Answers.
And remember,
go to Uncle Answers on Spotify. Josh Answers on Spotify or .com.gov.
And we're still not done. As you might remember, last year I announced a major proposal for student debt relief.
I'm sorry, YouTube.
We're on the verge of
I saved that. That was supposed to be for Twitch, but
real relief
I
from
thought
their
I
student
couldn't
debt.
leave y'all out hanging like
The
that.
money was literally about to go out the
sorry.
door. But Republican elected officials and special interests stepped up and sued us. The Supreme Court sided with them, snatching from the hands of millions of Americans thousands of dollars in debt and student debt relief that was about to change their lives. As I said at the time, I believe the court's decision to strike down my student debt relief program was wrong, but I promised I wouldn't give up. Since then, my administration has been pursuing a new approach, grounded and under a different law, the Higher Education Act. This act allows the Secretary of Education to compromise, waive, or release loans under certain circumstances. Last week, the Department of Education this process by identifying specific challenges that borrowers face in the current system, so we can move forward with a new rule to address these changes. For example, there are many borrowers who have made payments for many years, but because of interest, they still owe more than they originally borrowed. My administration is doing everything it can to deliver student debt relief to as many as we can, as fast as we can. This is in contrast to House Republicans who helped block the previous debt relief plan and nearly shut down the government over the extreme demands, which would have hurt hardworking families. But they had no problem with the Paycheck Protection Program. Remember that? The PPP program during the last several years, which was designed to help business owners who lost money, which is legitimate, because of the pandemic. Members of Congress got over hundreds of thousands of dollars in order because their businesses lost money. It was a worthy program. But let's be clear. Some of the same elected Republicans or members of Congress who were strongly opposed to giving relief to students got hundreds of thousands of dollars in relief for themselves to keep their businesses open. Several members of Congress got over $1 million, and all those loans were forgiven. The hypocrisy of this I find stunning. I supported that program, and I support the student debt program. My administration will continue to use every tool at our disposal to help ease the burden of student debt so more Americans can be free to achieve their dreams. It's good for our economy. It's good for our country.
Yeah, bonds are still up, but we're coming back down to VWAP. This was after the euro closed.
Speaker McCarthy, if I can, Speaker McCarthy, then Speaker McCarthy said that the two of you hadn't spoken directly in a long time. Why is that, and are you committed to engaging more regularly with the next House Speaker?
We had two agreements we shook hands on, and I assumed he was working with, I knew he was working with the Democrats in the House and Senate. It wasn't for me to do anything. If he wanted to talk to me, I was available. I'm available to whomever wants to talk to me. But the idea that I was going to somehow convince McCarthy to change his view was not reasonable.
Can I ask you very quickly, does the disarray on Capitol Hill after your conversation with allies yesterday worry you that you won't be able to deliver the aid that the U.S. has promised to Ukraine?
It does worry me, but I know there are a majority of members of the House and Senate in both parties who have said that they support funding Ukraine. With your, I'm going to be announcing very shortly a major speech I'm going to make on this issue and why it's critically important for the United States and our allies that we keep our commitment.
Mr. President, are you also concerned about the rest of your domestic and foreign policy initiatives being imperiled because of what we saw happen yesterday, the dysfunction in Congress, the chaos that we saw on the House side? Does that concern you in any way?
He's answering questions.
The dysfunction always concerns me. The programs that we have argued over, we passed bipartisanly. I'm not concerned that they're going to all of a sudden come in and try to undo them. Although there will be some. There will be some, I'm sure. There's half a dozen or more extreme MAGA Republicans who would like to eliminate just about everything I've done. But I don't think that's going to get there.
Mr. President, have you promised? If I may, without additional funding, how long will the United States be able?
We can
too good of a
support
question.
Ukraine in the next tranche we need, and there is another means
That was
by
a
which
little
we may
too
be
good of a
able
question.
to find funding for that. But
President, have you promised President Zelensky attackants for Ukraine?
Say again.
Have you promised President Zelensky during his visit in the White House that you would provide attackants, the long-range missiles for Ukraine?
I have spoken with Zelensky, and everything he's asked for, we've worked out.
Tell us a little bit more about this speech you're going to give. What argument are you going to make?
Why don't you wait and listen to it? I'm going to make the argument that it's overwhelmingly in the interest of the United States of America that Ukraine succeed. And it's overwhelmingly in our interest. I've spent 2.5 years putting together coalitions that no one thought could be put together. And they've strengthened us across the board, not just as it relates to Ukraine, whether it's Japan and South Korea, or whether it's what's happening in Europe itself. And so I think that it's clear to the vast majority of the foreign policy community on both left and right that this has been a valuable exercise for the United States of America to increase the support we have around the world. And what I don't want to do is we put together over 50 nations supporting Ukraine. And we are the organizer of that. I met with, don't hold me to the exact number, 16 or 17 yesterday, of a long conversation, and made the case that I knew that the majority of the American people still supported Ukraine, and the majority of the members of the Congress, both Democrat and Republican, supported. So I don't think we should let them gamesmanship get in the way of blocking it.
Mr. President, whether or not that they're asking, what's your advice to the next House Speaker?
Fired. Last guy who got fired was Joseph Cannon. He was dual wielding a fucking revolver back then. What do you mean? How do you get? That's my advice. I tell you, you get in the speaker chair, you got to hold that shit for your whole life like Nancy. What are you doing giving that up? It's a rookie move, a rookie mistake. That's what I tell him. Boom. All right. Anyways.
Well, there you go. SPY came down. Dollar came up a little bit, actually a decent amount, to the point where this is where we were dumping earlier. Bonds are the ones doing a lot better. They're actually kind of holding, if anything, helping us maintain this rally, because if this was based on the dollar, we would be a little lower. Again, NASDAQ still up 0.7. Dow has gone red on that, 0.004 red. And then S&P is up by just over a quarter. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's good, man. My dad just called me to see if I hear about the cell phone. I'm telling you, bro, they got it in the churches. That's all I know, is that somehow someone from church sent it to my dad, and he sent it to me asking me if it's legit. If you just, I say you tell them, it's just, if they worry, turn your phone off. If not, I don't know. I tell people, my bad. I say pray, I say have faith, but then again, just turn off the phone. Turn off the phone. Wait, I was like, didn't it happen already? Sell bonds, does that create demand for dollars? Yes, usually. But also just depends on the actual flows, how much, how often we're talking. The movie I'm talking about is this one. Everyone keeps, I don't know, The Kingsman. Y'all haven't seen this one? It's a Stephen King movie, bro. It was like such a corny, movie. Wait, yeah, Samuel, does it have a different name? Like, it's legitimately the tinfoil, bro, is this movie. It's called The Cell. I guess you guys have it under a different name. But it's this.
The greatest threat. May your love and your truth protect us. Mankind will face. For here lies the dead.
Literally, cell phone towers, bro.
Of the earth. It's just a call away.
Hi, Dad.
You guys have not seen this?
Are you coming home?
Yeah, soon.
Yeah, it was funny because it was so bad. This movie was really bad, but it was fun. It was good because it was bad. You guys don't remember this. Literally, and they all had the phone, and then everybody go crazy. Yeah, bro, it's the same. So that's literally what people are reacting to today, or that's what they're saying potentially could happen. And by people, I mean a chain mail sent to my father and some of your parents. JBL was dumb. JBL was on the high, I think, earlier. Yeah, so that's coming down off the high. I thought like a new low dumping. EBS in an hour earnings, or are we talking update? And then where's the other one? MRTX. That one came down. Where's Nuval? That one held up. That one was a wild one. That was crazy. I'll do the voiceovers if it happens. Yeah, I mean, we'll stay alive. It'll be good. We'll have to rebuild. The boomers are so gullible. I mean, I don't think some people, I get it. Nowadays, they have failed you to the point where now you don't know if it's tinfoil or not, because then the tinfoil come true, then some of it don't, and then they lie about weird stuff, and then they don't lie about other stuff. Like, I don't know, man, so it's just welcome. I understand. Wild times. Dollar green at close. That would be crazy. I mean, bonds dollars ready to, it's still negative, but I think you need something bad or just, again, all of that pressure, if it does build up. I mean, bonds are saving us for now, but a little bit higher of a dollar, we have a problem. And then if the bonds can still be green and still end up kind of being negative, if anything. Erst Group to appoint Peter Bosick as CEO from July 24th. UAW stands in solidarity with Kaiser workers. Oh, do you guys see RTX developing innovative solid-state circuit breaker for hybrid electric aircraft under NASA contract? I think that was a couple minutes ago. RTX Collins Aerospace opens Advanced Electric Power Systems Lab, the grid. Oh, EBS's emergency broadcast system. Wow. So to give you an idea of how concerned I am, I thought you were talking about emergent biosolutions, and I thought there was like a PDUFA coming up. That's why I said if there's one today, I didn't know if you were saying PDUFA or earnings. But yes, the emergency broadcast system is in an hour, or like 30 minutes, I think. We didn't get zombies, but Powell heard binder. Real life, its own kind of wild. Amen. But like, you have to think about that. It's not even weird that they said that to Powell. It's weird that I have to explain how I found out about binder. That gets you. So when you have to explain how you know what binder is, that's the weird part. Because you're like, yeah, I was just listening to a round table of economics and industry leaders with Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and this idea was mentioned as an innovative idea. So that's the only issue. That's the part that I think is wilder than fiction. Because I never thought that's where I would have learned about it from. You know, I never really, you learn something new every day, but I didn't think that was going to happen. Why are you lying? Oh, you think I'm talking about Grindr. And I know why you know, but at the same time, no, we're talking about binder. I understand the mix-up. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Thank you. It happens. It happens. NVIDIA is still holding up. It looks like a mountain, though. That's it. His friends called him out for lying about Grindr. So now he's like, I'm not letting you get away with it, Josh. You're talking about something else. No, yeah, NVIDIA's still up. I'm still shocked that they're good earnings. That was the best earnings ever. And we still are like, if it's real. But I'm still shocked that all of this downside happened right after NVIDIA earnings. I hope you guys realize that. That's how you know it was the top. But it was very good earnings. Usually there's like bad earnings with a high price. That makes sense. So like if they did awful and the stock was still at like $600, I would be more inclined to say that was the top, like the very top. But the fact was, it was just good. It was good earnings, but mixed in just later in the cycle, everything else, it was wild. 2-year yield falls 10 basis points to 505. What? Yeah, wait, the short end is running up here, so this is inverting your curve a little bit if the short end gets back up. Actually, I don't know. No, the short end's moving. TLT is still up 1%. I'll have to double check on the actual curve. Signs of exhaustion, yeah. But usually, like, even at other times, like, there will be a time where NVIDIA will be trading at a high price and the earnings are just really bad. And then finally market catches up to reality. But I did really think that earnings was good for them. Again, I think it just combined with a lot of things all at once. Just it wasn't enough. And it ran up a lot into it too. Yeah, SMCI, that's another one. But then it is ridiculous if you look at some of they're still killing it year to date. Even names like Meta. Somebody asked that on the Twitch yesterday while we were playing 2K. They were like, how come Meta is still extraordinary? Like, if you think about it, it hasn't had the same hype as NVIDIA or anything, but like, bro, like, remember, we still got this like a year ago at $90. But like, that's insane. Like, that is still up there. And like some of these names like NVIDIA, you're holding 300% on the year. Downside happened when Fitch downgraded Apple reported earnings. Yeah, I think that's more reasonable, but there was the pregame was NVIDIA because we did start going down afterwards. The chips sold off. We were down on them. We had one opportunity to get out, and we did, and then we were right back down after those events that you just said. Doubling revenue without increasing OPEX and COGS is sus. There's Jeremy with the debate, baby. Well, we're going to find out, but like it's still, even if you wanted to take it at face value, it was a good report. But then again, I think maybe everything ran a lot. Those names were high flyers coming into all of that. Disney still 79. That's still even lower than the other low. Let's see when their earnings are. And keep in mind some of these names now, because when earnings does come up, you do want to be ready. Because you're going to get this week and then after next week, the final data. That's it. All about earnings and going. Disney's on November 8th. Yeah, Google had their announcement today. Seems even Meta was up too, but Google's been killing it. Disney better announce dividends. They said that from end of last year they were going to announce it this year, and they still haven't. And last update, they said they're spending $60 billion on parks. There goes your divvy. I hope not. Ticket prices. I don't think they want to, though. They want to keep them, like that's kind of part of some of the negative things they did. Disney was raising prices on people before any supply chain or any employment strikes or anything. Like that's why like when Bob Iger came back, like he made that a focus. Like they don't want to do that. Again, that RTX news is coming up here on the wire. Did RTX react to that? It's like something NASA electric hybrid plane. I don't think you're getting a movement. And then SPY's right back down below VWAP right now. Dude, we're below 4250. That sucks. Womp, womp, womp. There's no good at all, Habibi. Like I said, that range, it still has time to bounce above it. I mean, what time is it? 10:43. Still got like 2 hours, 15 minutes, but 2 hours, 20. But that's still not a good sign there. You're at the opening candles. Bonds are a little higher than opening candle, and then the dollar is actually elevated above the opening candle. Well, I don't know if we chill. I think we're still caught in the vacuum. So again, if bond dollar pressure builds up, we're going to flow that way. If it calms down, stability is the new ripping. But then that's it. Yeah, Brent crude extends losses, falls by 5%. You provided private tours at Disney for years. The increase in prices are insane. Yeah, that's why Bob Iger, they're trying to go back to it. So I think they want to invest into Disney and they want the parks to be a good experience. But I also think they're not, I think they're going to try to maintain what they have, but I don't think they're going to try to live and die by the price hike. I think Bob. Five below. Okay, SPY a little bit off VWAP. Again, the dollar is the only problem we have. If bonds give up, stocks will give up, but dollar is higher than open, even though it opened up lower. Again, bonds and SPY, I guess, were both green. Oh my, where's the 10-year? 10-year. Now it's below 4.75. I hope yesterday was the blowout. That'd be nice if it chilled 4.75 and then we come down. You'll be good, but my goodness, oil is plunging. The dollar's messed up off of that. That's what we were talking about a couple weeks ago. It's again even related to any of the analogies that may have hit home. It's what we're talking about here is like the dollar strength that we're seeing. My belief is that it's a lot stronger than we're actually reflecting by DXY and other things. But at the end of the day, the paradox of oil going up and the dollar being strong, it highlights how other currencies are getting really weak. So dollar is reacting to oil, but more so it's reacting to the weakness in other nations. That is what's driving up the dollar more so than the price of oil fluctuating. So I think the yen being stable today has more of an impact on, than the price of oil does on the dollar, at least for today or recently until we get something. Bonds, I don't know. Bonds are flushing a little. So watch out there. Again, the dollar's already ready to strike, but if it does go green, that's the bad part. But even then, upward motion is just, again, for intradays is not even good if it holds and goes higher. Guy was saying how other countries dumping their treasuries. That's part of it. Everything I'm saying is connected. You see what it all relates to the currency. One thing starts the other, right? Bonds, home currency, it's affecting their currency loses value. You may have an incentive to do something with your dollar-denominated assets and vice versa, right? So it's like one thing, it's all a cycle, and that's why it's like we're kind of watching a negative feedback loop, and we want it to calm down. That's why stabilization is pretty much the priority right now, because before you know it, the yen sets off the dollar, then other currencies. And if they want to react, they want to be preemptive, one thing goes to the next. Oh, damn. LT, you at the Airbnb? So y'all hear me at the Airbnb right now? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, man, the core real estate guys, they got an Airbnb. Because how else can you fit 100 mother effers into a? No, you can't. That's why you got an Airbnb. Oh, that looked nice. They got me on the screen. What's up, man? Let's go, baby. Well, y'all enjoy it, man. I wish I was there, but God's plan. Enjoy the time, man. God bless you guys. Cold real estate. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna drop 40 in a 2K game for y'all. I don't know if that's good enough. But I hope you got some of the philo too. But I even said it though. I want y'all out there enjoying your time, bro. Enjoy it while you're there, man. You get to be around all the other Chads too, bro. So I hope you run it up, man. I hope you run it up. Amen. And then we have they said end times are here. Okay, I'll take that as well. Either way, call real estate. Until the rapture, you are gonna be getting listings, okay? That's all. That's fine. And hopefully you get raptured up and your listings go pending, but at the same time, you got to grind until the day, baby, until the day. I'm just saying though, if the rapture did happen, and you on cold real estate and you didn't get raptured though, I might fire you. I don't know if I have the authority to, but I'd be like, what the hell? How are we both stuck here, bro? We both turned into Kirk Cameron. Dawg, we was both sitting, man. That mean, what did you do to the last client, huh? You'll meet LT in a few hours. Oh, enjoy it. So excited. You did miss the philo. We had the philo earlier today. But it revolved around 40 years in complaining. Watch the complaining. I was saying I was being a little B-word at times, but also a good reminder. And what would you say if it took 40 years? And what you speak controls destination and duration. Oh, my goodness. Top rope incoming. I don't know if the bonds give up a little bit. Otherwise, the dollar is trying to siren Raul on over. But as long as the bonds can fight back a little bit. You could take your real estate courses online depending on what city you're in or what state. Mom and dad both call me tripping. They saw it on Ethiopian news, TV, and YouTube. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you. So again, it may be beyond the church. It's everywhere, but that's it. I've had to explain it already. So, oh shit, when does that happen? in 30 minutes. It happens in 30 minutes. I don't know. What do you guys? What if they put it on the YouTube? What if I can't control it? I don't have any live feeds playing right now. What if it's like, then boom, we all just get dial up. And that's what really the tinfoil was. Y'all thought it was there, and then boom, the internet go down, and now you stuck with AOL, and then AOL BQ goes public, and then you buy the bankrupt debt, and then it shoots up, and then it turns into the next GameStop and the video Ozempic, and then it starts rocketing up, and we're like, oh, we're stuck to 15 kilobytes per second now, but then AOL is dominating, and then that's it. Then it takes over the world in 3 weeks. They're like, no, AOL, the Congress can't connect. They don't let anything go through. Amazon goes bankrupt. JP Morgan, they all crash. And then boom, AOL comes back as the rise of the phoenix and takes over the world. Nobody told you that, tinfoil, huh? Yeah, I don't know. I think mine is pretty plausible. On the next episode of What Do You Believe Online? Man, this is bullshit. Relax, we got headphones in. Austin. The philo is complaining. Your message history is all complaining. I love you. So I will relax. But you relax too, for your sake, not mine. Amen. Amen. You've got mail. Bank default. Good times. Good time. Great times. It's always great times. Make Netscape a leader again. Hello, Moto. Oh my gosh, what? I think I know the whole tone of it all. All right, you're flushing one more. Dollar not up yet, but this is no good, man. You're back to open. It's very, very soft level, Habibi. Soft level. If you turn your phone off, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of, when faced with like detrimental situations, I just result to a more Fati, God is good, finger to the sky. What's going to happen is going to happen anyways. So if you're telling me it's in a real event or not and something, it doesn't matter. Like, that's it. Even the people at church, I'm like, man, if you believe in God, okay, great, awesome. Here you go. You're good to go. You're good to go. Dude, like, you really believe? You really got faith? I don't know, man. But other than that, I was good to go. E-Trade on my Palm Pilot. Dude, Palm Pilots, I wanted a Palm Pilot at one point. I really thought the Palm Pilot was the epitome of technology. Airbnb get downgraded. It was off of, I think, who did it? They were tiny. But it's good, though, because this time around, I'm actually going to buy some more. We wanted to go a little. That's what I was waiting for after the last earnings. Everything. But then this time, though, they have good guidance, I think. That's the only problem. Last quarter, they were going up against easy comps. But let them do their thing. Travel's still holding up. Again, I wonder how inflation wave 2 will be it, because remember, travel held up very well with inflation round 1 first couple of years. So we'll see. MPW, we're waiting, but I think we've had the conversation 3 or 4 times today, unfortunately. But I'm waiting on it. I'm not too happy with it, but really you're waiting on updates to either get clapped or have a recovery. Duration risk is until 2025, meaning MPW's clock is running out, given that another year has gone up without any refinancing, but they've paid $1.1 billion off of debt. So we'll see. Financial Times reporting bank failure in Europe? No. When did it come out? Or what's the headline? Raul. Again, bonds, stocks are moving more than bonds. The dollar was the one already up. Another new low here over the last 2 hours or so. Last time we were at this level, we were going up. We did flush this level 30 minutes after the bell. Again, remember 42.22 though, that's what you really got to look out for. Otherwise, bigger dollar moves, bonds, see if that's guiding. But for now, equities are a little ahead of the bonds. Metro Banks in talk about urgent $600 million capital raise. I think I read that headline, but honestly, it does not stick out to me. Let's see. Kaiser, new lithium. It's not, usually I'll have like even it auto aggregates like top read stories, most popular, but I don't even see that on there. Metro Bank. Young Metro booming, huh? No? I literally just typed in Metro booming when I'm looking for the news. But I wonder why that's not as... Yeah, I see it at 10:16, 10:03. Honestly, that was a little later. It's because it came out first from Sky News, I think. Metro Banks is reportedly working with Morgan Stanley, Moelis, and Royal Bank of Canada to secure several £100 million in new debt and equity. Sky News, citing sources, reported that potential equity raise of more than $100 million is among the potential options to bolster the company's balance sheet. However, some analysts and executives are reportedly skeptical following the share price decline. That's relatively new. So Financial Times picked it up later, but I think I think that's why it wasn't. I think that's why you don't see it like it, again. It didn't even come on any of the other wires. I have to like look for that, but I think it's because it was Sky News as the initial source. That's interesting. They don't really get financial scoops, and again, people don't really like them as much. So that's actually wild. That doesn't sound good. Where's EUFN? Oh, this one's hard to borrow, isn't it? How does that compare to SVB? Yeah, when we shorted it that time, nobody was touching EUFN. And I know the options on that suck, but that could be bad. If that does, I mean, if this report is true, it's $600 million. It's a decent amount. I mean, I don't know how big Metro. It's MTRO. It's Great Britain. But that one's... I don't know how big they are. Where is it? They had a lot of different changes, though, earlier. Metro Bank needs scale and capitalize to realize potential. That was even September 11th. They had update on capital planning related to application for residential mortgages. They had a delay in an ARRB application. Blue, that's European, but that's actually crazy. Yeah, Metro Bank, 600. I don't know how big they are. Let me have to see the size, but you haven't heard that in a minute. So if they need a loan to funding, that means at least one bank. If one starts, we'll see. They'll either contain it or not. Very weird, even the reporting of that, though, like the coverage. How big is they? They're 250 billion? No. Oh, it didn't load. I'm looking at Costco. Thank God. It didn't update. I typed it in, but I didn't press enter. So it didn't give me the, I was like, there's no way. I was like, dude, if they're worth that much and they're having they need $600 million. It's a UK regional. They've diverged. They're 65% off of their 52-week. They're actually one of the worst banks in Europe, actually. Yeah, so I have something. It says divergence warning. So they're a European penny stock regional bank. 51 euros a share, 51 cents. Or euros or pound. I don't know what the fuck it is. Pound, sterling, coin, silver. Oh, I don't know. They're worth $90 million. Honest, yeah, they're not. They're already dead. So maybe it's not that important. So, again, if they were bigger, so their market cap is already worth less than they want a $600 million loan, but we'll just see if that has something there. But if it leads to another problem, then it becomes an issue. But in and of itself, it seems like they've already suffered, like well before everybody. Even in like 2023, they just died. They didn't even come back up. You've switched from YouTube to Twitch. How is it? There's a home for everybody. You play 2K? We had new 2K players showing up. I'm like, what took you guys so long? You guys came out of nowhere yesterday. Mm-hmm. I'm there tonight, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Rite Aid has earnings, so maybe then, but when Rad Moon, whenever real bankruptcy is announced. But again, that has not happened yet. They love to say it. Sources know, though. Chad, FIFA. I still haven't played FIFA yet. Last week, I was getting pretty bothered with 2K. I had an opportunity to back out, but I kept playing, so we'll see. Bank of America, 52-week low. So banks now at the lows, at least something. Time, I don't know. I went on early yesterday, but I think today will probably be 6 or 7. Banks are coming down again. JP Morgan's doing good, but like on the daily, on the year, but they've all given up a pretty decent amount. Goldman was ugly. You guys called that one out yesterday. Citi, 52-week low. My goodness. Why is Bank of Canada or Bank of America dying? Just banks have pressure. They've had it since morning. If you were here, we were talking about XLF being negative from the morning. They had that little bounce with the market, but their earnings are right around the corner. Not only that, they have to respond to rates. Rates go higher, banks lose money. Most banks in the United States, every time the rates go higher, especially the longer end of the curve, those banks begin to lose a lot of money. So that's what you got to watch out. Bill Gross. Some would say the bond king. Let's see.
Well, let me explain it this way. I think PE ratios are coming down. Katie explained it in terms of an equity risk premium being close to, basically the bond market, and meaning that there's little risk in terms of stocks relative to treasury bills or short-term treasury notes. I would put it this way. Give me 30 seconds for an example that a PE ratio at 20, turn it upside down as an EP ratio at 5, so an earnings ratio at 5. A PE ratio of 20 was a year and a half ago, and since then, real yields, as Katie pointed out, have gone up by a good 350 basis points. If, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if the earnings yield ratio, the EP ratio, went up from 5 to 8.5%, then PE ratios would be down around 12 12 or 13. Now that's a little old school. That's Gordon discount, dividend discount model type of thing, but it does indicate the direction in terms of PE ratios that they might move if we see a situation of real yields still at 2.40%.
And let's break down what we've seen in terms of nominal yields. As you mentioned, real yields very high, and they've been in the driver's seat, really, if you think about this rise in the 10-year yield. Talk to us, though, about break-evens. Do you think that inflation expectations should be higher here, given what we're seeing in the energy market?
Yeah, I think it should. And, the break-even rate for the 10-year, amazingly, is rather stable between 2 and 2.3% today. I think around 2.34%. And so that's the expectation for inflation. I would say it's more like 3. Getting down to 2 is going to be very difficult going forward. And so, that to me means that nominal treasuries, take the 10-year again, at 4.75 or 4.8, that nominal treasuries are basically based upon an expectation for a 3% Fed funds rate over a long-term basis. There is a equity risk premium that you talked about. There is a term premium for bonds as well of about 1 to 1.25%, because that's the risk of owning a 10-year versus a treasury bill. And so if Fed funds settle around 3 to 3.5%, a 5% 10-year treasury is decent value. It's not great value.
What is great value, though? When you think about 5% on a 10-year treasury, we haven't seen that for 15 years plus. If that's not great, what is great?
Well, it's greater. There's no doubt about that. But 5%, again, would be a normal bond term premium of about 1.25% under 3% inflationary expectations. So that's okay. And I know corporate spreads have widened out a little bit, and that makes them attractive. But what I think has happened, Katie, in the past several weeks, and the market is beginning to recognize Treasury supply, based upon a $2 trillion deficit. They're beginning to recognize, basically the selling of bonds by the Fed in terms of the QT. They're beginning to recognize higher for longer as well. And so those two factors have been important in terms of the current rise. What I've seen in the last week is that the bond vigilantes, to the extent that they are now individuals owning, billions and billions, hundreds of billions of bond ETFs, they've been spooked over the last week or so by declines of 2, 3, 4, 5% in their ETFs. And so I think they're joining the crowd in terms of selling. And, we're seeing a little bit of an oversold market here headed to 5%.
Certainly oversold. But I do worry, Bills, about some of these external events. Of course, yesterday there was a lot of hoopla around basically the Speaker of the House losing his position here, and whether this was symptomatic of just the dysfunction in Washington.
I hear a word you
mentioned the federal debt. We know debt servicing costs have gone up from sub 2%
going a little lower.
For the government
this is
to
Bill
I think
Gross,
now
the bond
somewhere
king.
in the 4 to 5% range here on average. How much of that ends up becoming a factor in investment decisions, or can you ignore it?
Well, I don't think you can ignore it. We're going to see the point again 30 days from now, in which they have to vote, and we'll have a new speaker, I assume. But to me, it indicates disruption in terms of the process, additional disruption based upon what we've seen, because 10 conservative Republicans basically are running the show in the House. And so that will increase volatility in terms of all markets, and certainly is a negative.
Well, and yes,
all right, Chad, you got a Chad
Republicans, but there really
are you going to turn off your phone?
A major player, at least
yes,
when it comes
no,
to,
or Kanye.
I guess, fiscal
anonymous vote
for quite some time.
Let's see how interested the Chad is in this topic.
And I'm talking on both sides of the aisle here, so this isn't just a party issue here. It just seems that whatever appetite that we had to address the fiscal situation, at least for now, just seems to have completely dissipated.
Well, yeah, the fiscal situation is very much of a negative. I mentioned $2 trillion in terms of a deficit, at least for this particular fiscal year.
Okay,
and
350 votes under a minute.
Out in the past,
you guys are pretty active.
The higher level
Kanye, baby.
interest,
it's a good option.
That the
it's a good option with questions like these.
It's going to add increasingly to this.
You can vote. There's a poll on YouTube. I'm sorry, Twitch. You got to go over there to vote.
Hope for in
Twitch
terms
poll.
of
That's a very
spending. If
exclusive.
Anything,
Chat feud is for the YouTube.
That the fiscal side would come in and start spending money if we have a recession or a significant slowdown. So deficits, as far as the eye can see, is what I can see, and that puts obvious supply pressure going forward, probably twice as much as what we've had over the past year or two in terms of Treasury supply. So,
well, it makes me wonder then, Bill.
See what happens.
Yeah, well, it makes me wonder, Bill, about the whole ideology of bond vigilantes. Is that something that even really exists in this current environment? Is there someone or some group of people that have that much sway still in the market?
No, there isn't, Romaine, and I use the term loosely because back in the day, the vigilantes
talking
that
bond vigilantes, bro.
Talked about.
He's the one who made up the term, I'm pretty sure.
In control to some extent. These days, to speak about an ETF holding by an individual as representing a bond vigilante is a little loose, a little bit of a stretch, as
he said that's a
I
joke.
Suggested. But what I've seen in the past week or two are significant sales.
You are not a bond vigilante
ETFs,
buying a bond ETF. Bill
AGG
Gross.
or the volume on BND, which are $100 billion ETFs, has been significant. And so what I see are these smaller vigilantes joining, the Treasury, joining the Fed in terms of negative pressure for bond prices.
So it's like GameStop bond version.
Pressure for bond yields.
GameStop bond version short.
Sort of a simple scene-setting question.
Saying a bunch of
if it's
smaller
not vigilantes, what do you
all
think is
going
driving
in the same...
this move at the long end? Do you think about 80, 90, 100 basis points move higher in 10-year Treasury yields over the past couple months? What's driving that, and what's going to bring it lower?
Yeah, I think so. That's important, and we talk about a forecast for a 10-year Treasury, but we should also talk about the shape of the yield curve. And as you mentioned, longer yields are headed higher, shorter yields not so much, and we have a less negative yield curve, which I think is important going forward in terms of markets. So what's driving it? I think to some extent the sales of ETFs, which own long duration as opposed to short duration, is important. I think the mix of Treasury sales is important going forward. Next week we'll see a 3, a 10, and a 30-year combined offering of perhaps $100 billion. And so the long end is being pressured based upon supply and based upon expectations for a stronger economy than what was the expectation 3 to 6 months ago.
All right, we're in conversation right now with Bill Gross, the co-founder of PIMCO. We do need to take a break, but Bill is going to stick with us. We have a lot more questions coming up here on the mortgage market, of course, with rates.
The co-founder of PIMCO. And remember, the old Fed person that you heard today now works for PIMCO. And he was saying it's time to stop rates. Interesting. That was good. I like listening to him. I like Bill Gross. I like all the bond people. There's only a couple bond people in bond land, so when you ever get the chance to listen, it's always nice. So bonds aren't doing what they want and they call people vigilantes. No, he's the guy who invented it back in the day. He invented the term. I'm pretty sure. You could double check this. But a bond vigilante is pretty much somebody who they become a vigilante by betting against the Fed. Like by buying, that's what he was saying, like back in the day when there was not as many players and it was just a couple of big money players, they were like, okay, the Fed's going to raise rates. They're like, no, they're not. And they would buy the bonds and the yields would shoot down instead of going up, right? And then that's why there would be divergences with Fed policy and stuff, because you had these people who were going against the Fed and policy, or even just what generally Wall Street was thinking, and they were using, bond purchases and buying them to kind of en masse to kind of show how they felt about policy and what was going to happen moving forward. Like, have you ever heard the term, the bond market is always right? I'm sure you've had to have heard it in the last couple years. People can't help themselves. And with everything and all the bond volatility, yeah, basically contrarians. But have you ever heard that? The bond market is always right? Yeah, you may have heard that. But that's kind of where this comes from. Where just like things would happen, equities, the Fed would say something, and then the bonds, by not agreeing, the implication is because people were buying the other way. The bond vigilantes, that's why they were saying one thing while markets another thing were saying something else. And then ultimately it's either policy goes there or they change. The last couple of years, you had bond vigilantes, maybe the banks, but being a bond vigilante for the last 3 years did not work. There's no such thing. Yeah, you may have disagreed with Powell it didn't work because that's not what happened. So that's where you've got to see it for the most part. It did go down. I mean, maybe if you wanted to say the bond market was right, bonds down, stocks down, but many ways to chop it up. TLT is a good long-term yes and no. It depends if you really have a purpose with it and like what's your plan, but it has an expense ratio and it's fixed income. It pays a yield, but it's literally it's tantamount to buying a bond. So if you think it's right for you to have bonds in your portfolio, then you could justify it. But that's usually for older people or someone who has a higher preference towards capital preservation. MGM, bro, this thing's down too. The puts went up. They're now holding like above 50% on the bid now. But again, they were worth a lot more on the first drop. Oh, shit. They got me. They got me earlier. Oh, what? I thought it was in a couple minutes. Oh, no. That did sound weird, bro. Too bad I ain't do anything else. Oh, no. I thought it was in like 30. Man, I was working. That was brutal. I didn't like that. Yeah, that sounded weird. It sounded like an Amber Alert with a different pitch. That's crazy. We all got, dude, I thought it was, that's why you guys were closing it early, huh? Oh, I didn't have time, I guess. And I'm normal now, I think. Everything good? I feel a little weird. I feel a little surprised, but that's about it. Let me go to let me see if I poop real quick. Hold on. That might be a better way to determine this. Hello. Hello. Like the video while you still hypnotized. Like the video, subscribe. Make sure you turn the bell on while the sound has still hypnotized you. Like the video. Make sure you hit the thumbs up or you'll get cursed or like the video right now. Like it and subscribe right now. Did that work? I feel a little dizzy. Not really, kind of. Oh, they got it? Oh shit, I'm sorry for playing it back. LT sent me a video. Oh, LT out there with them, bro. You almost... I thought it was going to happen at a certain... Why did they front run us, bro? What the fuck kind of shit is that? That's bullshit. I was told 11:20, 11:22. You know what I'm saying? They front ran that at 18, bro. They totally front ran that. Man, I was just going... What was I going over? I was going over MGM puts. I was looking at the bonds, bro. Like, that's crazy. Man, the cell phone. Oh, and then you all gonna act like you knew that, huh? Ain't nobody telling. Man, they front ran it. The alert was leaked. I'm sending my net worth to Ukraine. They got him. Oh, no. That's it. I ordered a bumper sticker, but I could see the need to, I get it. They really said 220. Yeah, and they hit us 2 minutes earlier. Your ex-wife pointed out you were wrong by 4 minutes. Just explain to her what front running is. If she has any sense, she'll understand. We just got front ran. I heard the 220 or 222, but it came out at 218. You had alerts off and I still got it. Sirius Radio just now, 3-minute delay. They have to do it early. Never late. Honestly, they got everybody. If you didn't turn it off well in advance. One guy in the chat, bro. It's funny because all I'm thinking about is the one guy in the chat who is here. He closed like 30 minutes ago. He was like, all right, Chad, I'm out for the day. I got to close all these. I'll see you in a little bit. But I was like, man, he's early as hell. I was like, he really getting ahead of this. I'm like, all right, man. He was, nope. He was prepared. He was prepared. Uh-huh. He got it. He got it. I got the message. Dude, you didn't hear it? My mic was unmuted. I was going over MGM plays, and then I was like, ah! I was like, ah! It got me. It scared me. That's why I'm still in shock. Now I'm like, oh my gosh, did something happen to my genetic makeup? But I don't think it did. I think it's just, I was a little more jump scare, but I think we're good. None of y'all went crazy. That's it. So if anything, some of you are a little nicer. Maybe it is a little weird. I don't know. Nobody went, nothing crazier than 6 a.m. in the morning on a bearish day, so I think it's good. Check on your dad. Man, his phone probably been off since yesterday. What are you talking? I'll call him out after today. He probably more prepared than the guy in the chat, bro. Mm-mm. Three devices went off. My other phone was on vibrate, and it didn't make a noise. It was like, meh, meh, meh. Like, come on. If I'm not hyped no more, you know why. That's it, man. If any of you say you sell your long term, I'm going to be very suspicious. Oh, whoa, you're going down. Emergency test system. I think they need to test it on Wall Street, bro. Hot dog. No headline coming out yet. LT's good, bro. Everyone's good. Again, you just got Raul. Again, dollars not up there. Bonds, if anything, Raul is doing his own thing. That's getting a little bigger. I think that's your biggest red of the day. Maybe except for the morning, but you just dropped like 10 points in 1 minute, bro. McConnell says must get more funding to Ukraine. Is that it? I don't know if that's causing the red. Again, people are going to start worrying about things down the line related to the debt ceiling stuff, but very interesting reaction. That was a 10-point drop. Again, bonds were up. Dollar didn't really move, so that was their German Chancellor Scholz expressed in phone call with Azerbaijani president his rejection of military force use. I don't think that's it either. That's coming out though now. Bro, why is McConnell still working? If this was anybody I was related to, I'd be pissed at their employer. I'm like, after what just happened, you still letting him work? Telling him to make statements about government and the budget? And like, what's wrong with sir? Somebody just passed away, sir. But no, sir, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. My heart is starting to hurt. It's called anxiety, bro. Everything is okay. Raul just showed up. It's over. Welcome. This is how watching the movie 2012 felt like in 2012. The difference is you didn't have to wait 6 months to get to December. So you should be happy you just found about this today, and now it's over, and nothing happened, and we can move on. Okay? That's it. So welcome. Welcome. MNST on the high. Monster beverage. Okay, maybe that's 10 that they're on the high ticker after that, but still. All the guys in jail with the phone just got it. I guess everybody with the cell phone. No discriminating. SPY coming back up, so no news on that headline, and then you're going back here. Bill Gross says 10-year yield is decent but not great. Is he talking again? I think it was energy. It looks like the AM. We're moving big, though. If the candles start moving here, like I was saying, that was our biggest candle all day. I don't even think you move 10 points at any 1 minute period. So, hey, if we wake up, what time is it? 11:20, hour and a half left. How does ADP say jobs are down 32,000 after JOLTS? One of them is job openings, and one of them is the total amount of payrolls for that period. And then on top of that, ADP is a company. It's a private company, so they're just giving numbers about private payrolls. So on Friday, we get the non-farm payrolls. That will be pretty much everything else. That has more weight. Usually, ADP doesn't do anything too crazy, but other than that, it's good. Build up to Y2K was much more fun, yeah. You don't get that now. We're more like, fast food culture. So any sort of catastrophe it has to be told soon and show up soon. Otherwise, it's a dud. Unfortunately. Senate live on chips. You want me? I could test if anything happened. Are you ready? Okay. Joe Biden is a good president. Donald Trump is a good president. Did you guys not? Yeah, you guys are good. Nothing happened. Same. I told the Twitch, I muted it and explained to them the thesis. But I said one thing for Biden, one thing for Trump. All of you acted the same way. The people who usually say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So everyone's the same. You guys are great. That's fine. You guys are good. You guys are good. Yeah, no. Your behavior exactly the same. Nothing different. Trying to get back. I'm trying to make sure you guys are okay. What the hell? I'm the bad guy? All I said was that Biden is a good president, and so is Donald Trump. And I didn't think that would... Damn. It's crazy. What if we were already zombies? I mean, it's believable. It's believable. In this world, there's a lot of zombies already. It's a different variant. What if we're all... You guys want to play this game? What if you're all dreaming? Bro, what if I'm not real? This whole time you're going to youtube.com/the stock market. It's not real. This voice in your head, bro. That's why your friends don't F with it. Because you keep showing them nothing. And they're like, bro, you're tripping out. Like, you're just showing them your own YouTube channel. And they think it's like, that's the crazy part. No, I'm not AI. I'm a figment of your imagination. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. That would be crazy. This whole time, my girlfriend don't like the stream. It's because, she's like, what are you doing? She doesn't get who you're talking to. She's like, who's Josh? No one knows who Josh. She's like, have you ever seen him? And you're like, no, I've seen his chest. That doesn't sound normal. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you, bro. This might be one of the moments you look back and be like, I had all the signs 10 years ago. But, I was going to, honestly, though, I don't mean to scare you. I feel bad. If somebody's doing shrooms right now and you're listening, I feel so bad for you because you're going to have the worst trip of your life right now. Because that's it. I just got you thinking in a different realm right there. And honestly, no, because someone said it the other day. I was like, all right, man, calm down. He came in the morning. He was like, I'm doing shrooms today. And I was like, bro, why would you tell me that? You're going to leave. You're going to be like, I'm listening to this stream watching shrooms. I'm like, I have complete control of how your trip plays out. Yeah, you guys it's good for my mental health. It's good for me. Yeah, not if a random individual is just like nightmares. Friday the 13th, Jason. I just say a couple of key words. You're going to have the worst time of your life just because I'm subconscious. I'm like, war. Man, it's awful. That's it. I was like, good luck, man. Nightmare. I wouldn't do that to somebody, but yeah, I hope you didn't have to hear the Josh isn't real joke, and then you're like, what the hell? Are any of you real? No. That's the names in the chat are all of your subconscious memories. So if you argue with somebody on the chat, you're arguing with an old memory that you have not really settled with, and that's why you still argue with it on the chat. It's crazy. Again, this could be a whole movie, bro. This could be the movie about the stream that's not even really a stream, and it's all in your head, and then it's like, what the hell? It's getting deep, very deep. Nightmare. You guys are still laughing at it. Twitch loves the nightmare joke. Good job. I'm glad you guys like that. Nightmare. Nightmare. I stream on Twitch. I play some 2K, bro. I play some 2K. I hope you're down. MNST still going. Where's Newell? Where was it? NV Nouveau. Nouvelant. Buying TLT shares to build a sizable position. We know it's going to move, but don't know when. And currently at a 10-year low. In a weird way, buy the 2-year. Buy shy. That's it. If you're really tempted to buy and you think there's going to be a cut in 1 to 2 years and you're watching TLT, just buy shy. You're way better off buying the short end of the curve than not. Same effect. Again, this is where it was in 2020. It's not like you're missing out. Again, it looks like it's only $6 higher. So that's the only thing you got to factor in. It's closer to the low, but if I was going to buy shares waiting for bonds to just buy and hold and wait, the 2-year is more protected just because it's already closer to the Fed funds rate. Otherwise, you could scale in on TLT, but I do think until we get some stabilization and until we really find out where this is all going to end, then I'd wait because there's still just a lot of duration risk, and we don't know what that time will bring about. TMF, even less so. But again, like shy, I hope whatever play you want to make, the logic I'm giving you is pretty good. Just simply put, if you're trying to buy bonds, sit and hold and wait for a cut, it's like at the very least, if you want less downside, buying the 2-year, you could accomplish a decent amount. And we're still just doing the VWAP dance. Let me get TLT back up here. Where's the UUP? VWAP dance is your chance. VWAP dance is your chance. Ooh. Very good singer. Long duration is more sensitive to rate change. 20-year will move much faster than 2-year. It will, and it has more downside. And like I'm saying, though, if you're waiting to play the cut, just buy the 2-year, because why would you want the downside? If you're trying to get the flips and pops and, react to every headline and then it moves up a little bit and play the spread in between, yeah. But at the same time, it's just I'm not really trying to buy. I'm down to flip the bonds, but buy and hold, start allocating. It's, again, I've said it from the beginning. If you wanted to buy anything bond related, you're better off buying shares than options. But it doesn't mean that I'm like, okay, let's just keep buying shares and bonds right now. I would just go buy a real bond or get yield. So you have to understand, it's like, what are you buying for? Most people. Here is the problem right now with TLT and the whole bond market. This is the problem. Maybe it's my fault, honestly. Maybe the younger generation of investors and what they look for, and then how it's gone on the internet, and then everybody has carried it even way further than I have. It's you got to think about it. Everybody's trying to speculate on these bonds. That is the damn problem. So it's not what's your intention buying a bond? If you are buying TLT and IEF shy, you are trying to buy the bonds. What is your intention? Oh, Big Mo, sneaky. Y'all got to play 2K with us now tonight. But think about it right now. If you are buying TLT, what are you hoping for? What is your intention by buying that play? Yields going down. No, what are you trying to do? Stop giving me smart people answers. Higher, and you don't give a fuck about interest rates. You guys don't care. If you're trying to find 50 different ways to get a green light on buying TLT, and you're like, I want to buy TLT, especially if you want to buy an option on TLT. What are you really trying to do? You make money, yeah, but no. Some people, you're trying to make fuck you money. You're trying to make stupid money. You're trying to speculate. A lot of people, and this is the problem right now, is that people are looking at the bonds and like, I want to buy this bond. I'm going to keep buying this. You know what I'm saying? But it's just very speculative, yes. But it's based off of trying to make money and a big return off of it. That's why it's like, if you really gave me the answer of I'm trying to preserve capital. I have these over the next 5-10 years. I'm older. I need to balance out this. And like, you have a real reason of why 5%, 4.89, whatever makes sense to you, then yeah, because otherwise the only reason you buy TLT right now is for 4%. 4.9 right now, maybe. You have to understand that. So that's why you gotta kill the speculative element. There will be the speculative element, and you will take advantage of it when it arrives. But leading up into it, otherwise you're looking at an asset, and it's just like, should I buy a 4%, 20-year, 30-year? Like, are you a bank? Why do you want to buy that? And if you do, hopefully there's a reason. But even then, now go back. Let's see where this all started from. Because what have I been telling you? I'm like, listen, if you really want to try to scale into bonds that have duration risk, could lose value, all of this, just go buy the 2-year, or even just go buy the 3-month bond. Go buy an actual bond, because if you buy a bond and the rates go lower, then you could even sell it before maturity and get a higher price, or by the time you wait there till the maturity, you're going to make money because you bought it cheaper and you're going to get a guaranteed return. That's why I was saying just buy the 2-year, because if you're looking to do anything like that, it's very, very simple, because the 2-year has less risk. And if you really are, like, if you want both 5% or even speculating, it makes way more sense to be closer to the curve. And yeah, you're going to miss out on certain things, but if there's a rate cut, you'll make money on it. And then at the same time, though, just sitting and buying, you're going to be better off. Bill Ackman, no, man. I'm banning you for that with all of the other comments. It's fine. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Because with your little comment, you were even incorrect. Bill Ackman was shorting the 30-year. He did not purchase the short end. Warren Buffett bought the short end. So there you go. Amen. Thank you, and have a nice day. You could be reborn, but don't let the same behavior expose yourself. You got him, Bill. But I really hope you guys get what I'm saying, though, where it's like, you better have some soul searching and figure out why the hell you want to buy a bond right now. And if you do it for the right purpose and the right reason. And at the same time, you may be better off at the shorter end of the curve. It's not as if the short end is low. So even if you buy the short end of the curve, you're either going to get paid out on a literal return if you're buying it for that yield, or it's going to, if there is a rate cut in the future, you're going to benefit off of it because you're buying it at still 5%. If it drops, then you're good to go. So it's like, but then again, you don't have the same downside if longer term risks and certain things develop, because the 2 years already high. The 2 year already died before everything else. That's why it's like, why you're going for the long end, but it's just like, it kind of doesn't make sense sometimes. Tesla pop. Tesla 1,053 highs. My goodness. You don't agree with you about 2026? I didn't end 2025, but my agreement wasn't the player. That play is going to hit eventually, but that's what I said my problem was. Again, when I brought it up, the thing I said was shares. Like I told you, our first debate was, do we buy it or not? But it was, people were asking, they wanted to buy it very, very early on. But I was just saying, if you want to buy it, I wouldn't buy options right now. I would rather go with shares. But even then, there was still a lot of risk. But now, fast forward to today, I don't think we're debating on whether to buy an option or a share. We're debating about duration risk and where it goes from here. Even though it's at lows and took another low, what do we do? You know, that's what you really got to think about, is like where do we go now that we're debating, do they cut in a year, 2 years, how high do rates go past 5, 6? The short term's already there, the long end isn't, and that's where there's a way more carnage on the longer end than not. So at this point, I'm telling people to really soul search and find out why you want the bonds. But even if you want to play the cut, the best option isn't always going to be TLT. TLT will be the best option right when it's right in front of you or when things are happening. But at the same time, it's like if you really if you insist on, I want to buy a bond, I don't care how much money I lose, the rates are going to get cut, I'm going to sit here and get this. It's like, well, there's more downside right now in the long end than not. And the upside is kind of similar to a degree. The only thing is shy $8 up, you know what I'm saying? $6 up. It's $6 in the money versus TLT. You get back up here, that's $100. That's $80 in the money. That's the only difference is the measure you're playing it by. But depending on how you leverage it, it's borderline. 5 goes to 0, 5 goes to 1. It's the same thing as 5 on the 30. You're going to 1 or 3 or 2 or whatever. Scattered Spider was tied to recent attacks on MGM and Caesars. Clorox security breach linked to group behind casino hacks. MGM. I was going to try to keep him at 3.5. I'm not even worried about what he's going to try. We need to get him to actually cut it, because in the meantime, till there, that's the big thing of what happens in that process. But we'll let him focus on cutting when he gets to cutting. But these are things that factor into duration risk. That's what Bill Gross was saying earlier. He was just saying if you're buying it at 4 or 5. You're implying Fed funds rate in the future, midterm to long term, at 3. So if that changes, then that also is going to change. And that's the risk with buying 30-year out bonds, essentially, is that everything is implying something for the future about something based on today. So if something starts to change, that could drastically change what's going to happen 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the road. And then now you have a different situation and different risk. Drink water? Okay. Water is good. Josh like water. Jimmy want pink. And then, Ray, why is that house so cheap? I emailed it to Lending Tips. I don't know, the co-real estate. Yeah, I told him to show you this one. This house looks crazy. MNST has been running since the alert. Mm-hmm. Do agents tell you if someone's murdered? No, but most places, if someone dies in the property, you have to disclose it if it's within 2 years or within 1 year, 12 months. So if somebody dies in any property, there's a 12-month responsibility for the seller to disclose it. After 12 months, though, you don't have to disclose it. Have I looked into FRHC? Another Alameda? Freedom Holdings. What is it? This isn't what's that other one Danny brought up? Care or whatever? That bank slipped a lot since then, but seems like, we're going to find out in a little bit about banks, but it's wild. Tyree, baby. Oh, Tyree, you've been everywhere, baby. God bless you. I see him on YouTube. I see him on Twitch. He really out here, baby. God bless you, Tyree. I love you. Oh, nah. Let's go. Showing love. Showing love, baby. Hey, man. Tyree. He knows, bro. We've been seeing him. Yeah, that's it. He's been showing up to the Colt Rec Center. I've been very appreciative of everybody showing out, man. He's been one of our top supporters out there, so it's good to see, man. It's good to see. Even in the chat, though, he's a top supporter, even on Stock Market Live, baby. God bless you. God bless you. I do like the MGM puts, but they're slow. They jacked up the first time we got them, and now they're the same price. It's still good. They're up 60, 70% or something like that, but it's the same price when we first, there's one big down day after we got them. Wasn't this 2 weeks ago? I think it was here, but now the stock's $2 lower, but price is the same. Freedom Holdings declining KPI valuation compared to established Kazakh-based financial institutions. The most pressing issue is the potential volume of sanctions. I need to look into this more. Email me if you have anything you could. I will definitely take a look at it, but I don't think we're gonna get to the bottom of this now. But this one's good. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Let's see. And then what are you saying with Hugh? Did he get blown out, or am I misunderstanding about buying the long end because he would get a better opportunity? Or is he saying he's short? No, he bought the long end. He was buying TLT. His thing was that he liked buying the long end of the curve because if there was a reaction and the rates did cut and there was a big policy change, he's saying that you would have more upside, which you would. It would be a little bit more, and again, you're going to play it. You could play it a little bit cheaper in the sense that you could get more of a maximum as well as premium added to it. That's the real thing. That same 30 years of time it factors into the premium. So there's a little more upside on TLT. Maybe I don't want to say a little, but there's upside, more upside than the 2 years. How it plays out, and I'm being very cautious with the word because that all depends on the situation. You know what I'm saying? There's more downside, but there's also, it really depends. Like TLT could have more upside if we go to rates of 0, but then if we go to 0 instantly, the 2-year would have the same thing. But now what if the 2-year goes to, what if they cut rates by 1%? TLT can rocket up more, and then the 2-year would only go down a little bit. You get what I'm saying? So that's just where there's usually more upside on TLT. That same risk of duration also gives you benefits of positivity if it works in your favor on the back end too. But it also just depends on how the rate action went out. So he just bought the long end of the curve. And again, I don't think that was that crazy at the time. Like I was saying, the only thing I was just, looking out for myself, other people, is just that I didn't want to go with time. That was the only again, at that point I was going through my struggle with shares and futures and options, and all I was saying was I said, if you really want to buy the bond play, I'm not ready to buy TLT calls, just because time and mixing in that, finding the duration and then putting a duration on it is insane. Only at that moment, just because it was, or not even outside of that moment, it's hard. But even at that moment, they were scamming heavy on premiums, and I'm not just talking TLT. But that's assuming the 10 years coming down. Why else would you buy the long end? Because you think rates have topped. That could be another reason too. But then again, there is no real way to know rates have topped. That's it. That has been the problem of the last 3 years. Every genius in the world, myself included, go ahead, line them up. No one knows when the top is going to happen on the rates, because this is already crazy. Again, we're talking a 40, 50-year bull market like Hugh brings up. It's ended. And now it's like, yeah, people think it's the top, but every month, every quarter, every year that we sell off and respond how we've been responding, and then the bonds keep going lower, this is telling us that, we don't really know where the duration is, and if, who's to say this should be the high or not. And that is causing its own little issue in and of itself right now. So TMF shares, it's the same thing as buying now. Again, I love these conversations. We're going to have to repeat them every now and then, but I hope it helps you guys. Again, let me just tell you this. If you want to ask me the questions over and over again to argue, you're a bitch. But if you want me to, if you're genuinely trying to know, I'm down to keep talking about it. I will keep repeating it. And like I said with that conversation earlier about Bill, about the bonds, and, just going about what you really want to do. It's like I'm telling you, I think now we're debating, you need to really find out why you want to buy a bond. If you are a young ass individual, Tesla's running AMD and AWK, baby. Hey, where my water people at? They don't know about that. AMD's rocking it up again, Tesla too. What the fuck? Is someone in my backyard? I don't know. Hold on. Oh, damn. He climbed up hella. 911? No. It was the other, the HOA. But, there's, an area. So he, damn, he climbed up hella. I'm like, damn, how are you here? That's why I was like, how are you here right now, sir? He's cool. I'll let him slide, bro. He's just doing his thing. Amen. But hopefully you get what I was saying. The whole conversation, again, I don't want to argue theory. I'm just legitimately, I want some people to just figure this out. And like I'm saying, if you're younger, you have to, if you do not have a real plan to buy a bond, why do you want to buy it? And you have to really understand that. And if you want to speculate on it, find a way to speculate. But just buying and waiting and holding on some of these, it will work out eventually. And if you're cool with that, that's it. Ignore everything. But at the same time, that it could also expose you to a lot of downside risks for God knows how long. That's it. So TMF shares, I don't think, I like shares better than not, but I really think you got to just, why not buy the bond? If you think about it, if you want to buy and wait for the bonds, the rates to get cut, if you just buy a bond, you'll get all your money back and guaranteed money. You will be better doing that. And like I'm saying, there's some benefits if rates get cut before your maturity, but it's if you're trying to speculate, I wouldn't want to speculate by buying it and waiting, where it's you got to kind of wait to the Fed events or other things that are going to really, something needs to crack, and then we're going to be all over TLT. But for now, the duration risk, it should draw you away from it. And until it does, then until people are scared of buying bonds speculatively, I think the bond yields can keep dying, unfortunately. There's going to be a lot of pops and drops in between. You don't need to sell Bill. You sell Bill whenever you want. Again, it just all depends on when you need to use the cash. But if you buy, you already buy, hold, it resets at the end of the month, you're chill. No matter where. If you just hold till the same day you bought it, you should be good to go. Oh, sorry. No. I hope that helps. It was a good question. I think, and even then, everybody in general, like I'm saying, you just got to think about why you want to buy. I'm not trying to talk anybody out of a play. I want you to walk away with a better version of it and understand just some of the downside. But as long as you're ready to go in the sense of, hey, I know what I'm buying. I'm buying a bond. This is so. And if you have a plan that you could say this is what you want, maybe make a hybrid of it all. Get some bonds that you hold so you could, solidify how much money you'll have in it, get a return, mix it up. You could get some shares, but like I'm saying, though, I do still stand by. I would go shares or futures versus any sort of option on them yet. We're going to buy the options when shit just goes crazy. You cut Bill when they start cutting rates. Yeah. Easy. Not yesterday's news about they were both important but not important at all. What really matters is Friday. So yesterday was jobs openings and today was private payrolls. So one of them showed something negative yesterday for the bonds. Today there was something good for the bonds. However, all of these data reports, they line up to Friday's release of non-farms. It's like this every time. So every time you have non-farm payrolls, you start the week off with JOLTS jobs openings, and then you'll get what we had today, ADP. Then tomorrow you'll get initial jobless claims, and then Friday you're going to get non-farm payrolls. So that is the key. You can play the steepener, but the problem with the steepener is if you short the 30-year and you're inevitably right and they cut rates and you didn't cover, that's where you get in trouble. That's the only risk to the steepener. You got a book from TD explaining you need to move to Schwab. They killed all those trees for that. It is Power Hour, huh? 53 minutes, baby. Well, you wouldn't get blown out, but you would just lose the spread. That's the thing, because if there's a steepener, you'll lose on the short, but then you'll make money. But so depending on how much rate cuts, whatever it ends up at, you're either going to be up or down if that spread is enough. Yeah, the real estate call is still on Wednesday. I think they're even still going to do it today, even though they're in Vegas, but it's 2 p.m. now instead of 6 p.m. I'm in meetings or airplanes. Oh, man, I hope you've been doing good, though. Good to have you back. Good to have you back, baby. I mean, is green. I'm down on mine. Like $50. But I think like right here I was like break even or down like $5. Will we ever come back to 10? Not unless there's a problem. Wheat should have never went to 10. Maybe, bro, we might look back. We may have caught the only time that would have happened in our lifetime. There might be one more time it happens. So again, the same war stuff could bring it back up, but dude, wheat isn't supposed to do that. I was even telling you that 530 though, if you picked it up there, that would have been good, but wheat is going to be all dependent on trade and oil and supply chains there. But yeah. Was I watching the market in 05? No. I was a youngin'. I've only witnessed 2 rate hiking cycles. So I guess I saw 2008, and then I saw the recent one, and I've studied a lot. But if you're questioning my pedigree, what's the counter? If we're getting this, let's go. Let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it. What are we talking about? Not trying to argue, so I hope, I don't know, we could take it all into account, but what do you got to say? Nouveau money. Oh man, my parents were poor immigrants, and I made it big in real estate and by owning stocks. That's it. And honestly, I can't join any clubs. I'm not cool enough for that, nor my belief system has excluded me from certain activities. But that's it. '70s was bad, vaguely remember. I don't remember shit back then. That's the sad part. That's where I fail you guys, is that I know a lot of history, like way too much. In some instances, like it's kind of suspicious. But at the same time, I've never got to live through it. I got to live through '08. I got to see a lot there. I've got to live through I got the modern monetary theory down. That is something I've gotten a lot of, but some of you have better experience, especially if you live through it. Oh man, nothing beats that. Nothing beats that. But also too, though, I think even in living through it all, I'm sure you've got to witness how much crazier everything is. State Department approves potential sale of Patriot Configuration 3 to Spain for $2.8 billion. Do you think the economy is worse now than it was in '08? No. Not at all. Not at all. There's more debt. There's more potential problems that aren't real estate related, but that's what the problem was back then. But no, I don't think the economy is. Dude, you don't remember? You don't remember that talk with me and Lending Tips last year? And it was even middle of last year, August, September, all of it. Even towards end of last year, bro. I kept saying it. Even though the market was going down, I was like, there needs to be more pain. Everybody really wants to see like an economic collapse, or if that's what, you had the most mentions of recession last year, the most forecasted recession. Like I remember I kept saying more. It was the Kobe commercial. More. Like whatever we even saw, it was bad, but it wasn't like, dude, I remember '08 to a degree, and some people remember it better, but like people were struggling. People are losing jobs now, but like they're getting hired. And that's the thing, is that right now you have people really struggling. It is just lopsided as hell, where it's a really big disconnect right now, because I do understand that. And that is something where it feels like some people are going through a recession right now already, if not a collapse. Like it's weird to see because it's very lopsided, but just in general, it's not widespread economic demand down, economic activity down. It's not like '08 in that sense. So that's why there was a lot of room. Even go back to 1 year ago, there was still a lot more pain that you could have saw. Isn't why we haven't seen it yet. Is because, yeah, things aren't that bad. Like, dude, there's just so much money, though. I don't think we get it. That's what you learned from the 70s. I wasn't there, but, looking at the money and looking at how things changed, it just don't, like, there's just so much money sloshing around. You could throw $100 bills at all of, again, they just invented the BTFP. It's like there's just all of this money out there. So, like, even if you're taking losses, the whole number game just changed. So there's a lot of money absorbing. The problem will be production at the back end, but still. I heard the phrase silent recession. That's a good way to put it, but it's like, it's lopsided. It's not, it's a weird rolling recession. SPY's going up, bro. You're rocketing up now. Back above 42.50. That's a great sign, but it seems like you got a little bit more juice. Yeah, Rivian's killing it. I think all EVs except the China ones. My goodness. So you're about to hit a new high. Bonds are still up. Apple, AMD, they've been running. Dollar's still elevated. Netflix down. Amazon up 1.7, just not near. It's kind of getting near the highs. If that goes crazy again, Tesla's over 1,000 highs. There's a lot of money. There is, and it sounds so simple, but it's really hard to explain. That's like telling you, it's like imagine you had like all of your debts right now, and then you had all the cash you have. Let's say you have like $10,000 cash, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, whatever you're going to go through the next 3 years, you're allowed to use monopoly money. And I gave you $3 million in monopoly money to spend for all of your it doesn't matter what you did for the next 3 years. Even if you took big losses, 200 billion, it's just there's so much, you're throwing monopoly money, and it's, I think, perceptionally, there's just a lot of money to account for any of the past problems. And do I agree with that? Do I believe that? No. Do I think money solves the problem? Not at all. But like I'm saying, it's just, this is why big losses, big profit losses, bankruptcy, all of that, it's creating this weird effect where, like, why does everything feel impenetrable? It's because there's a lot of money floating around. So it's not like we haven't had problems and economic decline in some areas, but there is just still money fueling the loans and the system. It's very well lubricated to keep loaning, funding, and putting out there because there's still a lot of sources of that capital that are unimpeded upon. Well, that's the thing. National debt, it's not going to go forever, but we'll find out. Just put an order, 5 ES, sell limit 2 points higher. That pop filled both orders at the same time. No way. That's dope. It went bring, bring. That's why I never saw it as a long. It shouldn't have been, but the pervasive problem is that it's lasted so long without the boogeyman happening. So just like today, people thought they were going to turn into a zombie. Nothing happened. Same thing with MMT. MMT, they were like, there's no way this works. There's no way this is sustainable. You can't just print money and do this. And then what ended up happening, they're like, you're going to get massive inflation. Then they did it, and then no inflation came about. So we've been doing that for like 15, 20 years now, or a very long time. It's hard to count because looking back, it started as a new idea, but now it's here. But, it seems like the last couple of years are adding some stress to the whole philosophy. Did you say no inflation came about? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And before you try to counter-example me, I'm going to throw up a Japanese flag. Yes. The only inflation you've seen is post-2020. let's be real here. How many of you mother effers cared about inflation before you ever heard about COVID? You ain't know what inflation was. You thought inflation was cured with acetaminophen. You were like, oh yeah, inflation? Yeah, take a Tylenol. But yeah, up until literally since they've done MMT, you know, there was a time we had 2% inflation, 0 for a long time. But even quite simply, Japan is the poster child of MMT. And but modern monetary theory wasn't really after the 80s. Modern monetary theory was like 2008, really. You know, it was like after the collapse and then getting into the 2010s and all that. I'm young. I never experienced. Yeah, it's 100%. Nobody cared about inflation. That's the thing. The big bad wolf for modern monetary theory. The whole idea: print money, let the Fed do whatever, money printer go, brrrah, you know, cut rates, Fed buys bonds, yield curve control. All of this is modern monetary theory. The idea is you could pretty much print your way out of any deficit and make up for it. You know, again, bring forward demand, pull back demand, and add to it, though, by literally buying assets. You know, quantitative easing was a very big part, but we never done that, and the world was like, dude, you can't go buy, the Fed can't buy bonds, you can't have all this money, you can't do all this. But then they were like, well, if you do it, you're going to have hyperinflation. We're going to turn into Germany. It's going to be awful, but then it never happened. So, like, again, Japan has been doing it for so long, and they're fighting to get inflation right now. And that was always, but that's the opposite of what people were worried about. And that's where, that's why for almost 15 years now, everybody and their mom is, we don't even bat an eye at MMT anymore, just because, well, look, there hasn't been the only time we got inflation was after COVID, and they're not blaming MMT. I guess they are. I guess they're blaming the politicians for dumping the money, but you could see the connection. Spy squeezing. I am now green on my MES. Wow. It's been a long time without you, my gains. And I'll tell you all about it when I pump it up again. It's been a long time without you, my gains. High. We'll see. Compared to yesterday's level, we have a gap to fill at 4288. So we'll see how that plays out. And my perspective is definitely one of the core causes with COVID. Yeah, I think the reaction to COVID is the cause for inflation. I could get behind that. I think Ian was even saying, though, this could be the first collapse of MMT. This is what it seems like. It's going to put it to the test. That's why realistically all that matters is Japan, because if they can't get out of that cycle, then there you go. There's no answer. The market will never die with the amount of money still out there. It could. That's the thing. Don't ever underestimate how possible it is to lose unfathomable amounts of money. That's the thing Wall Street will teach you. Again, don't forget about Billy Huang. Don't forget about just everything you've seen. Even Sam Bankman-Fried. It's literally like you would be surprised. I'm not saying that all the money fixes the problem. It helps slow, you don't feel it the same way, but eventually, if you had a lot of bad decisions made if they let all of the banks collapse, I mean, that could do a number on the total money there. The money still exists, but it would get transferred a lot more. But don't ever underestimate that aspect, unfortunately. LG, Toyota news, dude. Tesla, just a rocket ship, bro. NASDAQ 1.2, S&P 0.7, and then Dow Jones up 0.26. Amazon has shut its AMP Live audio streaming service. Is that good for Spotify? Amazon just get into the business to see if you'll go bankrupt. And then if you don't go bankrupt, they back out. Amazon is low-key savage. They were, especially back in the day, it used to work too. Stocks would drop 30% if Amazon put out a PR that they were getting into your industry. Literally, they've done it so much. They're like, we're going to get into the prescriptions. Oh, you guys ain't go bankrupt? Yeah, all right, never mind. Never mind. We'll partner with you guys. Yeah, man. I didn't forget. Jeff Bezos told you not to buy a TV last year. Perception is such a bitch, man. Like, even like public perception and like everybody, like it's crazy when they're like society, peer pressure. Cause like, bro, the world was very gloomy last year. Dude, you were going on TikTok, Instagram, Jeff. No, I don't even know what money is, but don't buy a TV. Yeah, trust your session. I'm gonna buy a bolt. Yeah, why does I kind of sound like Biden? Anyways, yeah, market's high again. Are you guys mad or what? Come on, just calm down. I told you, we're gonna build it better. That's pretty. This year was not gloomy. This year was like something really bad happening in your life, but then you're at a party. And everybody's like, yeah, what's up? No, soft landing. It's landing soft. And that's it. And then it's like everybody, we still don't know, bro. Like, honestly, you still got people in the party now. Some people left. They're like, this is too late. I got to go home. And now things are getting real awkward. You got people, they're like, no, after party. So we'll see. No landing. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you heard a lot of things. The TV vigilantes. Do you run out of gas if there's no landing? No, dude, you keep flying, dude. Just a little coast, dude. You know, there's a little tailwind, dude. Oh, dude, a little pick over there, a little tailwind, dude. Got a little lift, dude. You start gliding, dude. You know, it's a little glide, dude. I tell you, that's like news event, dude. Start gliding, dude. You know? It's totally chill, dude. Totally chill. All right, you're going up one more time. Let's see what happens. The question is what happens when people try to settle debts. It just seems to be a monetary theory Ponzi. What happens when someone wants to cash out their chips? The U.S. will soon be able to service their debt. And then there's nuclear options. Well, good question. I think that's why they made MMT. You have to have it like a Ponzi scheme because the economy is always running. So the general idea is that if someone does cash out their chips, you still have a system that can operate. You know, granted, again, the risk is inflation, but that's the whole idea. Because what you're saying is the same thing that happened with gold, right? The same exact example could be applied to gold, right? Back when we were on a fixed currency, literally the French called in our gold, and then we had to start changing things before we ultimately abandoned the gold standard. So in a weird way, you're going to have somebody calling their chips, but if you are in the business of government and the world, think about it. If you cash out your chips, what are you doing in 5 years, 10 years? You see what I'm saying? And like that's kind of the general idea of everything we're trading off of, like all this, this is why people say we're doing this off of the future generations, because we literally are. We're literally looking ahead, and that's why that's why they've developed such a insane credit system, because we are looking ahead that far. Because nobody if you cash out, that means you're done being an economy. So if you're going to be an economy, it's there. And then the general idea, at least MMT and floated exchanges, I guess MMT wouldn't necessarily be the answer, but floated exchanges, that is what would solve that problem, though, or they even have the same risk on fixed. So I just think the problem with it will happen once we get inflation out of control. That's the only way modern monetary theory can fail, because that was the warning. So right when they were doing this, you got to realize, like 15 years ago, they were like, don't do this, you're going to get crazy inflation. And then it didn't happen. They all laughed at everybody who said, haha, you idiot. And then they got massively rich too. That's the crazy part. That's where I'm saying, for me, luckily, I benefited off of MMT. Again, I don't really like it. I don't support it, but I was younger. I was willing to take risks. I wanted assets and stuff like that. And I went in, but they said, nothing's going to happen, but they said, don't do this. Inflation will happen. Massive inflation, hyperinflation, not just any inflation. They were saying inflation. They laughed at them. It didn't happen. But now the way it fails is if hyperinflation returns, if Japan proves that you're never escaping this system, and that if your society changes and goes negative, then it's there. I don't support it because it distorts value heavily. It makes, again, and it honestly, let's be real, printing a lot of money and throwing money at problems, if you do not think there is a correlation with corruption, I come on. I think it's the human condition. Ask the boys from the Bible all the way down to today, or any other time period. So it's all of there. It dilutes and it changes a lot of things. It's not fundamental. It's not based off of. It's an idea. It's an idea we came up with during a crisis. That's all. That's how we got every idea. We started floating exchanges because we didn't know what to do after fixed. And then we tried something and it worked for 30, 35 years until they adjust it every 10 or 15, but they're just winging it. But at that point, it's just like, think about it. You work your life, you value all your work is converted into some store of value, right? But then it's like, the minute you print money, the minute you just give it out, and if it's not based on production, it causes very big imbalances. Again, there's a reason, think about it. You get very social at home and social justice, but at the same time, MMT is a result. You could blame capitalism, but I'd say MMT is a result of us taking advantage of other countries. Again, we have money and our dollar keeps getting stronger while they're getting destroyed. That doesn't, why does that happen? Well, welcome to MMT as part of it. Somebody has to pay it. Just because we don't feel it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't do anything. So again, unfortunately, I have benefited off MMT. We all have. The things why I like it is stability. The things I like about modern monetary theory, I've just told you what I don't like. What I do like is that it has prevented a lot of massive collapses. I could have lost all my money a long time ago, and so would have a lot of other people if there's no system in place. If we were back on old days with gold standards, or again, let's say we're back on 08, there's no, and you have to watch the bond market crash and lose all of your money on stocks for 5-7 years before on the one little problem, one piece of news, anything, you know what I'm saying? It's like it was more Wild West, and it was good too. If you could make money in that market as well, but at the same time, the stability, the access to leverage is so much cheaper now. At the same time, we have modern monetary theory now. It's way easier to get a loan today than it was back then or any other time because there's way more money. So guess what? Yeah, there's a lot of things, but you give me access to capital, that could change lives right there. That's all that, literally. So that goes a long way, and that's what I like about it. But like I'm saying, it's just you could probably feel it in your bones, the heavy distortion of value year after year after year. And that's what I don't like. early. Enjoy it, baby. Yeah, good talk. Good talk. Spies up. We got 30 more minutes. Raul Larkin. Is that why there's a lot of immigrants in Venezuela? I mean, the Mexican president said something yesterday, AMLO, bro, but at the same time, it's everywhere. Like I'm saying, dude, Egypt is really, really bad right now. Anywhere right now, if you do not have a Western currency, unfortunately, you're paying for what we've done. And it's very sad, but they're getting murdered on their currency rates right now. And it's not, they don't have the same stability and all of it. So it's very bad. It doesn't matter if that Venezuela, anywhere, if you are, go look at the currency, if it's getting destroyed at a way more rapid rate, that all of these are reasons of just a lot of tension, whether it's monetary or not. All right, we're working up. Roblo on the high. Allah. Netflix only Red Fang. We're going up. A little pop there. So let's see. I think, again, 42.80, we fill the gap. We didn't fill a gap yesterday. 42.80. I don't know if we could do that in 30 minutes. That would be wild, but I am still holding the MES for now. MPW, we've gone over it 5 times already. So like once an hour. If you give me a second, I'll try to get to it. If I forget, don't blame me. But let me see here. But in general, I'm not reacting to, some people said lawsuit stuff. I don't care. There's bigger, broader issues with MPW, and just watch the clock for maturities and duration. All right, man. We're like running up here. Again, that Spotify, Amazon news didn't move it. MGNX. There's MRTX. That's the one we play on. That came back up. So we'll see. All right. I sold out of the MES. I got less than $30 for it. Not bad. We were down on that play from Tuesday. So now I'm out of the MES, living my best life. Good. Good to have. I'm to balance it out. MGNX insider buy. There's difference on the other one, right? Again, I'm on MRTX. Hold the run till non-farms. That's Friday. Not just that one. That play was annoying though, because I want to flip it though. I don't want to end up holding it. I'm gonna have to be more disciplined on that. I'm not going to be using a stop loss, but if I do make a decision on not holding, I do need to stick to it a little bit harder. Just because, like I'm saying, I like the flexibility. And then I don't want to be placed in a situation where I don't want to be tied up too much if there is anything we need to react to. GE, they found 128 affected part. I saw that earlier, but I didn't call it out. I looked at GE and it didn't react. That's been out for a minute, but I don't know if the stock has actually been reacting to that. Bank of America, they're at the bottom. They're above the trend line from October. This isn't, if we fill the gap, it's nice. Only thing I care about, we're above 42.50. That's it. You could hold you fill that gap. We even get like 42.68, 42.72 again. you're going to hold these levels, which is better than not. So even then, the launch pad for October is still there, but so is the death dive. So better than not, but you are going up. I just got to that MES from yesterday, so just a lot of whipsawing, but you're borderline trading same prices as yesterday morning. That's when I made that play. SPY running up. That's it. I gave it. Did I just give you the green light? I forgot. I saw a MES. He gonna run again, baby. I was like, damn. Yeah, bro, you just gapped up another 6 points. So again, get to the 70s, then watch for the 80s. You got 24 minutes left. And let's see what happens. The big data is non-farm. We have huge data on Friday. Hold on. TQQs. All right. I did something. I don't know if you're going to like it. They're running out. We're squeezing randomly, but it looks like we're just trying to fill the gap. MES on fire. I know I just got out of it. Well, I'm good. I was down like $200 on it yesterday, which is pretty big for how small it was. But that means in the last 2 days, though, it ran up a lot. So, are you sure you want me to tell you this? Some of you will like this. Some of you will not. I don't know. I don't think you get hand in it. Yeah. I don't think you're ready for this. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made my MGM puts free. Yes. So I sold 130 of the 200 puts that I had at 8 cents, a little bit more than 50% or like 60 or so. And then I got all my initial investment back. So now I have 70 puts entirely for free that I am going to hold. So again, like I was saying, all day today, they're hitting new lows. The puts were up at this same price when we first got it, but the way I'm looking at it, we'll make it free. Any downside will benefit. If it pops, though, again, you don't want to get clapped on that. Let's see. What time is it? 40? Found it. Ba-dum. I made free is that I bought 200 contracts for $1,000. So then I sold out around $1,000 or a little bit more, and I got all of my money back. So now I have the puts. I have 70 puts that I didn't pay for. The original $1,000 investment is back in my account. Therefore, I call it free. All right. Okay, and then I sold MRTX. That was the biotech flip. I took a $3 loss. No. So I'm out of that. It's still a sympathy play. Yeah, I'm still in the Peloton one, though. That one I'm still riding from the after hours Yoshness. But these are, I need these for my October. I have October bounce plays. I got a little risky there with cart. I'm even up on cart right now if I wanted to take it. But these are going to be my October bounce ones. Not to mention even like the old Netflix. But if I do take anything, if you hear me say I'm going to keep it short term, I'm going to try to keep it short term. If it's on the day. Like I said, some plays, again, the MESs, I want to be able to flip them. But in general, it's like we get a move. I've noted if we can make money instantly, if we're not, then that's it. Maybe end of the day to maximize it if it doesn't seem like you got the most optimal fill. But on certain ones, you got to see. But then again, too, though, it's like if I cut out of certain ones, I would have also missed the upside. It's a nice balance you got to find. But even in general, I would rather have the cash ready to deploy than being in something if we wake up and something's either not good or bad. If it's good, we could benefit. But then again, all these rallies are very, very lopsided. All right. Bonds still, everything has a long, long way to go. Long way to go and a lot of work. We'll see. My goodness. Lopsided. Have you ever had a basketball that looked like a basketball, but it wasn't circular like a basketball and had a pimple? That's lopsided. A little uneven. No, today, I think it's bonds chilling out, man. Bonds gave us our relief. By Friday, everything can change. If we're good, we're good. We still got the opportunity for a little bit more volatility, and then after this, it's next week. Big money CPI, baby. Big money CPI. All right, you're still working up, man. That S&P, there's 10 more points to fill the gap, or 20. But this is a big level. Again, this is the lows of, May or June, when we had that little rally there. So again, you're holding the low end of this. Because remember, this is all that created this little weird gap. Otherwise, it would have been straight shots up and down. So this area has some importance. Bears nervous yet. The week not over. The Bulls shouldn't get. Damn it, MRTX just rocketed. So now you could get up with $20 gain instead of $3 loss. But everything, Bulls ain't safe yet. there's a reason I cut out the MES. Give me my money back. Okay, let's reset. Let me get the data. I don't let's it. Well, we're going to play first move on the data, go from there. But remember, non-farms could do a lot. I think I'm going to go live Friday morning, maybe. Maybe we'll go early, 1 hour before. Because, again, that's it. Bulls, nothing's confirmed right now. At the end of the day, I think the Bears or the Bulls got to trick up their sleeve. But you still got till Friday. And then you also have next week. Yeah, but just nothing's locked in. The deal could look good. The deal could look bad. But, dude, this is escrow. Nothing is locked in for October. So I do think after October 12th it will be, if everything goes the right way and no earnings surprise. But, yeah. But 2 days like this, then Friday, Raul, I feel you. I'm fully paranoid about everything. Like I'm saying, I think nothing is confirmed. It's the difference between closing your first house or your fifth house. You know what escrow, you just know, your first house, you excited, you calling the agent, you're like, when's escrow going to close? What's escrow anyways? What the hell is escrow? Why do I have to wait? I thought they had the money. Why do I need to do this? What do I got to do? Oh my God. But then it's anything could happen. Anything could happen. At this point, you should know this is a crazy escrow. SPY's still working. Yeah, Jay's going up. That's on the high ticker. Eat. Jay is a stock. I think Jacobson Inc. I don't know. Jacob Solutions. Yeah. I like Pfizer. I bought Pfizer in the long term this year. I don't know if I think we're down on it. Another day we're close to green, but I do like them. So do you. You all like them. What do you mean? I'm not. At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what I think. But a lot of people love them. They love Pfizer, bro. Bank pre-earnings, I'm down, but I have to wait a little bit. I think we need more clarity. Again, I don't feel safe enough to determine that. And then they're already at their lows, so it's you could try to short into the lows or go for the upside with a lot of uncertainty. So hard to say, sadly. Hey man, we're chilling. Bonds even going up. Where's the dollar? Bonds have got to hold. That's great. We'll take it. My goodness. Airbnb flat. ALGC. Veritas Platinum vying to buy Jacobs. Oh, so they got buyout? Potential buyout on Jay? Hold on. That's what Chad's saying. They've had a big pop in the past. I don't know. To go for it, you got to be willing to take the top tick if you want to try to play the buyout. Then it's end of the day. So it either goes crazy or not. I don't see that on the wire. So whoever's getting that, I mean, it may make sense, but there's no headline coming out on that. That 10-minute rigged in 3, 2, 1 at the top. Boop. They just declared their cash dividend payable on November 9th. 2023. Raul from the top ropes. Let's see. Jacobson's interesting. I keep calling Jacobson, Jacob Solutions. I like ON. They're good. The shoe company, my Swiss girlfriend has tried to get me to buy them. And I said, you're in America now. So I said, we don't do that. We go Nike, child labor. She didn't understand. She thought I was a sick bastard, but I just said, it's the American way. Nikes. No. Are we still sensitive about the child labor jokes? You're the one who supports it. You're the one who supports it. 2.3 sell, that's fine. 2.3 billion. Sell side is good. That means somebody has to buy it, Habibi. You know, so that means they set up 2 billion to buy. Don't worry. But either way, it's a pretty decent move. I think maybe final 5. We're already reacting, but that's it. Tomorrow, as long as nothing collapses overseas, we just need more rate stabilization, and then all eyes on Friday. Zoom info again. Jacob's still doing its thing. Apple, Amazon, they're all getting candles. VRTX, Vertex on the high. Wait, isn't Vertex the one buying them? Wasn't that part of the headline? Wait. Again, that headline. Very elusive. You mean Fed bought it or Vetch? Maybe. Not really much news tomorrow. You get initial jobless claims. I don't even think that's going to have that much juice, but realistically, it's just whatever we got to deal with in the morning with rates. Again, you're going to get like ECB and then some construction. We'll also get new car sales in Europe. Balance of trade, that could be decent. And then a couple of Fed speakers, Barkin, Mester, ECB, De Guindos, Fed Bar. And then you're going to get Japan data. So really, Fed speakers, initial jobless claims, some trade data, but nobody responds to it. And then that's it. I'm dating the bro. I said it, yes, bro. My girlfriend showed me another video of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And I told her, I sat her down, I said, baby, you know this is an advertisement, right? I had to tell her. I couldn't tell you that's it. She was showing me, she was like, look, on the NFL, they like announce the games and they like announce her songs, trying to explain it. And I'm like, baby, I'm telling you, this is an ad. This is an that's it. This is an advertisement now. That's it. You are not even from America and you are interested in the NFL now. This is Taylor. This is probably the greatest advertisement ever. It's crazy. J News came out 18 minutes ago. It's not like a press release Wired type beat though. So it seems like it's more rumor than anything or like circulating, but let me see. Ow. Might be on Call Real Estate. I'm always on. I try not to interrupt, bro. I try to give people their own thing, especially when I'm on for like 7 hours, but I'm going to be there, but I'm not going to be speaking unless you need me to. But maybe. But I think Call Real Estate, they out there, man. Shout out to Tyler. I do think they are going to be going live still. So either way. High ticker is moving a little bit, but nothing moving. TLT on the high. Does that give you any good feelings? No? Oh, wow. We have to? That's crazy. It is time. So, ladies and gentlemen, be on the lookout in a short moment here. I'm going to be letting you know with the warning earmuffs. When you hear earmuffs, that means to mute your speakers. It's going to get very loud in here. We have a new guy who comes in. He lands everything, but he yells a lot. And, we've had some reports unconfirmed of ear bleeding, eardrums rupturing, and many other things. Some people have developed chronic annoyance syndrome and has led to a bout of chronic complaining. So, all of this is very, very serious. So we want to make sure that you guys are safe. So when I say earmuffs, make sure that you mute your speakers as it will get loud. And we want to make sure that you have the best viewership possible. So that's all. Again, and shortly you will hear it, but earmuffs is the warning. Earmuffs is the warning. Thank you. This is very simple, but we got to close out a little bit right now. Got to close out. Man. We're getting there, but, just little by little. This is how tomorrow's going to be interesting because we don't have much to deal with, so just little by little. You'll be good, man. You'll be good. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs. Here's the warning, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 78 degrees, mostly sunny, looking like a really hot day, even for the Bulls out there who thought everything was dead yesterday. So hopefully you enjoyed that. We are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. I hope you strapped in. I hope you buckled in, baby. It's game time. It's game time, baby. So where you at? Where you at? Right here, right now. Where are you at? It's time to bring it home. Tomorrow does not have that much data. You have initial jobless claims. You're going to get a few other things related to trade. You're going to get a lot of Fed speakers, but not as much data. But it does not mean that the dollar and bonds are not important. So wherever they open up, it'll tell us a lot. But now we have to wrap it up, and you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You have tomorrow. Maybe it's a burn one or not. The volatility, bond volatility still there. Then you have the non-farms. You need to finalize your plays. Options, shares, futures, it don't matter. Decide right now. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Bring it home and let's go. What a day. NASDAQ 1.4, SPY 0.8, Dow Jones 0.4, even the Russell closed green. Are you kidding? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Chatadonia, we did it, we made it. I need a good game in the chat right now. That's 7 hours in the books. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, held it down, posted news, plays, good vibes, good people, good souls, baby. I need that GG. You think you're the best chat in the world? Without a GG, it don't matter. I need that GG right now. You made it to the bell, all as one, all together. You a baby bag bitch. You've been hating. You've been banned 100 times, but you love being here. But you to show you not a demon. Drop a GG. So you got respect for somebody else in here. Got good sportsmanship. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at all the GGs. Good game, baby. That's how you play. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. I hope you know we stronger as one. Everybody in the game holding it down. You either with it or you not. You for it or against it, baby. What you got? Good game, baby. That's how you play. Let's go. 2 more days of the week. That's how you play. We got more. We got more. God willing. More on the way. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Wow, I love you guys. Thank you for being here. As the engine starts up, let me tell you, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Whether you are positive or negative, you gave us the opportunity. We haven't got to listen to F350 today. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? God bless you. I love y'all. Thank you. Thank you for the likes, the subscribes, everything, man. For being you, baby. Some good vibes.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
Oh, yes, it's liberating.
Gas tank still on empty.
Breathe in.
But I'm gonna keep on driving
Amen.
all week.
God bless the chat. God bless Chatatonia.
My exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, all they driving in the slow lane. If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane.
Tell 'em.
Now with Kia tryna pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
God bless you, Chad.
Gas tank still on empty.
You can read the description. You better go to Call Real Estate or Bust, baby. They even out in Vegas too, baby. God bless you. You're blessed. You blessed, baby.
I haven't got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me ride. Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Oh, thank you. I can keep playing it, but I gotta go, bro. I gotta take a dump. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have to go for any other reason. I gotta take a dump. I've been having to take a dump since like 12, bro. I was like, power hour, we'll power it out, bro. But that's it, bro. You play that in Wells Fargo? Good, bro. Good. Get it on there. Tell them they can add it to their stream. That's what y'all should do. Y'all need to go. If y'all work at any location and they play music, you need to just throw up F350 just one time for them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just get them with it. Just hit them with it, baby. That's all. That's all I'm telling you, man. I'm tired. I gotta go. I gotta go poop. All right, guys. So like the video, but thank you for everything. All right. I love you.
A big shot. I'm honest. I was going to tell you a philo, but now I'm talking like Biden. Get out of here. Come on. How do I stop this? Come on, stop it. Stop. No, you can't get rid of him. Just stop it. Vote for me. Just stop. Come on, give me 20. Come on. I'm not. Hey. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry we had to fight back. It was not. But listen, it's a good day no matter what happened. You're going to have a good day no matter what else happens because it's an attitude, baby. And you really got to start thinking long term. You got to see, you see like a log scale and other scales on charts? Yeah, same thing with your life, dog. It look different depending on what scale you put it on. So give it some time. And what are you going to say if it take 40 years, bro? The tongue controls your direction and duration, baby. I don't know if they feel me. But either way, I got to go poop. You have time to meditate on it, but I love you. Have a wonderful day, and don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why I'd rather sing praise than complain, and know it's even for the benefit of me at the end of the day. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo. Chad, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful eve. I gotta go. I'll see you tonight, hopefully. If not, call real estate. Call real estate or Twitch, baby. There you go. You got a full schedule today. It's beautiful. But I'll see y'all later tonight in on the watch list, too. And peace out. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, you have a good morning. You enjoy your wonderful morning at sunset here at the nighttime. All right? Good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the unions not unionizing because they unionized. It's good. I love you. Good morning. Yeah.